In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can work with user profile properties through code. Before I show you how we can access the user profile properties through code or how we can modify their values, I would like to first show you from the web front end how we can look at the various user profile properties or how we can modify their values. So you can now see I'm inside my SharePoint Central Administration. So first of all, let me click on the Manage Service Applications, and as I come down you can see I've got my user profile service application is already been running. So let's click on the user profile service application, and obviously you can see how many profiles I have on the system because I have 3 users and every user has got his own profile. So first of all, when we click on the Manage User Properties, you will see the list of all the user profile properties what SharePoint is maintaining for each user. For example, let's say I want to access one of the property and I would like to make some changes to it. So let's say, for example, I'm interested in a property like website. So as a SharePoint administrator, I'm actually trying to click on edit on the website property, and if you can notice in the URL bar you can actually see the actual property name. So that's also website in this case for me. I'm showing you this one because I'm going to access this name in the code pretty shortly, and that's the display name. And what's most important thing here is, as a SharePoint administrator, I have to say allow users to edit values for this property to yes, and then click on OK. So that way the property website value can be edited by the users. So this is what we can see inside the Manage User Properties. Now let's go back to the same old screen again, and now I'm going to show you there is something like Manage User Profiles. When I click on the Manage User Profiles, you can actually search for the profile of a specific user. So I've got administrator as one of the profile, or I have some of the guys like say voucher. You can notice here probably I might be having for Anderson as well. So anyway, for this demonstration I'm actually interested in the administrator profile properties. So when you click on the edit my profile, so for example, let's say we have something like say website. It's obviously not having a proper value. Let's say as one of the user I might actually put some value to this. You can actually make changes to any of the properties of your choice, and then you can actually save and close it. So right now obviously I'm just trying to show you how we can see the list of properties and how we can make changes to those properties from the web front end. So maybe I want to show you in the next session, in the next video, how we can access these properties through code. So you can notice here I'm leaving that website as empty because I want to give a value to that property through my code. So this is how I've just given you an idea in the SharePoint Central Administration where we can see the list of user profile properties or how we can make the changes. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can programmatically read the list of user profile properties or how we can make changes to those properties. To get this done, let's actually create a new project, and I'm actually going to create an empty SharePoint project, and I'm going to put this inside a full new folder like say user profile properties demo, and the project name I'm going to give it as user profile property demo, and I click on OK. I'm again going to deploy this as a form solution. Say click on finish. So what I'm actually going to do in this demonstration, I'm actually going to create a new visual web part. So let's go back to Solution Explorer and try to create a new item. It's going to be a visual web part, so I'm going to say bwp underscore user profiles. Say OK. So as soon as our visual web part is ready, yes, we will see an ASCX file and also an ASCX.cs code behind file. So first of all, I'm going to design my user interface inside the ASCX file, and then we'll actually see the implementation. You can now see the visual web part has been created, and it has created for us a feature. There's an ASCX file, an ASCX.cs file, and currently we are inside the ASCX file. So what am I going to do inside my ASCX file? I'm actually having a couple of buttons and a list box. So I have the first button, which is actually meant for updating a user profile property. So maybe I can say update website property. So you can also notice I have another button that is actually meant for reading all the user profile properties into a list box like LB properties. So this is what we have inside the ASCX file. Now I'm going to implement my code for the first button. So let's go back to design view and double click on the update website property button. So we're now inside the event handler for our first button. So let me put the code inside this event handler like this. So you can notice whenever you wanted to access the user profile properties through code, you actually work with a very special class called as user profile and user profile manager. You actually get those classes only if you take it into references, a very special assembly called as Microsoft.office.server.userprofiles and Microsoft.office.server. I have taken these two files from the same ISAPI folder from the SharePoint root. You can see under 15 ISAPI, you will see these files. Simply click on OK. So now I can see my files are pretty much taken into references. And now let's take the using directive statements. So that's going to be my first using directive statement. Microsoft.office.server.userprofiles. And also I need my Microsoft.SharePoint because we're actually using server-side object model code here. So what you have to do first of all, you have to create an object of the user profile manager, and to its constructor you need to pass the login name whose profile you would like to get. So anyway, I'm actually trying to access the current site's context, so I'm going to say spservicecontext.current, and then optionally you might as well create this one because normally we have already tested in the SharePoint Central Administration. I've got 3 users in my Active Directory and each user has a profile. For any reason, if there is no profile, it actually creates an empty profile for you if you pass it as true. So I'm trying to get a handle to the user profile of the user who is currently logged in. So I can say user profile manager dot get user profile of true. So if there is a profile for the current user, so that profile will come into the user profile object. Now this object obviously has got all the properties collection. Now what I'm trying to do, if user profile of website.value is equals to empty, so we know that website is not having any value so far, then I'm actually trying to give a new value to something like this. Now whenever you make any changes to the user profile properties, you must actually call user profile.commit. So only then the changes will be returned to the SharePoint server. But yes, especially if you are doing some GET requests or HTTP, it's actually recommended to say allow unsafe updates to true before you call the commit method, And after the commit method is been called, you can set this to false again. So this is how, in this simple demonstration, I've shown you how we can access one of the user profile property and change its value. In the next demonstration, obviously we'll be concentrating on the read all properties. So simply double click on the read all properties and implement the code here. So in this demonstration, I'm actually going to write some code which will actually help me to read all the user profile properties and show inside a list box. So to get this done, first of all, when the user clicks on this button, I'm just trying to clear all the items from my list box. And we have just taken these 2 lines of code from the previous function, in fact. So that way you have the user profile object with you. Now, how do you access all the properties of the user profile? Simply you can say user profile dot properties. So this will give you a profile subtype property manager object, which I have taken into some object like this. Now, what I can do, I can actually have a for loop to iterate through this pspm dot properties with section. You can notice when you're looking at the user profile properties, some of the properties basically have a section, and inside each section you've got so many properties. So for example, let's say, let me actually show you this from the manage property section. So let me go back to user profile service, and when I click on the manage user properties, you can see some properties belongs to a section called as basic information, so where the property type is a section. And as we come down, we have something like contact information is a section that has got a couple of properties. So what's my plan here? Whatever value that comes from the pspm.properties with section comes into PSP. I'm trying to verify if it is not a section, because I'm not interested in reading the section name. If you want, then you don't need to put this if condition. So probably you might print the section name followed by its properties. So, but we know that not all the properties have got values for all the users. So some of them have null values. So that's what I'm trying to say. If user profile, which is this one, of psp.name dot value is not equals to null, means if it has a proper value, then you can actually say your list box dot items dot add new list item psp dot display name. So the display name can be something like, say, office location plus user profile of psp.name.value. So then you get the office location value as well. Anyway, this is going to be my text field for my list box, and this is going to be my value field. For any reason, if the value is null, then I'm going to add at least the property name. psp.displayname will show me that office location plus NA means I'm just having some local variable for not available something. So we know that for this property there is no value. So that is how in this demonstration we have seen the code for retrieving all the user profile properties. It's time for us to build and deploy the solution. So let's deploy the solution. Because there's a feature which is responsible for deploying my Visual Web part as well, that feature will automatically get activated as part of my deployment from Visual Studio. You can see the feature is getting activated, and finally the deployment is succeeded. Now we'll actually go ahead to the browser and test it. Okay, now you can see I'm inside my site collection. So first of all, let me create a new site page. So I can click on site pages, a new site page. I'm going to call this as test user profile properties demo. I say OK. and then we're actually going to click on Insert, Web Path, Custom, and what's my web path? User Profile Property. Say OK, and finally save the page. So first of all, let me try Read All Properties. So as soon as I click on the Read All Properties, you can see all the properties like ID, SID, everything I can see here. Active Directory, my account name. Obviously at this point of time, your website is not having any value. So now let me click on the Update Website Property. Okay, we have a small error. Let me fix this. Okay, so because we had an error, so basically we were actually able to see here. Here I was actually checking if the website value is not equals to empty, but unfortunately because this property is null in the SharePoint Central Administration, it's not having any value, and a null value I'm trying to convert that to toString, so that's why we had an error. So now I have commented this piece of lines, and I have redeployed my solution. So obviously when I come back to my SharePoint site now, so if I actually click on Update Website Property, so that's been done properly. So if you can go back to your SharePoint Central Administration and try to see the website property for that individual user, we should be able to see the value there. So let's click on the Manage Service Applications, User Profile Service Application, Manage User Profiles, look for Administrator, click on Edit My Profile, and let's look for the website, and you can see itacademy.in is there for the website. So that means your property has been now updated successfully. Obviously if I click on the Read All Properties now your website now has the value. So that is how in this demonstration I have shown you how we can modify the values of the user profile properties, also how we can read its existing values. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can use client-side object model approach to work with the user profile properties. Unlike in the previous demonstration, obviously we were using server-side object model code inside a visual web part. So to demonstrate you this example, let me create a new project, and I'm actually going for a Windows-based application, WinForms application, or you might go for a WPF or a console-based application. So I'm going to say read user profile properties using client-side object model and click on OK. So first of all, what you have to do in the Solution Explorer, we have to take into references two special files. When I was working with the server-side object model, I was actually using office.server.userprofiles and office.server. But in the case of client-side object model, you have to take into references Microsoft.SharePoint.client.userprofiles.dll, which again comes from the ISAPI folder. Of course, because I'm using client-side object model, I need Microsoft.SharePoint.client as well. And click on OK. And then simply in the user interface, I'm actually going to have one list box. Let's take a list box. So wherein I'm actually going to show you the list of user profile properties. And also I'm having a button. When I click on this button, it's going to get me those properties. Perfect. And simply double click on the button, and now I'm actually going to show you the code for this. So first of all, just like how we have how we have executed so many examples on client-side object model earlier. First, I need to have my context object. Then you need to actually create an object of the people manager. Unlike in the case of SOM, server-side object model, we were actually working with the user profile manager. So you can notice here I've got Microsoft.SharePoint.client and Microsoft.SharePoint.client.user-profiles. You can notice I have a small ambiguous error here because the form class is existing both in system.windows.forms as well as in the Microsoft.SharePoint.client. So that's why I'm going to say explicitly here that this form should be inherited from this class of this namespace. Okay, now you can see now I have to have my client context in place, and the next thing is you need to create your people manager object. Okay, we have a small error. Probably it's because I have taken Microsoft.SharePoint.client but forgot to take into references Microsoft.SharePoint.client.runtime. So now that's actually okay. So after the client context is ready, my people manager object has been called, and to the people manager constructor you need to pass your client context. The next thing is, if you want to access the properties, you have to create an object of the person properties, and you have to say people manager dot get properties for specific user. Of course, my domain name is Contoso on this computer, so I want you to replace this with your domain name when you're practicing, and this can be the user name. So the profile properties of this user will now be inside person properties. Now I can say client context.load the person properties. I want the account name of each from these properties as well as the bunch of user profile properties. And then finally we submit the request to the SharePoint server. And please be noted, obviously we assume that you write this kind of applications on a computer that doesn't have SharePoint, and you're obviously talking to a remote SharePoint server. And to do this kind of user profile stuff from a client-side object model, you need full rights actually to that site. Then finally, once the request is submitted to the server, I can say my person properties dot user profile properties. So one property comes into the property object, and then I can say property dot key followed by property dot value, so which we are adding to the list box. So let's actually go ahead and try to run this application and click on read list of properties. So I can see my account name, and also I can see my website. Of course, some of the properties are not actually having any values in this case. So this is how we can as well read the user profile properties using the client-side object model. But remember one thing, we can only use client-side object model to read user profile properties. You cannot obviously make any changes to the user profile properties values using client-side object model. If you wish to change the values of the user profile properties, it has to be done through server-side object model. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can work with users, groups, and their permission levels. If I show you in my SharePoint Central Administration, when I click on the application management, and when I click on the change site collection administrators, for example, let's say for my site collection there are two administrators. One, there is a primary site collection administrator, and then we have a secondary site collection administrator as Mark Boucher. He is one of the user in my Active Directory. Now I want to write a very simple console based application that will actually give me the list of the site collection administrators. So to get this done, let's go back to Visual Studio and try to create a new console based application. And I have a new folder, permission level. So my first example is a list of site collection administrators, and I click on OK. So I'm actually going to use my server-side object model in this demonstration. We know that if you're writing server-side code using the SVM approach, you have to ensure the type of exe file that you're building should be of 64-bit, because you're running this application directly on the SharePoint server. And then in my Solution Explorer, I'm going to take it into references, Microsoft.SharePoint.dll. I say OK. Now let's see the code. So first of all, what I'm trying to do, let's take using Microsoft.SharePoint. So as you can see here, first of all, I'm creating my site collection object by passing the URL of my site collection, and then I'm trying to get the handle of my website of my root site of the site collection. You can simply say web.siteAdministrators. So the site administrator will actually give you an SP user collection. So at this point of time, both those primary and secondary site collection administrators are inside admins. Now I'm reading one value from admins into an SP user object, and I'm printing each username. So let's actually put console.read key here. And also you can print just the username or user login name. That's up to you. There are so many properties you can refer of that individual user here. So let's actually go ahead and try to run this application. It should show me those two usernames. One is administrator, the other one is the Mark Boucher. So this is how, in this simple demonstration, I have just demonstrated how we can retrieve the site collection administrators through code. So now I can see first user is Mark Boucher, and then I have another guy called as administrator. Don't worry about the name new administrator, because I've just changed his name while I was actually trying a couple of things. It's actually the administrator. If I would have actually gone for the user.login name, you can actually access many of those properties of that user object. This time I'm actually trying to print the user.login name, and we should be getting those two usernames one more time. So I can see my login name, Contoso is my domain name, Boucher, and I can see the administrator as well. Perfect. So that's the first demonstration. In this demonstration, we'll be writing a simple console-based application that will actually give me the list of groups that I have in this site. So normally from the web front end, I can click on site settings, and then when I click on people and groups, then it shows me there's a members group, there's visitors, viewers, owners, contributors. So many groups here. Now what if I wish to retrieve these group names through my code? So for that, let's create a simple console-based application and call it as list of SharePoint predefined groups and say OK. So first of all, let me take into references Microsoft.SharePoint.dll, and also from the project properties, let me change this to 64-bit, and let me have my code in place. And let's take the Microsoft.SharePoint using directive statement. So it's pretty simple. So first we have our site collection object, then you have the web object. I'm trying to say simply web.site_groups. So site groups will actually return me an SP group collection. Now I can read one value from the group collection into my SP group object, and then I can print my group name here. So let's actually go ahead and try to run this application, and it should show me the different groups I have in this site collection. Yes, once you have this individual SP group object, you can again access the various properties of that SP group object. So I can see contributors, some viewers, members, owners, visitors, like that. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how we can retrieve the list of groups that exist in your site collection. In this demonstration, I'm going to generate another console-based application that will actually give me the list of users that exist in different groups. For example, if you see in my site collection, when I click on members, I've got 2 users as members, like Anderson and Boucher, and maybe I have 1 guy in the viewers group and 1 user in the visitors group and 1 user as owner, and I don't have anybody as contributors. So what's my plan here? In the last example, I was actually retrieving just the group names, but what if you would like to know who are the users who are actually part of these groups? So let's try a simple console-based application. I'm creating a new project. Let's call this as list of users of various groups. I'm going to just write one application that will actually get me the users of all the possible groups. So for this, let's take it into references, Microsoft.SharePoint.dll, and also in the project properties, let's change this to 64-bit, and let me show you the code. Okay, so before we look at the code, let me take it into Microsoft.SharePoint. So you can notice here, I have my site collection object, I have my web object. So first of all, I'm interested in the visitors group. So I can say web dot, then you can see associated groups, associated member group, owner group, visitor group, like this. You already have collections. So first I'm actually trying to get my visitors. So at this point of time, the associated visitor group returns me the group of handle for that visitors. Now I can say visitors dot users collection. So one user from the visitors dot users, I take it into the user object and I'm printing each username. Similarly, I'm trying to access my associated member group. All members are here. Read one value from members.users into the SP user and print the members username. Then I'm trying to access my owners group. That's it. Pretty simple demonstration. Let's run this. So this is how, in this demonstration, we're actually able to find out who are the users of the visitors group, the members group, or the owners group. In my earlier demonstration, we were just retrieving the group names, but not the members of those group names. So we should be expecting the results pretty shortly. So I've got a small problem. Let me fix this issue. So the issue has been fixed. As such, I haven't made any changes to the code because the problem is not with the code but with my earlier troubleshootings that I was doing with my site collection, giving me problem with my visitors group. Now that's been resolved. Now let's try to run this application one more time, and it should give me the list of my visitors, the members, as well as the owners. So we know that we have 1 guy as visitor and 2 guys as members and one guy as the owner. You can see the visitor name is Bryn Adams, and I've got two members like Anderson and Boucher, and of course the administrator is the owner of this set collection. So again, I haven't made any changes to the code to resolve the earlier bug that we have just seen. It's just that I had to actually recreate my site collection because I was doing some troubleshooting with some issues. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can create our own groups and add users to those groups and give them some permission roles. To demonstrate you this example, I'm actually going to create an empty SharePoint project, and let's call this as role assignments demo, and then click on OK. It's going to be a form solution again. So what I'm going to do in this project, first of all, let me create a new feature, and let's call the feature as role assignments demo feature. And please ensure the scope of this feature is going to be of site collection, and let's rename the feature folder name to role assignments demo feature. And for this feature, we can add an event receiver. So you can see we have some function for the feature activated and some code for the feature deactivating. So what's my plan in this demonstration? When the feature is activated, then three different groups to be created, and we should assign one user each to those three groups. And when we deactivate the feature, those three groups should be removed. So to demonstrate to this example, let me show you the code. So as I said, I'm actually going to create three different groups. One is like project managers, and then team leaders, and then developers. So let me paste the code here. Now you can see I'm inside my feature activated. Because the scope of my feature is site collection, so I can say properties.feature.parent. I can typecast it to the SP site. So that means in whichever site collection that this feature gets activated, you actually get the handle of that site collection. And then I'm also trying to get a handle of my top level website of the site collection. Then I'm also trying to find out who is the user who is currently logged in, so I get some user information. And then we know what is web.site groups. So it will actually give me all the groups that I have in my site collection, including those visitors, members, and owners. So what's my plan now? I want to create a new group called as project managers. So we're creating groups for the first time. So I'm saying groups dot add, and then the group name, and then the owner. So I'm actually having the current user because I'm actually logged in as administrator right now. So he will be the owner of this new group. And whenever you're creating groups, there should also be a default user. So ideally I can leave it as null, or else I can actually put myself as one of the user of that group as well. And then there is some description for this group. Interestingly, the add function doesn't return anything, it's void. So, but I need SP group object for the project managers. So I can say SP group project managers, that's a group name, and then I can say groups of project managers. So now you have a proper group ID for the project managers. The way we have created the project managers group, in the same way I can go ahead and try to create a team leaders group. Interestingly, for the team leaders, the owner is the project managers. Again, the current user can be one of the team leader, and then I'm saying groups of team leaders, then I have my group ID for the team leaders. Similarly, I'm creating another group called as developers, and for developers the owners are team leaders, and there's a default developer, some description, and that's the ID for the group ID for the developers. So at this point of time, if I actually test my code, you will just see three different groups like project managers, team leaders, and developers. And obviously, those are all empty groups with no users. Now, basically, what I would like to do, I would like to assign a different role definition to each of these groups. Maybe I want project managers to have full control, team leaders to have contribute, and developers to have the read role definition. So for that purpose, what you can do, you can say your web object dot role definitions of full control, and I'm trying to store this full control role definition into an object called as full control of my SP role definition, and contribute I'm storing it here, and read I'm storing it here. Obviously these are all keywords: full control, contribute, and read. These are different permission levels. Now each of these role definition I should assign to each of those three groups. So first of all, let's do for the project managers. So for that we have to create an object of the SP role assignment. Say SP role assignment, an object equals to new SP role assignment for the project managers. What is project managers? This is my group ID, which is this one. And for the project manager role assignment dot role definition bindings dot add full control. So they have the full control in this site collection. Finally, this role assignment needs to be added to the web as well. So I should say web dot role assignments dot add this project manager's role assignment. That's it. So now the project managers have got full control. Similarly, I have my team leaders, and team leaders are going to have the contribute permission level, and that's been added to the role assignments collection of the web. Then we are creating a role assignment for the developers. They will have read, and that's also been added to the web's collection. Now, interestingly, the developers have actually got read permission throughout the site. But imagine I actually have a site, a list called as work package. It's just a dummy custom list, nothing really very significant here. So obviously, if I log in as a developer who has read permission, he can only read the records of the work package or any other list in the site, but he cannot obviously add and so on. But what if you want to allow developers to be able to add, update, delete records of this list in spite of they have read privilege throughout the site? So that's where what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get a handle of my work package list. So whatever inheritance that SharePoint normally follows by default, you have to break it. So I should say my list dot break role inheritance of true. So that means now SharePoint will stop the default inheritance mechanism what it uses based on that read privilege for that user. So now I can say for my developers role assignment dot role definition bindings dot add, I'm giving contribute instead of read. Important statement is obviously this. Earlier the read one we have actually added to the web dot role assignments, but this time I'm saying my list dot role assignments dot add developers role assignment. So on this list, developers are now going to have contribute permission. So that's the whole idea of doing this additional exercise of break role inheritance. Now finally, we need to add one user each to each of those three groups. So we know that we have a guy called as Boucher, Anderson, and Brain Adams. So I'm saying web dot site groups. For the project managers, we're adding a new user called as Boucher. Contoso is my domain name. You have to change it when you're practicing. And some dummy email ID and the name of the user and some any additional comments, which I'm leaving it as blank. Then you have another guy called as Anderson, and that's his email, name, some description. Then we have Brain Adams for the developers. You can see this is the line that is actually adding the users to the respective groups. But what is the significance of web.ensure user here is it just ensures that this user is actually part of the site collections members. So if not, it will actually ensure it. So that's why we actually call web.ensure user before we actually add the users to the respective groups. So at this point of time, we are actually done with our implementation. So if we can quickly go through what we did, we have created 3 different groups, and for each of the groups I gave full contribute and read, and for developers we gave contribute on a specific list, though he has read permission across the site, and for each group we have added one user. That's it. So now finally we'll actually go ahead and try to implement our code for the feature deactivating. So let me show you the code for the feature deactivating. So as usual, I'm trying to get my SP site and then my SP web, and then I'm finding out how many groups I have. Then simply I'm deleting my project managers, team leaders, and developers. Also on the work package list, so basically we want to reset the role inheritance, because here we have called the break role inheritance. So thus work package has contribute permission for developers, but that also I'm trying to roll back. I'm saying my list dot reset role inheritance. It will go back to the default inheritance what SharePoint follows. So at this point of time, we're actually done with our implementation. Simply deploy the solution. So once the solution is deployed, it's automatically going to activate my feature. Once the feature is activated, you can go back to your SharePoint site collection, and you should be able to see 3 new groups, and each group should also have one user. So the deployment has started. So it's now adding the solution. Pretty shortly it should be activating my feature. So obviously you know how to debug the code. That's why I'm not putting any breakpoints here. So in the meanwhile, let's go back to your SharePoint site collection, and now it's actually trying to activate my features. Deployment has been succeeded. So let's go back to your site collection, and let's click on site settings, people and groups, and let's click on more. Now can you see there is project managers, there is team leaders, there is developers as well, and there is some description as well. So if I click on the project managers, I can see Boucher as one of the project manager. If I click on team leaders, I can see Anderson, and if I click on developers, I can see Brain Adams. So interestingly, when I select Brain Adams and try to look at his permissions, he has read permissions throughout the site, and only on the work package he has contribute as well as read, obviously. Similarly, if I go into project managers who has full control, so when I say view group permission, they obviously have full control. And then finally, if we go into team leaders, and this guy should be having the contribute permission. So that is how in this demonstration we've seen how we can create groups dynamically and add users to those groups dynamically and assign permission levels to them. So what if I want to deactivate this feature? So let's go back to the site collection features, and what's my feature name? It's actually role assignments demo feature. Role assignments demo feature, which is this one. I'm trying to deactivate this. Interestingly, once the feature is deactivated, if you go back to people and groups, and you shouldn't see the groups anymore. No project managers, no team leaders, and no developers. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how we can create groups, add users to groups, and add different roles to those groups. In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how we can create external content types using business connectivity services. So first of all, you can notice I'm inside my SharePoint Central Administration, and when we click on the Manage Service Applications, you will see the business connectivity services. So using BCS, you can actually connect to any underlying external database. So normally we know that when we are working in our site collections, we can create different types of lists. But all those lists are actually stored as part of the content database of SharePoint for that web application. But what if you have an external database in SQL Server, or in, for that matter, in any other database technology, then BCS actually helps you to connect to that external database and retrieve the data back into the SharePoint. So to demonstrate to this example, I have a sample database with me. Of course, I'm actually using SQL Server for this demonstration. You can notice I have a database with me called as BDC demo, and that has got a simple table called as categories with just 2 columns in it. And also, if I show you, it has got a couple of records as well. Now, what is my plan here? Whatever records that this table is having in an external database, other than the content database of my SharePoint web application, we want to pull this data into SharePoint environment. So obviously, when you try to pull data from an external database into your site collection, it's going to be through an external content type. Also, if you can see, when I click on add lists, you can see there is something like external lists. So basically, external lists are the ones which are actually based on external content types. So as part of this demonstration, we will see how we can create external lists based on external content types. So obviously, I will be able to show you how to create an external list only once we are actually ready with the external content type. Now, external content types can be created using SharePoint Designer, or they can also be created using Visual Studio. So in the first demonstration, I'm going to show you how we can create an external content type using SharePoint Designer, and in the next demonstration I'll show you how we can do from Visual Studio as well. So coming back to my SharePoint Central Administration, when I clicked on the Manage Service Applications, you can see Business Data Connectivity Service is actually running. If it is not running, please ensure it's actually running. So by default, on my SharePoint server, almost all the different services are already running. So for any reason, if you don't see Business Data Connectivity Services as part of your managed service applications, it means it hasn't been created by you. So normally all these services will automatically get created if you actually run the configuration wizard and then ensure that all these services are selected, and it will take some time to create all these services for you so you can start playing with it. If you don't like to run the configuration wizard, you can as well create a new business data connectivity service, or for that matter any other service from here. So now when I click on the business data connectivity service, and this is where it will show you the list of external content types that your server might be already having. Of course, in my case, I already have a couple of content types with me, but that's fine. I'm actually going to create a new external content type now. So imagine this is blank for you, so you can actually go ahead and try to create a new external content type from SharePoint Designer. So let's actually open the SharePoint Designer 2013, and I can click on Open Site. and I can select my site collection as 25,000, and then I click on OK. So we're actually trying to open our SharePoint site using SharePoint Designer, and this is where I'm actually going to create an external content type speaking to this database on this SQL Server. So let's see the steps here. So now you can notice my site collection has been opened in the SharePoint Designer. Simply you can click on external content types, and I already have a couple of content types with me. That's fine. Let's actually go ahead and try to click on new external content type, and you can click on the name and give some nice name. So you can notice my table name is categories, so I'm going to give this new external content type like external content type ECT underscore categories using designer approach. That's fine. And you can also give some nice display name as well, like categories using designer. So once you have created the external content type, you can actually click here to discover external data sources and define operations. So let me click here. Now you have different types of options here, how you want to connect to the underlying database. So imagine I don't have BDC demo. So normally you can click on add connection, and your external data source type selection can be a .NET assembly, or it can be a SQL Server, or it can be even through a WCF service. In this demonstration, I'm actually going for a SQL Server. Say OK, and I give the database server name as my localhost. Database name is BDC demo. That's fine, and I'm actually going to use my connect with the user's identity as the user as which I'm actually logged in currently, and I click on OK. So this is how you're actually trying to get connected to an external database. Now when I open my BDC demo, when I open my tables, I can see all my tables and their columns here. So now what you have to do, on the categories table, you can right click and you can say whether would you like to read one record at a time, or you want to read all the records of this table. Would you like to insert records, update, delete, like this? You can do all CRUD operations. I'm actually interested in all of them, so I can click on create all operations. So then this wizard comes up for you, so I can simply say next, and you can see your category ID and category name are being listed out here. So imagine your table has got some hundreds of columns and you're not interested in pulling all those columns data. Then you can actually uncheck a couple of columns here, and category ID, category name. So the ID field map to identifier is this, and you can also see there's a category name. So I'm actually happy with both these columns. I say next again. If you wish, you can also apply filter parameters. So when is this actually useful? In case if you don't apply filter parameter, then obviously whatever number of records that this table is having, all of them will be pulled into your SharePoint content database through the external content type. But if you wish you don't want all the records, then you might say add filter parameter, and then I can say where category ID is about 100 or something like that. So in any way, I'm not actually interested in putting a filter parameter because we got just around 6 records, and say simply finish. So now you can see all these operations have been created for you successfully. So let's save this. So now we have a new external content type. So obviously all your external content types will be shown under the external content types list here. So mine is actually ECT underscore categories using designer. This is mine. So once these type operations have been created, you have to create forms. So you can simply click on create lists and form. And basically what is happening now, SharePoint Designer has created for you external content type. Now we are actually trying to create an external list from the SharePoint Designer itself. I've shown you already in my SharePoint site collection, there is something like external list. So we can do either this way or we can do this from the SharePoint Designer. Okay, for example, I'm going to call this as IT Academy course categories. And the read item operation is read item means you will be able to read its records. And that's the system instance and say okay. So now what it is trying to do, it's actually trying to create for you an external list based on an external content type. So once this is done, you can actually go back to your SharePoint site collection, and if you can refresh your page, we should be able to see a new list called as ITA underscore codes categories. So obviously when you access that external list, it should show me all those records what we have in this table. So you can now notice there is a new external list has been created for you called as ITA underscore codes categories. This is the name I have given in the SharePoint Designer. Now if I actually click on the ITA underscore codes categories, I have an error here saying access denied by the business data connectivity. Normally you see this error. Now let's see how I can fix this permission issue. For that I need to go back to my SharePoint Central Administration and please refresh this page so that it will show me my new external content type here. So now you can see the content type what you have created in SharePoint Designer. I can see it here. So now what you have to do, you have to click here and then click on set permissions and give access to the user who likes to use this BDC. Okay, I'm actually going to give it to my local account administrator and give him the enough privileges and say okay. As soon as this is done, if I go back to my SharePoint site, and this time you should be able to see its data. Let me refresh this account, and now we should be able to see the records what we have in an external database like advanced web development, web designing, manual testing, everything I can see. So this is the first time ever that we are actually trying to have a list in SharePoint which is getting the data from an external database other than the default content database what SharePoint uses for that specific web application. So now for example, if I select a specific record, if I click on view item, you can notice it is showing me the information of that individual record. And if I click on edit item, let's say I'm actually trying to make some changes like advanced web development, and you can notice the updation is successful. Or if you'd like to add some new record, something like say 7, and it's going to be some Photoshop designing, and I say okay, and that record has been saved. If I come back to my SQL Server and refresh, I can see there's a new record here, and also I can see the title has been changed. So this is how we have seen how we can create external lists and external content types. Both of them we did using SharePoint Designer. Also please be noted, normally in spite of I give the permissions on the content type, sometimes people do get another error I didn't get that error because I have already performed that step, but I'll show you what it is. So because I'm actually using a local account, the SharePoint actually fails to connect to my database properly because it actually uses the iUser account. So I have already created an account for the NT Authority iUser under my logins, and then I gave him user mapping to my BDC demo database already. Because of this, I'm actually able to see that. So I'm currently working on Windows Server 2012, and by default, if you don't see NT Authority iUser, then when you try to click on new login, and if you click on search advanced find now and type iUser, we have this here. So when you select this one, it actually shows you your machine name / iUser. So my server name is this one, my Lenovo i7. So by default, I don't see any username in the search login list as NT Authority iUser. You will only see it as machine / iUser. So what I did, I removed this my Lenovo i7 with NT Authority. That's important. And then you have to go into the user mapping and give him that database and say, okay, so this step is important for you. If you don't see that, if you don't do this, you will still have the permission issue, and you will not be able to connect to the underlying database. So this NT Authority iUser has to be done. So once we map iUser account with the BDC demo, under your BDC demo, if you go back to security users, you can see that new user here. So this is really very important. So that is how we are actually able to connect to an external database tables and use them as lists in your SharePoint site. Yes, obviously this list was created by me in the SharePoint Designer, but what if you wish to have another external list based on that external content type? It's possible. Let's click on lists and click on add an app, and this time I'm actually going for external list, and I'm going to call this as IT Academy Codes Categories. That's my new list name. And now if I click on the external content type picker, it will show me the list of external content types that I'm ready with. So which is mine? It's actually categories using designer. So probably this one. Say OK and click on create. Now it is actually trying to create for you a new external list. So this IT ACAD codes categories is pretty similar to the list that we have just created, in fact, this one. So now if I click on IT ACAD codes categories, it is showing me the list of the records of the underlying table. So this is how in your SharePoint site collection you can create external lists, and those lists will be based on external content types. So normally we know that when we create any type of lists in SharePoint, maybe something based on contacts, yes, that list will be a list based on the contacts content type or announcements content type and so on. So in this scenario, when I'm creating the external list, it's based on an external content type that's called as my ECT underscore categories using designer external content type. So that is how SharePoint has got a very special feature called as business connectivity services, which actually helps you to connect to an external database and pull its data into SharePoint environment. And then whenever you make any changes to those such kind of external lists from your SharePoint platform, all those changes will be returned back to the underlying database. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can create an external content type using Visual Studio. To get this done, let's actually try to create a new project, and I'm actually going to call this project as new external type content creation. So as I codes categories external content type using Visual Studio. So that's going to be my project name, and it's an empty SharePoint project, and simply click on OK. And we're going to deploy this as a form solution, and we're going to use the same site collection for debugging and say finish. So in the previous demonstration, I've shown you how we can create an external content type using SharePoint Designer. But now Visual Studio also allows us to do that. So now let's go back to Solution Explorer and try to add a new item. And I'm going to select my BDC item template, just type B, and you can see business data connectivity model, and it has to be a form solution, not a sandbox solution. And I'm going to call my BDC model as my codes categories BDC model, and simply click on OK. So now you're actually trying to create a new BDCM item. So as soon as the BDCM file is created, you can notice there is an entity for us with an identifier and a couple of methods here. And also you can see there is a BDC Explorer and there is a Solution Explorer. So when I create this BDC model, it will automatically create for me a feature. And interestingly, when I double click on my feature, you can see the scope of the feature is form, and which has to be form because it's a form wide service BDC. So I'm not actually going to change that. Also, I can simply rename my feature to a better name. Using this feature, our BDC model will be deployed. Now let's try to understand what files it has created for me. There is something like entity1.cs and entity1service.cs. So what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to change this entity1 to some better name, something like say codes category. And as soon as I change the entity name, you can see my entity1 service.cs has been changed to codes category service.cs. Also, I will change this entity1.cs to codes category.cs. Now when I go back to my codes category.cs, so basically this is just a class preview where you will be maintaining the list of columns of this underlying database. So what is it we are actually trying to do? I'm actually going to create a custom class that contains the different columns what my underlying database is actually having, like categories is having, like category ID and category name. So I'm going to say this is an ID, category ID. Of course, for me it's an int in my database, and I have something like say category name here. So basically in this class you will actually define the various properties that corresponds to the underlying columns in that table. Then in the codes category service.cs, obviously we will be writing the CRUD methods like create, update, delete, select, all that stuff. We'll see how we write that code. Obviously we're going to have some ADO.NET code inside those methods. So coming back to my BDCM model, the model has to be created properly. Only then we will be successful in this demonstration. So let me do that bit carefully. So first of all, I have identifiers here. If you don't say identifier, you can always right click and add a new identifier. So I'm going to change my ID field to something like say category ID. So because that's what I have in my database, and when I press F4, you can see for category ID in the properties window, the data type is by default string. So let me change that to integer. That's important. Fine, that's your ID field. Now let's actually see the methods here. So by default you already see a read list method and read item method. For any reason, if you close this BDC method window by mistake, you can always get it from the view other windows and BDC method details. You'll come back to the same window, in fact. Okay, so first of all, let me concentrate on the read list one. So every method has got some parameters, like read list is expected to return me all the records of this list. So it's actually returning me something like, say, entity1 list. But I don't want this to be entity1 list. I want this to be something like, say, course categories list. So you can always change this name, or you can even click from here, edit. Then it takes you to the BDC Explorer, and you can see under read list, you have entity1 list. I don't want this to be entities list, so I'm going to change this to codes categories list. And when you expand the codes categories list, because this is a collection, you can notice each collection is true for the codes categories list, and this contains a bunch of records in an entity. So that entity one is going to be something like, say, codes category singular. These names are your wish. There's nothing mandatory that they have to be this way. Ideally, this is a plural, this is a singular, and this has got couple of properties. So what fields do we have? We have something like, say, category ID, and ensure its data type is int32 for an F, and the next one is string. I don't have to change that, but this has to be category name. So that is how the read list method is actually returning me a codes categories list which contains a codes category, and inside the codes category you have got a couple of columns. Nice. So the next method I'm going to concentrate is the read item. Read list will give me all the records, just like how I'm seeing. This is read list. What is read item? If I click on view item, then you're actually seeing the information of that individual record. So let's see how to implement read item. So obviously read item takes the ID as an in parameter and returns me an entity one. So I'm going to edit this in parameter identifier 1 to category ID. So let's change the name to category ID, and let's change the data type to int. As far as return parameter is concerned, it has to return me a codes category object. So I can click on edit again. So the return parameter is codes category. This is the object of your class. It has to return me an object of the type codes category, and we know that the codes category should contain the columns. One is category ID, and ensure its type is integer, and the next parameter is the category name, which is of string type. So perfect. So at this point of time we are actually done with the read list and read item. So now if you go back to the codes category service.cs, what actually happens when I was working in that BDCM file, it is writing for me that function definition for the read item, which is receiving an ID, returning me codes category, and then read list is returning me a codes category enumerable list. So of course this code we need to change pretty shortly. In the meanwhile, I'm actually interested in implementing the other methods. Maybe I'm interested for create creator method. This is for inserting a new record. So if you do steps perfectly with read list and read item, then you don't have to struggle too much with the create, update, and delete. You can see in the case of create, the in parameter is a codes category and the return is a codes category again. So if I try to click on create, you can see the out parameter, the in parameter is a new codes category, and that has got category ID and name, so I don't have to change absolutely. So they're already as integers because it is getting this information from my previous settings, and it's going to return me the newly added record, which is again category ID and category name. Perfect. So this way we haven't really touched anything with the create settings. Then I'm going to go for, let's say, delete, and delete will take me a category ID as a parameter, and you can see its type is integer and it doesn't return anything, so that's also fine. So now the last method is update. So you can notice update actually takes one of the codes category object as a parameter, and if you click on edit, you can notice update has got a codes category with this couple of columns. One important thing here, because this is the record that you wish to update in the database with this new information, obviously the primary key information we won't be changing it, so that's why we should say the pre-updated field as true for the category ID. So this is how we are done with the BDCM. So let's save this file, and when you go back to the codes category service.cs, you can see there is a creator method, there's a delete method, and there is an update method. Obviously none of them were implemented, so we have to implement these things by ourselves. So in the meanwhile, I will also remove the code, the predefined code from the read list and the predefined code from the read item. I don't need this comment, so let me remove that as well. So that's the first step. So once your BDCM file is ready, next we have to implement these functions and use simple ADO.NET or any LINQ code, that's up to you. So in the next demonstration, I'll explain to you the code for these methods. It's time for us now to implement those 4 CRUD operations. So you can see I've got my read item, read list, insert, delete, and update methods. So before I actually explain you the code for these 5 methods, first of all, I have a simple function called as getConnection, which will return me my connection object. So you can see new of SQL connection, data source is my local system, and I want to work with my BDC demo database, integrated security as true. Then first let's concentrate on the read item. So as we know, the read item method is receiving an ID and returning the category object. You can notice it's receiving category ID as an in parameter, and it's returning me a codes category object. So that's why you can notice my read item is having an ID as a parameter and returning the codes category. So first of all, you have to create your connection object by saying SQL connection equals to get connection. You can open the connection, and I'm actually using a bit of embedded SQL. You might use even stored procedures. So I'm saying, so let's start from categories. Categories is obviously my table from here, where category ID equals to this ID. and then we are simply having an execute reader, and if the record is been found, then whatever data I have in my reader, my category ID and my category name, I'm assigning to this local category object, category.category ID, category.category name. So that means the information of this individual record is now inside this category object, which I can simply return. So this method will be called when the user actually clicks on view item in the SharePoint web frontend. Then I have my read list method. The read list method is returning an IEnumerable codes category list. So just like how I did in the previous example, we are ready with our connection. It simply saying, so let's start from categories, and then I say cmd.executeReader. Of course, because this is a demonstration, I'm just using an array of list. Instead, you might actually go for a generic list if you don't want to have a constraint of the size of the array. I know that I have very few number of records, maybe 6 or 7 records, so 200 is fine with me. Otherwise, you can go for a generic list here. So what I'm planning to do, I'm just iterating through my data reader, and I'm creating a category local object, and then storing the category ID and the category name from the database into this object. And then that category object we are storing into the categories list. So I say categories list of category ID. I'm using my category ID itself as an index of the cell in the array. Otherwise, you might use a different variable. And we are storing the complete category object. So this loop will go on for 7 times, and all those records, 7 records, we are returning as part of the categories list. Then we have the create method. The create method, we know that it receives a codes category object and returns a codes category object. So I'm actually trying to create a local object here. So its category ID and category name are coming from the new codes category. So what the new codes category will contain? The information that you type in the browser. I'll show you that while debugging. So that new category ID and new category name we're storing into a local object, and we're trying to open the connection. We say insert into our categories table, category ID and category name. The values are category.category ID, comma, category.category name inside the quotes. Simply execute the non-query and return the newly added record. Nice. Then we will concentrate on the delete method. The delete method receives a category ID. So when do you think this function will be called? When you try to delete that record from the browser. So we say delete from categories, where category ID equals to the category ID, this one. Nice. And then execute non-query. And update will actually receive the updated information. So I know that category ID we are not actually going to change. We have only one more column other than category ID, which is category name. If your table is obviously having so many columns, then you will be assigning the updated information back to this category object here. So the new category name will be inside this. So I can say update table name set category name equals to category name, where category ID equals to the new codes category ID, which is this category ID from this object. Simply execute the non-query and dispose your connection. So this is how you need to implement these different methods, and all these methods will be called appropriately by the SharePoint when you try to perform the CRUD operations with your external list. So at this point of time, I'm actually ready. Let me actually try to build my solution just to see that everything is fine. Yes, it is. And try to deploy the solution and see what actually happens. So we have a small problem here. So let me actually double click here. because I actually saved this project inside a very lengthy path. We have a small problem with the length of the file name. So pretty quickly I'll put this entire demonstration into a subfolder, and then I'll try to deploy the solution again. Okay, I've just copy pasted that solution, so let me open that. So say file open project, and you can notice I have these files in my G drive: SPS 2013 part 2, BDC, codes categories, external content type using VS, the same solution that I have demonstrated so far. So now if I can take you to my solution explorer, yes, we have the BDC model, we have the class file, we have the implementation, everything is nice, and we also have a feature. Now let me try to deploy the solution. So earlier, while I was trying to do the build, we had a small problem, and this time everything should be okay. So it is actually trying to add a solution now, and then it has to activate this feature for me, which is of the scope form. And if the feature gets successfully deployed, then we should see a new content type. Okay, we have a very known issue here, especially if your Visual Studio project is having a BDCM file. You will see this kind of error. Error occurred in deployment step add solution. Property site URL contains invalid URL. Import failed with the following exception message, something. So I need to fix this issue. The fix for this issue is you have to actually open your features template.xml file, and inside this XML file you need to make a new entry for properties. So actually it is expecting our site collection URL to be here, so I need to create a new property with a key as site URL, because it is the error message is containing site URL, and then the value has to be your site collection. Mine is 25,000. Fair enough. Once this is done, simply try to deploy the solution one more time, and this time everything should be okay. Now it's trying to add my solution, deploy my solution, and it's also going to activate my feature. Now the deployment has been succeeded. So how do I verify my program now? Simply go back to, first of all, to the SharePoint Central Administration and look at the list of external content types. And let me refresh this page, and we should see our new content type. What is my new content type? This one, codes categories underscore ECT using Visual Studio. My codes categories BDC model, codes category is my entity. So this is the one we have created now using Visual Studio. Earlier I have created an external content type using Designer. This is through Visual Studio. Now, just like how I did earlier, I need to go into set permissions, and you need to give the permissions for one of the user who likes to use that. Give him enough permissions, say okay. So once this is done, let me go back to permissions one more time and see if the administrator has been added. Yes. Now let's go back to your site collection. So as you know that when I have done all these things, it has actually created only external content type. Unlike in SharePoint Designer, we were actually creating an external content type and an external list together. But now for us, only external content type has been created, which we have verified pretty well inside the SharePoint Central Administration. So in order to test mine, now from the SharePoint site collection, you have to create an external list. So for that, what I can do, I can actually click on add lists, and this time I'm going for an external list, and I'm going to call this something like, say, IT Academy something like, say, brand new codes categories, just to differentiate from my existing ones. Okay, brand new is what I look for. So then I click on my content type picker and then select your new external content type, which is this one, my codes categories BDC model. My codes categories BDC model, and simply say OK. So now you're creating a new external list based on your own content type. So at this point of time, my external list is ready. Now what actually happens if I click on this now? Ideally, we know that when you select a list, it will show you the list of records. But right now, I did some code manually by myself, which needs to be executed by SharePoint now. So what I can do, I can actually put a breakpoint for the read item, put a breakpoint for the read list, put a breakpoint for create, delete, update. Everything is nice. Attach your worker process so that I will be able to debug my code. Okay, now the debugger symbols are getting loaded. So obviously the first method that will be called is definitely read list when I actually click on that external list. Okay, now let's go back to your SharePoint site and try to click on the brand new codes categories. The moment I try to open my external list, and you can see the breakpoint has been hit. Now press F10. So now we are trying to get the records. Anyway, that will take some time, so I can be somewhere here and press F5. And step over. Now if I come back to my SharePoint site collection, yes, I can see the data now. So this data is obviously this one. So when is this is useful? Means in the case of earlier demonstration, even without writing code, we were actually able to do all CRUD operations. But the advantage of creating a BDCM from Visual Studio is you can have a customized code. So now if I select a specific record, and then of course it's trying the read list now. Let me press F5. F5. So when I try to click on view item now, it's going to call read item now. We can see we're inside read item now. So let's press F10. Now it's reading that individual record, the one that we have just clicked on, in fact. So that individual record has been returned. Let's press F5. Now I can see my data. So when I click on edit item, then it's going to call my read item first. I press F5, and then it should go into my now what's maximum what is actually editable is only the category name. So that's why it's only showing me category name. Okay, for example, I'm going to change this to advanced web development using Microsoft technologies. I say save. This is going to call my read item first and then update next. Now you can see we're inside update. Obviously the new codes category is containing my new data, advanced web development using MS. Pretty nice. So press step over. Everything is nice. Now it is calling my read list because it has to show me the refresh data. F5. Now I can see my new data. So this is how we have tested so far: read list, read item, edit item as well. Okay, we want to try new record, say new item. Okay, say category ID something like say 8, and I'm going to put a new record something like say flash something. When I say save, this is going to add me a new record. You can see we're inside the create now. So let's press F5 to finish it, and then it will call read list again to show me the refresh data. F5, and I can see my new data. Yes, you want to actually delete this record. Try to click on delete item, then it is going to call my delete method. Then we are here, F5. So that's it. And then after the record has been deleted, it's calling read list. F5 again, and we're done with the deletion as well. Flash is no more there. So this is how I've shown you how we can create external content types using Visual Studio, wherein you can implement your own customized code for the CRUD operations, and how we can create external lists based on those external content types. In this demonstration, I'll give you a quick overview on timer jobs. First of all, we'll try to understand what exactly are timer jobs, and then we'll see how we can create our own timer jobs using code. You can now see I'm inside my SharePoint Central Administration. By default, when you click on the monitoring option and then click on the review job definitions, you will see there are a lot of jobs that are already running, and these are the jobs what SharePoint has created and running them at some specific interval. You can notice by default, if you click on view all, you'll actually see the jobs of all web applications on this server. If that's confusing, as you can actually click on web application and then choose the web application that you're interested in, because you know that I'm actually working on the web application running on the port number 25,000, and this web application has got so many jobs in place. And you can notice some of the jobs are running on a monthly basis, some were running daily, some were running weekly, and some of them were actually disabled. So we can also see some of the jobs are running for a specific amount of minutes, so the interval can be customized by us. So by default, for example, let's say if I click on any existing job, you can notice this job actually is running monthly, once between 2 to and on every month 31st. So like this, every job has got a specific schedule. So what actually each job will do, yes, you can actually create your own functionality, and you can ensure that functionality gets executed at a specific interval of time. So that's the whole idea of creating our own timer jobs. But the most important thing for the timer jobs is please ensure the SharePoint timer service is actually running in your Windows services. Otherwise, you cannot actually understand or see the effects of the timer jobs. So I have ensured my timer service is actually running correctly. Now, when I come back to my SharePoint Central Administration, also you can see the job history here. So here you can notice here which job has actually been executed at what time, and also you can come to know the status of the job. So this is how in SharePoint Central Administration there are many jobs that are running, and each job has got a designated functionality. So for example, let's say if I actually click on the bulk workflow task processing, which is a predefined job, this is running every day at 11 p.m. And also you can notice this job was never run on this server so far. So that's actually because I have actually disabled my timer service for many reasons, and I have actually just enabled it just to save some amount of memory on your system. I have actually disabled many services that are memory consuming. So because I have just enabled my timer service now, obviously tonight at 11 p.m. definitely this service will run, this job will run. What if, for example, I don't want to wait until 11 p.m. for the running of this job? As an administrator, I can actually click on run now. Then the job will run even before the scheduled time arrives. So that's what I'm actually going to show you in my next video. When I create my custom job, instead of waiting until the scheduled time arrives, I can actually click on run now. So that is how the overall idea of timer jobs is. You have some functionality. Maybe for example, you want to send an email to all the employees on every Friday at 5 p.m. Giving them the next week's schedule. So that can be automated with the help of the timer jobs. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can create a custom timer job. You can now see I'm inside Visual Studio and trying to create a new project, and I'm actually going to call this as timer jobs demo, and this I can call it as timer jobs demo, a custom timer job demo, and simply click on OK. And I'm actually going to deploy this as a form solution to the same, and then I'm using the same site collection URL for debugging purpose. So once your SharePoint empty project gets created, we'll see how we can create a new job. First of all, what you have to do in this project, you have to add a new class file. And let's call this class file something like, say, IT Academy course announcements. And I click on OK. It's a new class file. So what's my plan in this demonstration is, let's say when I'm in my site collection, I'm actually going to have a new announcements lists, for example. I'm going to call this as IT Academy course announcements. And I click on OK. So the idea for this exercise is maybe for every 30 minutes or for every 15 minutes, I would like to add a new announcement to this table. So that should happen actually with the help of a timer job. The purpose here is to show you the complete life cycle of developing a timer job, deploying and testing it. What you do as a functionality for the timer job will be as per your requirements. In this demonstration, as I said, I'm going to add one record, one announcement to this table or to this list for every 15 minutes or 30 minutes. You can actually change the schedule as per your convenience. Okay, so first of all, once your class is ready, what you have to do, you have to actually inherit this class from a very special class called as SP job definition. And this class actually comes from the Microsoft.SharePoint.administration. So let's take into the using directive statements, Microsoft.SharePoint.administration. So we have our own class now that's been inherited from one of the base class, that is your SP job definition, coming from the administration namespace. So in that way, whatever job definitions that we are seeing in the SharePoint Central Administration, All these are basically classes that were inherited from the SP job definition class. So the first thing that you have to do inside this class is to write three different constructors. So let me show you the code here. So this is my default constructor. This is going to be my double argument constructor, another double argument constructor, and then I have a very special function called as execute. I'll talk about it a bit later. So first of all, try to understand here. So this is your class and this is my default constructor. Writing these default constructors is mandatory in this scenario. So whenever we instantiate an object of this class, it's actually an instance of job here for us. So we're calling the base class constructor. My second constructor, which is double argument constructor, is having job name and then the service name as parameters. And from here we are invoking the base class constructor by passing the job name, the service object, and also we're trying to pass the server and then the log type here. So in this scenario it uses the local server. SP job log type can be like content database or job, so we're not actually using either the content database or job in this scenario. So I'm just trying to specify that as none itself. And you can also specify the title of your job here. So I'm going to set this to IT Academy course announcements timer, any title of your choice. And then in my third constructor, which is receiving the job name and then the web application as receiving parameters, will actually pass the job name, the web application, to the base class constructor, and SP job log type, I'm setting this to content database. So basically while the job is running, so you will be having some exclusive access to your content database in this scenario. So basically for performance reasons it's actually better if we can set the SP job log type to content database. Thus the ongoing operations will not be affected to a greater extent. Obviously the amount of time that we set for the timer jobs, for demonstration purpose, maybe I will set this to 1 minute or 2 minutes, but in real time, yes, it will be a bit longer, maybe for 1 day or for every 6 hours, something like that. And even here I'm going to set my title of the job as IT Academy course announcements timer. So this is how so far I have created a new empty SharePoint project, and then I have created my own class, inherited it from the SP job definition, and I have implemented three special constructors. Now, as I said, every job will do some functionality. Now that functionality you should write inside a special function called as execute, which you are trying to override. So the execute function receives a GUID as its parameter at the time of running the job. So basically what happens in my SharePoint Central Administration, when I said, for example, if I click on any job and I know this job runs monthly at 2 a.m., but I don't want to wait until then, I can actually click on run now. So when you click on run now, then it's actually going to call my execute function. That's important. So when I actually try to show you how to debug this code, I click on run now, then I put a breakpoint here, then I can show you the execution of this code. First of all, in the execute function, you have to take your web application handle. So I'm going to say this.parent as SP web application. Please be noted, we are now implementing the functionality of the job. I haven't yet created a job yet. So when the job will be created means when I create an object of this class, then the job will be created for us. Okay, what's my list's name? It's ITAC course announcements. So here I'm going to get a handle of my list by saying web app dot site sub 0, because I know I'm in the top level site in the root web dot lists itac codes announcements list, and that you're trying to take it into an SP list object. Then I'm trying to say my SP list dot items dot add, we are adding a blank record. Then, because we know the announcements list has got a title, we're saying this list of title equals to new announcement at so and so time. This is purely for demonstration purpose. So if I set the interval of this job like 1 minute, then for every 1 minute I should see a new record added to this list with a different time. So that's the whole idea. And then I have to call my announcements.update to commit these changes. So this is how, in this demonstration, so far what we have seen is the jobs functionalities implementation. In my next video, I'll show you how we can create a job. In this demonstration, I'll explain to you how we can create the job now. So far, as you are aware, we have only implemented what needs to be done when the job is executed, but the job hasn't been created by me yet. So I'm actually going to handle this functionality with the help of a feature. So let's go ahead and try to add a new feature. So I'm actually going to call my feature as custom timer jobs demo feature. That's okay. And please ensure the scope of this feature is set to web application. And you can also provide some nice looking description. So I'm going to rename the folder to custom timer jobs demo feature. Now for this feature, please add an event receiver. So what's my plan here? When the feature is activated, then the job has to be created, and when the feature is deactivated, then the job has to be deleted. So that's the whole idea. So first of all, let me show you the code for the feature activated, and then we'll see how we can implement for the feature deactivating as well. So here is the code for the feature activated. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a class level variable storing my job name. So what's going to be my job name is something like this. Your job name and job title can be a bit different, it's up to you. I'm going to call this as IT Academy Course Announcements Timer. That's going to be my job name. So first of all, in the feature activated, let me also take into the using statement Microsoft.SharePoint administration. Because this is a feature which has a very special parameter called as properties, and the scope of my feature, as you know, it's web application, so I can say properties.feature.parent as SP web application. Now you have the web application handle in this object, and then I'm trying to get the handle of my site collection as well. So before I create the job, I'm just trying to ensure if the job already does exist, I'm actually trying to delete a job. Both delete job and create job are my custom functions, which I'll be writing it pretty shortly. And to the delete job, you're passing the job name and then the web application, because jobs belongs to the web application. So you need to pass both the job name and then the web application handle to the delete job method. And the create job method just expects one parameter, that's for the web application, because our job is going to be tied up to the specific web application. So let's actually go ahead, and somewhere here I'm going to show you the code for the create job and delete job. So here is the code for the create job method and then the delete job method. So let me explain you that. So far we have seen in the feature activated, we're just trying to first call a delete job method. I know when I run this project for the very first time, there will not be any job with this name, so obviously delete job doesn't do really anything, but it will actually go ahead and try to create the job first. So first of all, let's try to understand how we can create a job. So as we know, we are actually passing the web application object to the create job, so that will be received by this parameter. So I have a boolean variable which is initially set to false, and now we know that we have created a class which got inherited from the SP job definition. So now I'm going to create an object of that class. So it's pretty simple. I should say my SP job definition class equals to new IT Academy course announcements, to which I have to pass the job name and then the web application which I have received. My job name is obviously my class level variable. So obviously this job name and web application you're actually passing to this constructor. Nice. At this point of time, you know that we have now successfully created an instance of our job class. Now you have to actually schedule this job. So you have hourly schedule or weekly schedule, monthly schedule, yearly schedules, like that. So first of all, I'm trying to create an object of my SP minute schedule, and between 0 to 59 seconds, I'm actually trying to set the interval as 1 minute in this scenario, because I want to quickly demonstrate the job is actually running for every 1 minute. Ideally, as I said, the interval will not be like this. And then to this job, the schedule is going to be this minute schedule. So because we made some changes to the properties of the job, I must call the update function. So at this point of time, you should see a new job in the list of job definitions as IT Academy course announcements timer. Okay, imagine once the job is updated successfully, now I can actually create the job created. So if something goes wrong, job created can be written from here as well. Maybe in this scenario, I can say my job created as true. If all goes well, then the job is created successfully. If something goes wrong, it actually goes as false. Nice. After the job is created, imagine maybe you're running this for the second time. Then I'm going to call the delete job. So the delete job is expecting job name and then the site collection, sorry, the web application. So this is going to be this parameter. And you can notice now the job is, we have a boolean variable which is initially set to false. So how do we actually get the list of all jobs that belongs to a specific web application? So in fact, when I was showing you in the SharePoint Central Administration, now currently we are looking at the jobs of this specific web application. So we are actually doing that through code here. I'm saying for each SP job definition, some object name in my web app dot job definitions. So one job will come into the job object, and then I'm verifying if the job dot name equals to my actual job name, then you can say simply job dot delete. So then the job will be deleted, and this boolean variable is going to be true. If something goes wrong, it will go as false, and finally we are returning the boolean variable. So this is how, from the feature activated, we are now able to delete our job in case if it exists, and then you are actually trying to create. Because these functions are returning some bool values, you might actually use them for some logic implementation. So maybe if the job does exist, then delete it, else create it, something like that. So at this point of time, our feature activated is ready. The last step is to go to the feature deactivating and delete the job one more time. So you can notice inside my feature deactivating, I'm having the same code. I'm going to get a handle of my web application. Then I'm actually going to call my delete job method by passing the job name and then the web application. Of course, I'm actually trying to run this code with some elevated privileges in case if you're not permitted to do that, programmatically you're trying to enhance your permission levels. So this is not mandatory in this scenario, but it's actually better if you're dealing at a form level or at a web application level. So simply, the job actually gets deleted when you deactivate the feature. So this is how we have implemented the code overall. So if we can quickly see that we have created a class which actually got inherited from the SP job definition, and we have implemented an execute function which actually runs when the job is run. And also our class is expected to have 3 special constructors. And then as part of my feature, we have actually created an instance of our job. So that's happening when you're actually calling the create job method. You're creating an object of your class that actually got inherited from the SP job definition. At this point of time, we are actually done with the coding. So simply go ahead and try to build the solution and then try to deploy the solution. So obviously, as soon as the solution gets deployed, I click on deploy solution. As soon as the solution gets deployed, because it's actually going to activate my feature, so the feature activated method will actually get called first, and then it will create a job. So when the deployment has been succeeded, how we can verify is we should see our job inside the job definitions list. I'm actually going to show you how we can debug this code in my next video. So far we were successful in deploying our solution. So let's go back to SharePoint Central Administration and click on the monitoring and then the review job definitions. Then you'll be in this window. So if I refresh this page, so what's my job name? IT Academy Course Announcements Timer, and it's scheduled for minutes. So obviously if I click on this job, you can notice here this job has already been run at 4:40 and it's scheduled for every 1 minute. So for example, now if I go back to my SharePoint site collection and refresh my list, you can notice in the IT Academy course announcements list, there are basically 2 different records. So our job has run so far twice, one at 4:40, the other one is 4:41. So for every 1 second, you're actually trying to get a new record. So it's still not 4:42. That's why I'm not seeing any data, but that's fine. Now I'm actually going to show you how we can debug this code. Please be noted, whenever that 1 minute time period happens, it's actually going to call my execute function. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a breakpoint here, and then when I click on attach to process, normally we were attaching to the w3wp.exe, but that's not the case here. Timer jobs needs to be attached to a very special process called as ows timer.exe, and click on OK. So this ows timer.exe internally nothing but your SharePoint timer service. Now I have actually attached my debugger successfully. So for every 1 minute, it is actually going to call my execute function. So in the meanwhile, if I come back to my list and if I refresh, I can see there's one more record added at 42 seconds, 42 minutes. And in the meanwhile, so I'm actually going to debug this code. Let me close this windows. Now you can see the breakpoint has been hit because 1 minute was over. So now I can obviously press F10. So now it's actually going to add a new record to our list. Let's see, we have a small problem. What could be that? So maybe something to do with my list name, but I'll actually verify that. Probably it's looking into the wrong URL, so that's what I'm actually going to fix it. So in the meanwhile, if I come back here, so we now had 3 records successfully. So let me see what's the problem with this. So you have seen while I was trying to debug the code, we got into an error. So personally, I feel that has got nothing to do with the implementation. Probably it's because the amount of time that I have given is too less, and debugger is giving us a problem. So what I can do, I'll actually make this to, let's say, 15 minutes. I know that I don't have to wait until 15 minutes to show you this demonstration because I can run the job manually by myself. So I have changed the interval to 15 and deploy the solution one more time, and it's actually going to retract my solution and redeploy that. Now from now onwards, we should be seeing our job is running for every 15 minutes on its own. If you don't want to wait for the next 15 minutes, then you can always have run the job by yourself from the SharePoint Central Administration. That's what I'm actually going to do. So with this, I have enough time to debug the code. That's the whole idea of increasing the interval from 1 minute to 15 minutes. So let's go to debug, attach to process, type O, and select OWS timer.exe, say attach. So obviously now if I go back to my SharePoint Central Administration and refresh my job properties, this time it should be for every 15 minutes. So that's actually fine. And also you can see the job was never run so far because this job was deleted and it actually got recreated. That's why the earlier history is not there. Okay, now what I'm going to do, because we don't want to wait for the next 15 minutes, I can actually come here and click on Run Now. So when I click on Run Now, it's actually going to hit my execute function so that we can actually debug this code. You can now see the breakpoint has been hit when we have actually clicked on the Run Now button for the IT Academy Course Announcements Timer job. So let's actually press F10, F10 again, F10 again, F10 again. So this is how you can actually debug the implementation for a timer job. So once this is being done, let's go back to your site collection and refresh the records of the course announcements lists. Now you can see there is a new one. So it has just been added to this list. So this is how in this demonstration I have shown you how we can create a custom timer job and how we can implement its functionality and how we can debug with the help of the OWS timer.exe. In this demonstration, we'll see how we can create custom site definitions. So before I explain to you how we can develop custom site definitions, first of all, let's try to understand what exactly are site definitions. You can notice I'm inside my SharePoint Central Administration. So normally when we are actually planning to create site collections, you can notice here there are so many site templates. So basically your site collections are getting created based on a specific site definition, or what we call it as a site template. So by default, SharePoint is giving to us many predefined, or out of the box you have so many site templates. So this concept is all about creating our own site definition. So whenever a site actually gets created, whether it is a site or whether it is a site collection, the explanation remains the same. You can actually create your subsites based on the same site templates. In fact, I can create a new child site based on a specific site template here. So whenever you create a site collection or a site based on a specific site template or site definition, that site will have certain predefined features. Normally, if you base your site collection with the help of a theme site template, yes, it will have so many things that are related to the theme. This may be related to for the blog operations, or maybe you have a wiki site template and so on. So we are actually getting all that predefined functionality because of this site template. So we can actually create our own custom site templates as well, which will actually come under the SharePoint customizations. Of course, I already have one custom site definition which I have created earlier, but I'll show you now how I can create this custom site definition from scratch. So this is how you can actually create your site collections or sites based on certain site definitions. Now, also you have to understand how SharePoint is able to do all these things. If you can notice, I'm inside my SharePoint Hive folder. Under 15 template, there's a folder called as global. Inside the global folder, there's an XML folder. And inside that XML folder, there's a very special file called as ownit.xml. This is what we call it as a global site definition. So there are two types of site definition files we have in SharePoint. One is global site definition. The other one is another ownit.xml that you will have for each of your site template. So obviously, whatever settings we have in the ownit.xml are applied globally to all site collections. And if you have an ownit.xml for your own site definition, that will take precedence over the global site definition. So when you try to open any existing ownit.xml, let's say I'm actually trying to open the global site definition. So you can notice this is how an XML file looks like. Okay, there is something like navbars, there is something like list templates, there is something like base types. So you have a lot of base types here, like generic lists, document libraries, discussion forms, surveys, issues list, and there are a lot of list templates here. So this is how an ownit.xml file looks like. When I show you how I can create my custom site definition, obviously we will be writing something into our own ownit.xml pretty similar to this. So this is only for your understanding, so that the global site definition does exist in this special folder what SharePoint uses. So when we are actually working in the SharePoint Central Administration, whenever I'm trying to create a new site collection, you can see there's a team site, blog, developer, project, community, and all. So where are these things are coming from? So obviously, if I take you to my 15 template folder, there is something like site templates. Under site templates, you can see there's a block site template here, and this is your SharePoint team site. So like this, for every site template or site definition that you're seeing here, there is a corresponding folder under this site templates folder. So for example, if I take you to my STS folder and then into the XML, there is something like ownit.xml. So this ownit.xml belongs to the SharePoint team site definition template. The earlier one which I have shown you, this is a global site template. So this is how you have to understand or get the point that every site definition is based on a special XML file called as ownit.xml, which will have some entries like navbars, list templates, document templates, and so on. So whenever you wanted to create your own custom site definition, obviously that's where you can decide what items would you like to have in the navigation, or what lists would you like to have, or what type of document extensions that it should support. Maybe it can be a Word document, or it can be an Excel file or PowerPoint file. So we can make some entries into this ownit.xml. So at this point of time, we have understood the important folders and then the important site definition files. ownit.xml, there's a global site definition, and there is one local site definition for each site template. In this demonstration, we'll now see how we can create a custom site definition using Visual Studio. To get this done, let's create a new project, and it's going to be an empty SharePoint project. And I'm actually going to call this as my customized site definition demo, and then I click on OK. So we're actually going to deploy this as a form solution and say finish. Now let's come back to Solution Explorer. So the first thing I'm trying to do is to create a new site definition to my project. And please ensure you select site definition. And when you are deploying site definitions through your solution, it has to be a form solution, not a sandbox solution. And let's call this as my custom site new definition something, and then I click on OK. So at this point of time, once the site definition is added to your solution, you will see three new files. One, there's an ASPX page, and that's where you can actually do some kind of designing to your home page. So anyway, in this demonstration, we are not actually going to work a lot in the ASPX page, and this is the simple heading that you will see in the home page of the site that you create that will be based on this new site definition pretty shortly. And then there is something like ownit.xml. So you know what is ownit.xml. So we have looked at the global site definition and then the individual site definitions of each site template. And this is the ownit.xml of our own site definition. In this demonstration, I'm actually going to concentrate more on a very special XML file called as webtemp start.xml. So webtemp is fixed for this name underscore your my custom site new definition.xml. That's your site definition name. So if you actually see the entries of this webtemp file, you have something like title, hidden, image URL, some description, and display category. And this is the ID. The ID can be anything of your choice. So maybe I'm giving it as some 10,500. It has to be about 10,000. And this is going to be my site definition template name. So my custom site new definition. And the display category is by default SharePoint customizations. What does that mean? So normally when you are trying to create a new site collection, it will actually show you the predefined site templates, and also you will be able to see a new tab called as SharePoint customizations in case if you have custom site definitions with you. So by default the name is SharePoint customizations. If we don't like, you can actually change it to a different name. Then the tab name will be the one that we are looking at. So that's just the category name and nothing else. Anyway, it's taking up some time, so in the meanwhile I will leave this as SharePoint customizations. So now we haven't done really anything a lot in the XML file. So maybe in the default of ASPX I can say welcome to the um, custom site that's based on my custom site definition, something. You can make some changes to your ASPX page. In the meanwhile, when I try to click on the create site collection, this is what I'm talking about. So you can see there is something like SharePoint customizations. So under SharePoint customizations, you will see your new SharePoint custom site definitions. So if I would have actually given the name display category something like my custom site definitions, then I would have seen it here. Of course, I did um, had this way when I deployed my earlier solution. That's why I'm seeing here as my custom site definitions. It's just a tab name, nothing else. Anyway, in this scenario, I'm actually leaving the display category as SharePoint customizations. So this is how we have simply created a new empty SharePoint project, added a site definition, and we haven't done really anything in the owner.xml or in the ASPX page, neither a lot in the XML file, so except the ID part here. So at this point of time, simply go ahead and try to deploy your solution. So when I deploy my solution, what actually happens here, it is actually trying to put all these files onto my SharePoint server. So before I do that, let's see what's the problem. Okay, I had this small error because accidentally I have removed this site collection earlier. Now I have quickly recreated my site collection and it's actually running right now because this is a URL I'm actually using for debugging this solution. So that's why we had this problem. Now let me actually go ahead and try to deploy the solution again. So as soon as the solution gets deployed successfully, we can go back to the site templates folder and then we should be able to see our new site definition files have been copied over to the SharePoint server. Now you can see the deployment has succeeded. So now let's go back to the site templates folder and you can now notice there is a my custom site new definition. That is what we have actually created. And when I open this folder, I can see my default.aspx. I can see my owner.xml. Of course, you don't see the web temp XML on the SharePoint server during deployment. In the meanwhile, if I go back to my SharePoint Central Administration, and if I'm actually trying to create a new site collection, something like say site definitions demo, and it's going to be this URL. It's a secondary site collection, and you can now notice under SharePoint customizations, I can see my custom site new definition, the one that we are currently looking at, and simply give an administrator, uh, the primary site collection administrator, and try to click on OK. So the new thing here is we're now creating a new site collection based on the site definition. It's not necessary that I have to demonstrate creating a new site collection based on the site definition. In fact, I can go back to my one of my site collection. I can actually create a new subsite based on that site definition, but that's fine. So simply go ahead and try to create a new site collection which is actually based on the my custom site new definition. So obviously this new site collection, what is coming up will definitely look completely different than the site that we are currently looking at because this is based on the team site template. So obviously in the ownit.xml of the team site template, those guys have done a lot of work to have this quick launch and to have the top navigation bar and to have a couple of lists, document libraries, all that stuff. Whereas our ownit.xml is empty, so that's why the site what is coming up will be obviously empty. In the next demonstration, I'll show you how we can actually write some entries into the ownit.xml and make some customizations. So at this point of time, um, the, the new site collection has been created, and simply try to access this site collection now. So this new site collection is based on our custom site definition. In fact, you can see welcome to the custom site. That's based on custom site definition. That text is obviously coming from my ASPX page, and I don't see anything on the quick launch, and we don't see, when I click on the site contents, we have very few options left, and we still have to do a lot of things in the owner.xml to make this site completely functionable, and that's what I'm going to do in the next video. In this demonstration, I'll now show you how we can work with the owner.xml. So let's go to the owner.xml and try to observe the various elements that we have. Firstly, we have something like navbars, then we have something like site features, then we have something like web features, modules, and so on. First of all, I'm going to show you what is this navbars is all about. So by default, if you actually open any of the owner.xml of any existing site templates from the 15 template site templates folder, and let's go to the SharePoint team site. So when I go into the STS site and then when I open the owner.xml, you can notice what the team site is having. It's having a couple of links like 1002, 31, 34, 40 like this. So these are the items that you will see on the quick launch when you create a team site. So I'm actually going to have similar links on our navbars as well. So let's go back to the navbar section and try to have this code in place. So first of all, I'm trying to say on the navbar ID for the 1002, and this is my these items will be on your quick launch, and obviously when you click it will just stay on the same site. And then you have the navbar IDs for 1003, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these are all the predefined IDs. But if you wish to have your own ID, I'm having something like say 1008, and I can have my own group actually on the quick launch, something like my custom headings. And inside this navbar, I'm actually having a navbar link. So I'm just giving the name as site manager, and you can give any URL of your choice. For the sake of demonstration, if the user clicks on the site manager, he should be redirected to the site manager.aspx. So this is how at this point of time we have a couple of links on the quick launch, like lists, document libraries, all these things. Now I want this 1002 to be my home page, in fact. So for that, you can notice this is your home page. In fact, under the module name default blank, you have a default.aspx. So what I'm going to do inside this file and slash file, I'm actually going to link that to 1002 link, what we have here, to my home page. So I can say between file and slash file, the navbar page name as home, ID is 1002, and I want the positions to be start. So this is how in our custom site definitions we are now going to have a couple of links on the quick launch. We are having some predefined links as well as our own links, and we have our own URLs customization as well. So that is going to be the first part of the demonstration. Now simply go ahead and try to deploy your solution one more time. As soon as the solution is deployed, as I said, the owner.xml, it goes back to your templates, site templates, and you can see my custom site new definition, and that's where you're actually going to have this owner.xml. So now simply go back to your site collection, and already we know that this site definition demo site collection was actually created on this site definition demo a couple of minutes ago, because now we have made certain new changes. One way is I can actually drop this site definition, sorry, site collection, and then try to create a new site collection. Because site collection is going to take some time, I'm actually going to create quickly a new subsite based on our new site definition. So unlike the earlier one, this is going to have the predefined links on the quick launch, like lists, libraries, all that stuff, along with our own my custom headings. So I'm actually going to create a new subsite, and I'm going to call this as test site definitions subsite, test site definitions. And you can see under SharePoint customization, so we can see our my custom site new definitions. Use same permissions, yes, yes, and simply try to create a new subsite based on our custom site definition. So this upcoming site should look pretty similar to my other site collection, but additional thing that you will see is we should be able to see those links on the quick launch, like lists, libraries, and pictures, discussions, surveys. So these are those numbers like 1002 and all that stuff. And you can see the content is actually coming from the SPX page. I can see that my custom headings, and also if I click on the site manager, it should actually take me to the site manager.spx. This is one of the interesting utility that's already been there, which you can actually use to move things from one site to another site. So it's like it shows you the structure of the sites and subsites, and you can move the contents between a couple of sites. And so it's a pretty useful tool. You can copy the content from one place to another place, or you can move the content. Okay, so that is how in this demonstration I have shown you, by writing the code with the navbars, I'm now able to have a couple of links on the quick launch, and with our own custom headings, and with our own navigational links as well. So in the previous demonstration, by writing some code inside the navbar section, we were able to get these links. But interestingly, if you can notice here, for example, if I click on lists, we have something like add an app. And when I try to click on add an app, so you can notice here, I'm not seeing the various lists what a team site normally shows you, because those options are still not available to my new subsite. And similarly, if I click on my libraries and add an app, again, I'm not seeing a lot of lists here. So how do we get all these things? So for that, let's go back to the program. Inside the ownit.xml, this is the area where you can actually specify the list of features with the scope of site collection, or list of features with the scope of web, which you can include here. If you have created some features in your solution, and you want that feature to be available by default to the new site that gets created based on the site definition, you can create your features and you can put those feature IDs here. So you should put all those features which have site collection scope here, and features with the scope of web should be included here. For the time being, what I'm trying to do, I'm actually removing the site features and web features, and I'm actually going to put a couple of features here. You can notice by default, when you go into the STS XML ownit.xml folder, and you can notice what the team site is actually doing. It is using a basic web parts feature, 3 states workflow feature, team collaboration, mobility redirect, MDS features. So what I did actually, I'm just trying to take the same set of features what STS team site ownit.xml is having, and trying to put into our own ownit.xml. So right now I'm just trying to take some predefined features, or else you might actually put your own feature IDs here. So that is how our owner.xml is now having two features which have site collection scope, and three more features which have the scope of web. So if you have your own features, obviously you know how to get the feature IDs from the properties window of that feature. Okay, so right after this small change, let me actually deploy this solution one more time, and we'll go back to our site and then verify what changes would have happened to our site after these features are being included. Now the deployment has been succeeded. So let's go back to your website, and again I'm planning to create a new subsite for showing you the differences. So I'll actually create now a new subsite based on this site definition. I'm not deleting and recreating, or neither I'm trying to refresh it. That's because I want to show you the changes that are happening at each stage, and you will have your new site with all the features, and the older ones are having lesser features at this point of time. So pretty quickly I'm going to create a new subsite based on this new site definition. So I can go back to site contents again. I can click on new subsite. This time test SD2, that's my new subsite, and it's going to be based on my custom site new definition, and say create again. So obviously we have the code for navbars in place. We now have a couple of features that have scope of site collection as well as the website level as well. So now the test SD2 is now ready. The navbars in place. So interestingly, if I click on lists and click on add an app, I can see now a lot of predefined templates which weren't there before when the features weren't activated. And also when I click on my libraries and when I click on add an app, you see the same type of lists here. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how we can actually have the navbars in place, and also how we can have those additional lists as well. So far in our custom site definitions owner.xml, we have made entries for the navbars as well as we have enabled certain features. So obviously at this point of time the test SD2 is having a couple of links on the quick launch, but the problem here is when I click on my lists and when I click on add an app, yes, because of those features I'm now able to see various list templates. But interestingly, when I try to click on a document library, I don't have any option where I can actually create the document as Word or Excel or PowerPoint. So we're not seeing a drop-down list with a list of document templates, which we normally see in the case of a team site, proper team site. Let me actually take you to the root site, and if I actually try to click on add lists, and when I click on a document library, in fact I can now see the various document templates. This section is not there for us in the test SD2, so that's what we're actually going to change. So for that purpose, if I actually take you to my templates and site templates and go to STS folder and then XML and open the owner.xml of the SharePoint team site, and this is where these guys have the document templates. So what I want you to do is to take this document template section as it is and then paste it into your owner.xml. That's it. So of course you might say at this point of time we're almost making our owner.xml pretty similar to the owner.xml of the STS site. Yes, we are actually trying to make our site that gets created based on the site definition almost look to some extent on the from the team site features. But again, you can do a lot of customizations with your own links and with your own document templates and with your own features as well. Nice. So at this point of time, we have completed the navbar sections, the document template sections, and also the site features and web features. Also, if you wish, you can take your own lists as well, which you would like to have as part of this site definitions. And also, you may have a couple of modules with some files which you would like to have in the new sites that gets created based on the site definition. So at this point of time, we're actually ready to deploy this solution. Go ahead and try to deploy. You can notice I have quickly created a new SharePoint project. I'm now calling my site definition as my new SDF. So that's going to be my new custom site definition. So the deployment has been succeeded. So let's go back to your team site. And this time I'm actually going to create another subsite, call it as test sd final, and this time I'm actually going to select, let me see the name of my title. You can notice it's my new SDF, and description is also my new SDF, and it should be coming under the SharePoint customizations. Let me refresh this window, and you can see my new SDF is pretty much there. So this is going to be test SDF, sorry, as test site definitions final version, and this is my new SDF. Pretty okay, and simply click on create. So this new subsite is now getting created out of our new site definition, and the older sites that were created based on that site definitions will not have these changes, because the site has already been created based on the site definition, and there is no link between that site and then the site definition anymore. So now you can see when I click on libraries and I click on add an app, yes, I can see all those list templates because of those features. And when I click on my document library, I can now see the document templates. These document templates are obviously coming because of the entries that we have made in the document template section of your owner.xml. So this is how every site definition has got an owner.xml, wherein you can define what you would like to have on the quick launch, what document template extensions you're interested in, and what features would you like to have as part of the site, what features with the scope of web you need to have, what lists would you like to have, and what modules and what files. So this is how the entire site definition is based on the owner.xml. So in the past we actually looked at site definitions, and we do have another concept called as web templates in SharePoint from 2010 onwards, in fact. So the concepts of web templates is pretty close to site definitions. So the major difference is whenever we were actually creating site definitions, those site definitions are basically being deployed as form solutions. So they're actually deployed at a form level, so they're actually accessible across the form. But what if you wish to develop such kind of site definition which can only be used in a specific site collection? And that's where we have the concepts of web templates. So the major difference is site definitions are actually deployed over the form, whereas web templates can be deployed at form level as well as at site collection level. So if at all you develop a web template and try to deploy it at a site collection level, so it becomes a sandbox solution. Obviously, if you deploy at a form level, it's a form solution. So there are two different ways for us to create web templates. First, let me show you how we can create a web template from the web frontend itself, and then later we'll see how we can do it from Visual Studio. So imagine we have some site collection, and you have created a lot of lists, and you have uploaded a lot of document libraries. You have customized a lot of features across this site. Now you can actually save this site as a template. So for that, you can go into site settings, and then you can see there is an option for you called as save site as template, or I can read it as save site as web template. Click on OK. So the moment you try to save this as a template, give some nice name. Let's say I'm going to call it as my web template from a web frontend. So I can give some template name, some description, and if you say include content, then what actually happens? All the document libraries, all your images, all the data of the lists, everything will be included as part of this file. But if you don't say include content, then you will have empty document libraries, you'll have empty lists with only the structure but no data. I know this is absolutely a brand new site collection that doesn't have too much of data, so it shouldn't take too much time for me to save this. So now you can see I'm actually trying to save this entire site as a template. So what is the advantage of creating or saving a site as a template means your future sites can be created based on the site template, pretty much like how we have created new sites based on site definitions. So now you can see it's actually trying to save my entire site as a template. So later what we can do, you can actually download this file and you can import it in Visual Studio, and if you wish you can make some customizations in Visual Studio and then you can deploy it back again. So that's the whole demonstration. So now you can see the site has been saved like a template. So obviously when I go back to site settings and then when I go into solutions, you can see my web template from web frontend. I can see that here now. So you can see this feature is currently being activated. So what's the advantage if it is activated? Okay, tomorrow for example, let's say I'm going back to the home page and I'm trying to create a new site now. I say new subsite, something something. So now you can see there is my web template from web frontend. So that's the name I have given to my site template. So what's the advantage now? So you're actually trying to create a brand new site that should look exactly similar to my top level site. I know I haven't made a lot of customization, that way you can actually differentiate it, but you got the stuff. So this is how you can actually save a site as a template, and then you can actually create new sites based on those site templates. But obviously this site template what I have saved right now is only available in this site collections solution gallery, but not in the other solutions, but not in the other site collections or other web applications, unlike site definitions. So that's the major difference between site definitions and web templates. So mostly people likes to use web templates for a specific site collection usage, and site definitions we prefer when you want that site definition to be available across the SharePoint form, so that you can actually use it across different web applications. So currently we are now almost to getting ready with the new site that is going to be based on my new site template that we have just created. So all these things I'm actually doing from the browser, from the web frontend. Later what we can do, this web template file you can download onto your local machine, and that file you can actually import it in Visual Studio, and that is my next demonstration. You can now see when I'm trying to create this new subsite, it's just asking me, okay, what groups would you like to use? I'm actually happy with these default groups of visitors, members, and owners. And finally click on OK. And now you can see your new subsite has been created successfully, which is looking exactly similar to my top level site. Okay, now how do I download this site template file? So when I go back to my solutions, so before I go to the solutions, let me go to the top level of my site collection, and let's go back to site settings, solutions. Before you actually download, it's a good practice that you deactivate it first so that it's not in use by any means. And let's try to refresh this. I'm just trying to do that one more time. Okay, reasonably now it's been deactivated. I don't see the status, so it's not in use. So now I can actually go ahead and try to download this file. So it's a WSP file, your Windows Solutions package, and say save it. Okay, I'll actually save this onto my desktop. Fair enough, now the file has been downloaded successfully. So obviously when I take you to my desktop, you can see that's my WSP file. So how do we work with it now? So imagine you have actually created that site template as it is from the web front end, but then you decided, okay, you do not want certain document libraries, you do not want certain lists, and you want to make some kind of customizations. So rather than doing it from the web front end, what we can do, let's go to Visual Studio, try to create a new project, and you can see there's an option for you, SharePoint 2013 import solution package. So this is what you need to do. So I'm going to say this is import solution package demo and click on OK. So now this can be a sandbox solution or a farm solution. So I'm just going for farm solution one more time. So what is the path for the existing solution package? Then I can go to my desktop, I can select my WSP file, and then I can click on next. So what Visual Studio will do now, it will actually enter into your site collection through the WSP file, and whatever content the site is having, everything will be imported into the Visual Studio. It's a bit of time consuming process. I'll wait for it. So finally I can see the complete content of my site. So basically what you can do, you can exclude certain things and then you can only include whatever you like. So that way you can do a lot of customizations. So it's a pretty long information, lengthy information, like, okay, what fields would you like to have, what modules, what event receivers, all that stuff you can select or deselect from here. Okay, for the time being I'm actually going to select everything whatever is there, just for our understanding. So what Visual Studio is trying to do, it's going to retrieve or import all that content from my WSP file back into my Visual Studio solution, and that's where obviously you can make some customizations. So you can see a bit of web templates information once everything gets imported successfully. Let's wait until it gets over. So now you can see the import process has been completed. The entire solution has actually got imported into your solution. Say OK. So once this is done, if you go back to your Solution Explorer, you will literally see all the features, all the built-in list instances, all the content types. It's complete information of your site collection in Visual Studio now, all your list instances. So here you can actually make some changes. You might delete certain things, or you might make some certain customizations. Now the most important thing, once the solution has been imported is web templates. So when I expand my web templates, which is my web template from web frontend, there is an elements.xml file, and there is also an onet.xml file, pretty much like site definitions. We have onet.xml even here. So first of all, if you look at that elements.xml file, that's where you have your web template element information. So you can see some descriptions and a lot many other informations that it is actually maintaining for us. Anyway, we're not actually going to do a lot of things here, but again, if you notice in the onet.xml file, you can notice because our site collection is having a quick launch, and on the quick launch I have my list of subsites here. Now if I show you my onet.xml file, you can see that's the default URL of my home site, and then you have a couple of subsites here. Then you have home, then you have documents, subsites, site contents. You can notice these numbers like 1034, 1026, 1031, what SharePoint uses by default. And you can see there are a lot of site features, and you might be having web features as well, pretty much like site definitions onet.xml. And then some contact list features like this. So one big difference you can notice between the onet.xml of site definitions and onet.xml of web templates, I don't see anything like document templates, which are not actually allowed as part of the um, web templates onet.xml file, but rest everything you can do. Overall, there are two major differences between site definitions and web templates. By default, site definitions can only be form level, so that we have seen that already. You can notice when I press F4 in the properties of my solution, by default it's not a sandbox solution. Now if I make this as a sandbox solution, so that means if this WSP file I'm actually going to deploy this again, it can only be used in the current site collection. So if I leave this as false, it means it's a form solution, so that this can be available across the form. So that is how web templates are mostly people use as part of the sandbox solutions, though you can also use web templates for site definitions, and document templates are not allowed in web templates. So the concept is now you can make as many changes as you can here, and then finally when you deploy the solution you get a new WSP file, and that new WSP file you can again upload it back to your solution gallery. That's the whole idea of importing the solution into Visual Studio, making customization, and then when you deploy the solution in Visual Studio you get a new WSP file, and that WSP file you can upload it back into the solution gallery. So that's the whole purpose of using import solution package project template. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can create a web template from Visual Studio, how we have created a site definition in fact from Visual Studio. So let's actually create a new project, and then in the same folder I'm going to create a new empty project, and let's call this as my custom web template example. I click on OK, and yes, it can be a sandbox solution or it can be a form solution. As I said, a web template can be deployed both as a form solution or as sandbox solution. Yes, mostly people likes to use web templates for sandbox solutions and site definitions for form solutions, and save finish. So first of all, once you're inside this solution, what you have to do, you have to actually create a new elements.xml file. So I can see there is some empty element, and I'm going to say my custom web template, and I click on OK. So as soon as you create an elements.xml file, you have something like a small folder. Inside that you have elements.xml file. Just like how I have shown you when I tried to import my site template into my Visual Studio, there is an elements.xml file, and there was also an ownit.xml. So what you can do, you can actually create a new XML file. So let me select my XML file, call it as ownit.xml. But remember one thing, for the owner.xml in the properties window, by default, because this is a simple XML file I have created, so Visual Studio doesn't understand, it has to deploy this file. So that's why the deployment type, I need to set this to element file. You can see for the elements.xml, it's just a manifest file, and this is the actual file. So the deployment type has to be element file for this. If you don't do that step, you will not be able to build your solution successfully. Okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do inside my elements.xml file, I'm going to create my web template. So in order to create a web template with the help of the elements.xml file, this is the code we require. So I should say web template, the base template name, okay, theme site, the base configuration ID as 0. Site definitions can have multiple configurations unlike web templates. And as I'm giving you some title like my new custom web template, and there is some description, and there's a name as well, my custom web template. But remember one thing, the name of the web template should match to the folder name here. So what's my folder name here? It's my custom web template. It's really very important again. So I said there are two steps for the elements.xml file. Deployment type should be elements, and then the name of the web template and the folder name should match. So this is the first thing that you need to do in the elements.xml file. Obviously at this point of time, if I deploy my solution in my site collection, when I'm trying to create a new site, you should see this name in the site's creation screen. But yes, it's actually going to create for me an empty site in that case without anything, any content in the site. So for that, obviously you need to write some code inside the ownit.xml. So we have already seen the ownit.xml in the when I actually try to import this solution into the Visual Studio. So you can have the navbar sections, the site features, list features, all that stuff. Let me put some code here. So now I'm actually going to paste some code for the ownit.xml. Frankly speaking, most of this code I have taken it from the ownit.xml when I imported that into my Visual Studio. So you can notice your ownit.xml should start with the project and then some title, something like say my custom web template. Lists directory is lists itself, and then you have the same old navbar section. And I have copied this code from the same ownit.xml from the previous example, so where I can see my subsites, my document subsite, site contents, and everything. And then you know that under configuration ID of 0, you have the site features and you have a couple of web features. Again, I have taken these features from my team site. The same features, in fact, I have used it for the site definitions as well. So obviously when I create a new site based on this web template, you will have these features activated and you should see these menus in place. So everything is nice. Simply deploy the solution. Go back to the output window to see the deployment process here. So once this has been done, and if you go back to the web frontend, you should now see a new web deployment, sorry, a new web template. so that all your future sites can be created based on this web template. Now it's trying to add my solution. Everything is nice. So let's go back to your SharePoint site and try to test it out. So before I test it out, let me make a small correction to my scope of the feature. So by default, when the elements.xml file was created, yes, it has created for me a feature, and this feature is responsible for deploying my files. But the scope of the feature you need to set either to the form in case you want to deploy this as a form solution, and set the scope of the feature to site in case if you want to deploy this as a sandbox solution. Okay, for the time being, I'm actually interested in deploying it as a form level solution and try to redeploy the solution one more time. So once this has been done, we can simply go back and try to create new sites based on this web template. You can now see the deployment has been succeeded. Okay, now we're actually going to test our web template. So you can now see I'm inside my site collection. I can go into site contents. I can create a new subsite, something like say test my web template. And this is a new site that I'm trying to create. And obviously you will see your web templates under custom group, and you can see your my new custom web template, the name what I have actually given here. That's the title. And then I can simply select all yes and say create. So now we're actually trying to create a new site based on our web template. So obviously through code what we said, like okay, we need these buttons, sorry, these links on the quick launch, and we want these features to be available as part of our new site. That's the whole stuff what we did inside the test web template. Now you can see there's a new site that actually got created based on our web template, and that has got these links and then the respective features as well. Obviously when I try to go to my SharePoint central administration, and then if I try to create a new site collection, I can see my new custom web template also in the SharePoint central administration. You can notice I'm working in 50,000. My site is on 25,000. So that means because I deployed my web template like a form solution, it is available even here. So what if you don't like that? Okay, I can go back to my feature and then I change the scope to site collection, and let me press F4. Oops, give me a second. It looks like my Visual Studio has actually got closed. Let me open that solution one more time, and let me change the deployment mode to sandbox solution now. So then what happens, your web template will only be available for you within the current site collection. So I will say sandbox solution to true now. As I said, if you make this to true, your scope of the feature should be site. Okay, fair enough, and try to deploy the solution one more time. And this time, this web template is now only available to this current site collection, but not across the form, unlike in the case of farm solutions. So everything is nice. Let me refresh my window in the central administration, and I don't see my new custom web template here. But if I take you to the root of my site and try to create a new subsite, and we can see my new custom web template is still available for me in my current site collection, unlike in the SharePoint central administration. So that's the whole difference between the site definitions and web templates. In this demonstration, I'll give you a quick overview of the sandbox solutions and how they are different from the form solutions. So first of all, if you can notice, sandbox solutions are actually hosted inside a very special worker process called as spuc worker process.exe,
unlike form solutions which are basically hosted inside w3wp.exe. So the sandbox solutions completely runs in a different worker process. Unlike form solutions which are basically installed and deployed over to the SharePoint server, sandbox solutions are basically uploaded and activated. Whenever you try to deploy a sandbox solution, the solution doesn't get copied over to the file system of the SharePoint root of the SharePoint server. The main reason why Microsoft has come up with the concept of sandbox solution is to limit the effect of the solution. So whatever is the implementation that you do inside a sandbox solution, yes, it only affects the current site collection where the solution has been uploaded and is used by the visitors. So if anything goes wrong with the sandbox solution, yes, the maximum impact will only be to the current site collection. Unlike in the case of form solutions, which are basically fully trusted applications, and if one of the form solution is not doing things correctly, there is obviously a chance it can affect the performance of the server. So thus they have come up with an idea of sandbox solutions in fact. So as I said, sandbox solutions do not run in the IIS worker process. Thus, neither the IIS application pool nor the IIS server have to be restarted whenever you are trying to deploy the new version of a sandbox solution. So IIS need not be recycled in this scenario. So normally we can observe that from within Visual Studio, whenever you're trying to deploy a sandbox solution, Visual Studio does clearly states it doesn't have to recycle the application pool. And sandbox solutions contains only full trust access to the resources that are in the current site collection, unlike form solutions which have full trust access across the SharePoint form. Obviously, when you're developing sandbox solutions, there are certain things that you cannot do. One of them is like you cannot actually try to connect to an external network, maybe web services, or you cannot have any connectivity to an external database. So such code is not allowed in the case of a sandbox solutions. Also, if you have a sandbox solutions, it cannot contain application pages. The reason is application pages are basically they does exist on the SharePoint server's file system, and because sandbox solutions by principle cannot touch the file system of the SharePoint server, these application pages are not allowed. If you ever create a solution as a sandbox solution and try to have an application page or something, yes, you do get the deployment error itself. Normally, when you're trying to add some items to an existing sandbox solutions, Visual Studio does clearly say this item is only meant for form solution like that, so you cannot bypass that. Unlike form solutions, which are basically deployed by the SharePoint administrator, sandbox solutions are actually deployed by the site collection owner. So let's see a few more points here. This is really very important. So as we now understood that form solutions are deployed to the SharePoint root, unlike sandbox solutions. Sandbox solutions are not deployed to the SharePoint root server. Now in that case, what if you have a sandbox solution and obviously when we try to extract its WSP package file, yes, there are a lot of assemblies in it. So where do those assemblies exist in the case of sandbox solutions? We know that in the case of form solutions, your assemblies are actually deployed to the GAC, your global assembly cache. But in the case of sandbox solutions, your assemblies are not deployed to GAC in fact. So you can notice here the assemblies of a sandbox solutions are included in the WSP file, and the package is deployed to the site collections solutions gallery. So whenever we want to have a sandbox solution in a specific site collection, the site collection owner has to upload the sandbox solution and he has to activate the feature as and when it is required. Now, if the assemblies are not deployed to GAT in the case of sandbox solutions, where do they exist? They exist in a very special folder called as C drives, or wherever in whichever drive you have SharePoint installed, program data, Microsoft, SharePoint, UC cache. This is a very special folder. What SharePoint actually uses to extract those assemblies, what Sandbox solution uses. So obviously it's a hidden folder in fact, so you should not be actually making any changes to this folder by yourself, because this is completely managed by the SharePoint infrastructure itself. And there is a very special service which is responsible for extracting the assemblies from the WSP file and putting into this folder, and as and when that solution is no more in use by users in different sessions, it will automatically delete the files at regular intervals. So when does those files actually gets copied to this special folder? So whenever a Sandbox solution is accessed for the first time, such as when a user navigates to that page, which might actually contain a web part from a Sandbox solution, then the assemblies in that solution are extracted from that package and then be copied to this special folder on the SharePoint server inside the program data folder. In this video, I'll just explain to you what we cannot do as part of Sandbox solution. So as I said, first of all, you cannot actually write any code in a Sandbox solution that might actually access a file system and try to write something to the file system. Also, you cannot write some code which tries to connect to external databases. And you cannot write any code which actually tries to talk to a different site collection than where the Sandbox solution is actually used by the user. So normally Sandbox solutions runs in the context of the current site collection. Also, you cannot call any methods of unmanaged code libraries like COM components. Also, inside Sandbox solutions, you cannot use SP security namespace with which you try to run the code with the elevated privileges. Normally, it's a common practice in developing form solutions to go for elevated privileges while running some code. But here, those permissions cannot be modified by developer through code by using the SP security with the run with elevated privileges methods. These things cannot be used as part of the Sandbox solution. So whenever we try to do certain things, what we are not supposed to do, what basically happens is the SharePoint server will block that Sandbox solution from getting executed. In this demonstration, I will be developing a very basic Sandbox solution with a simple web part and try to see the life cycle of a Sandbox solution, and that wherein you can actually see the differences between working with a form solution and a Sandbox solution. So to get this done, let me create a new project, and I'm actually going to call this as some Sandbox Solutions Demo 2, and I say some Hello World Sandbox Solution, and it's an empty SharePoint project, and say OK. Now I'm actually trying to deploy this as a Sandbox solution, and we're going to use the same site collection for the debugging purpose. So as can be seen here, the Sandbox solutions are deployed by the site collection owners, unlike in the case of form solutions, which are basically deployed by the administrator. And Sandbox solutions runs in a secure, monitored process that has limited resource access, unlike form solutions. So knowing that it has limited resource access, so why still we like Sandbox solutions? The obvious answer is the impact of the solution we would like to minimize. So when we know you have a solution and you know that solution is only used in a specific site collection, then there is no point of deploying that solution at a form level and giving access to the other site collections. So because we know our solution has to be will be using only the resources within a specific site collection, let's have it scope to that site collection itself rather than having the scope at a form level. And also, for any reason, if a specific solution um, gets crashed, or if it is actually affecting the performance of the application, its effect will only be constrained to the current site collection if it is a sandbox solution. And if you have a farm solution and that's actually taking more resources of the system, then obviously there's a possibility it affects the overall performance of the SharePoint farm. So because of this thing, Microsoft has introduced sandbox solutions in SharePoint 2010. And of course, farm solutions are there since the inception of SharePoint. So now simply go ahead and try to click on Finish. So when I go back to my Solution Explorer and when I press F4, I can see there's a property called as Sandbox Solution as True. Obviously, if you want to change this back to the form solution, you can simply make this to false. Anyway, I'm going to leave this as true now. Also, you can notice here the assembly deployment target is global assembly cache, but it's actually grayed out, so don't get confused. As I have already explained, the sandbox solutions assemblies are not obviously deployed to the GAT, unlike in the case of form solutions. They're actually deployed to a very special folder called as program data in the root of the C drive, which I'll be showing you once I deploy the solution. So first of all, in this simple demonstration, I'm actually trying to have a simple web path, something like say hello world web path, and I click on OK. And we have a simple function, so I'm going to have my render method. So you have the writer object, so I'm going to say writer.write. I say hello from sandbox solution. Fair enough, it's a very simple web path. Okay, first of all, as we have already discussed, the application pool doesn't get recycled when you actually deploy the sandbox solution, unlike in the case of a farm solution. So obviously, when I go to the output folder and then I try to deploy my solution, you can notice Visual Studio will skip the steps of recycling the application pool, all that stuff. You can see skipping deployment step because pre-deployment command is not specified. Recycle IS application pool, that's not really required. Now finally, your WSP file has been generated and the solution has been added. It has been deployed and my feature also got activated. So at this point of time, if I actually go back to my SharePoint site, and then if I go into my site settings and solutions, you can see there is a hello world sandbox solution here. So obviously, if you wish to use this sandbox solution in a different site collection, yes, you can actually download this WSP file and you can upload it into the destination site collection. So now if I wish to actually use this site collection, so let me actually create a site page. I'm going to call this as hello world, and then I say OK. So I can say insert web path custom, and this is my hello world sandbox solution. Now please be noted, so as I was trying to explain to you, in my C drive there is a hidden folder called as program data. So by default you don't see this folder, it's a hidden folder. So I actually pressed Alt key on my Windows Explorer screen. That's where I have, like, we could get the menu actually. Then you can go into the folder options and you can say show hidden files, folders and drives, and then you will see the program data folder. Now inside the program data folder, this folder is a very special folder. It's been maintained by the SharePoint infrastructure itself. So if you can go into the Microsoft folder and then going to the SharePoint folder. There's a folder called as UC cache. So this is where the assemblies of your WSP file will be maintained. Unlike the farm solutions, which actually deploys its assemblies to the GAC, Sandbox Solutions doesn't do that, because Sandbox Solutions by nature doesn't touch the file system of the SharePoint server. Okay, so now when I have actually deployed my Sandbox Solutions, so that really doesn't mean the files have actually come here. So when the files will come, if you can notice the last file, I have the entry like 649. So now you can notice I'm inside my browser. I'm actually trying to access this Sandbox solution now. So as soon as I do that, I should see a simple label saying hello from the Sandbox solution. So that means your web part is now working perfectly. At this point of time, if I can go back to my program data folder, and let's go back to the recent folder, which is 806, which just got created. And now if I go into this folder, that's where I can see my DLL file, hello world sp.dll. So that is how this is a very special folder, what SharePoint infrastructure maintains. And whenever the visitor tries to access a sandbox solution for the first time, then the DLL files are actually extracted and put into this special folder. Of course, these files will be here for the rest of the users for some time. So obviously, if the sandbox solution is not in use based on the predefined algorithm what Microsoft has written, so they ensure that these files are taken off from this folder at a specific point of time. So obviously, as developers or administrators, we're not supposed to remove the files from this folder, so we have to leave it to the default algorithm itself. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how we deploy a sandbox solution and how we can test it out. So normally if it is a farm solution, it would have gone to the SharePoint root. For example, let me take you to my SharePoint root folder, which is my 15. Yes, under templates and the features, you should have seen a feature folder if it is a farm solution. And also in the GAC, the assembly goes. So, but this folder is never touched by the sandbox solution. So it has got its own ways to keep the assemblies into those hidden folders. And that is how in this demonstration we've seen how we can create a simple sandbox solution, and you can see where the files goes and how to use a sandbox solution and all. In this demonstration, I'll be developing another sandbox solution that actually fails. Because when we are working with sandbox solution, there are certain do's and there are certain don'ts. So one of the things that's not allowed in sandbox solution is obviously trying to access the file system. So maybe you're trying to write something to the file system from your sandbox solution. So to prove you this concept, so I'm actually working in the same solution which I have used in my earlier demonstration, wherein we already have a web path. Now in the same solution, I'm actually going to create another web path and something like say do IO stuff and say okay. So I'm actually going to have my code here. It's a pretty simple code. So I'm actually trying to do IO operations inside a sandbox solutions, though I know that it's not actually valid, but I want to see how sandbox solution behaves when it finds some code, because it's been monitored, and during the monitoring process it finds the code that it is actually trying to access the file system, and it stops me from running that file. So for that purpose, first of all, let me take my system.security.permissions and system.io and system.text, Fair enough. So I'm going to give this caption like, say, write to a file. So you can notice here I have a button with me. I'm setting the caption for my button, and then I'm actually attaching this button or adding this button to the controls collection. And here we're attaching the event handler for your button, which is this event handler. From here I'm calling a function called as write to a file. So intentionally I'm trying to access a lock folder on my C drive, and then I'm actually going to create a file called as bookslog.txt. And what I would like to write is at what time somebody actually tried to write into this file. So I got something like date, my current date, and some message in fact. And that message we are actually writing to the screenwriter, and then we are closing the screenwriter. So obviously at this point of time we are actually trying to write something to the file system. So yes, normally a sandbox solution can only access what is available in the current site collection, but not beyond that. So if you see the properties of your solution, so you can notice whether your solution is sandbox solution or not. You can see this is a sandbox solution. Of course, at any point of time, if you don't want certain solution to be sandbox, if you make this to off, then it automatically becomes a farm solution. So switching between sandbox to farm solution is very easy. But again, you need to ensure that the other way, when you're trying to switch a farm solution to a sandbox solution, then you need to be very sure that you're not actually doing something that sandbox solutions doesn't allow. Okay, perfect. So let me actually deploy the solution, and this time our solution is going to deploy two different web paths. Now the deployment has been succeeded. So let's go back to our SharePoint site and create a new site page. Let's call this as test IO stuff. Let's say OK. So let me actually see why I don't have that button here, and simply save this page. Let's go back to the code one more time, and that looks okay. So let me try to refresh this page. Try to put that web part one more time. Test IO stuff .aspx, insert web path, custom. So what is my web path? This one. Say OK, and we have that button now. Okay, now what's interesting here is when I actually click on this button, so then it's actually going to execute this code, and when it finds you're actually trying to access the file system, that's where it actually stops our solution from running further. So before I click on this button, I also want to show you how we can do debugging of your sandbox solutions. We've seen how to do for the farm solutions. So what I'm trying to do, I'm actually trying to put a breakpoint here, and when I click on debug and attach to process, important thing here, farm solutions normally runs inside your w3wp.exe. Unlike sandbox solutions, actually works in a different worker process called as SPUC worker process. So you need to select SPUC worker process.exe for attaching the debugger to Visual Studio. So once this is done and your debug symbols have been loaded successfully, let's go back to SharePoint site and try to click on this button. And now the breakpoint has been hit, and let's press F10, F10, and that's where I'm actually trying to create an empty file. You're trying to access the file system. So it's telling me request for permission of type has failed. So because this is a sandbox solution. So obviously I stop my debugging process, and when I go back to my SharePoint site, and you can notice here you have an error here. It's telling me unhandled exception was thrown by the sandbox code wrappers execute method in the partial first after 9, and an error has occurred, and you can see there's a correlation ID. So normally when we are working in SharePoint, many times we do see some error messages, and we do see some correlation IDs. But how to actually make out of something out of this correlation ID? So for that purpose, I always want you to download this small utility from the SharePoint log viewer.codeplex.com. You can actually download it. I have already downloaded and installed it, and then let's go to that log viewer application. So you can notice here, whatever correlation ID you got it, please copy it, go to the log viewer, and ensure that you select the correlation from the filter and open the log file. So by default, SharePoint writes to the log files as things are happening behind the scenes. So when I actually try to click on open file in the SharePoint log viewer, fortunately the default folder that it shows me is the actual place where SharePoint actually keeps the log files. You can notice under program files, common files, Microsoft Share, web server extensions 15, under logs folder, you can actually go for the descending order and pick up the very recently created log file, and then open that log file. So it shows you a lot of entries from that log file, but anyway we are not interested in the whole of the information, so I'll actually paste my correlation ID which I have copied from my browser. Then you search for it. Now you can see file operations may not be optimized. So that is how you can actually see or understand what exactly is a correlation ID. Now we are only looking at the entries of that specific correlation ID. So that is how in this demonstration I try to do something that I'm not supposed to do as part of my sandbox solution. And that's how SharePoint stops you from running that solution. In this demonstration, we will see one more thing that cannot be done using sandbox solutions. Like in the earlier example, I've shown you that we cannot access the file system through the code. Similarly, sandbox solutions also doesn't allow developers to run code with elevated privileges, which normally we can do with the form solutions. So, for example, let's say if I show you the properties of my solution, you can see it's actually a sandbox solution. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to have a new web part. I know I will not be even able to build the project right now with the kind of demonstration that I'm doing. So I'm going to call this as elevated privileges web part demo, and then click on OK. So what I'm planning to do, somewhere below the create child controls, I'm actually having a small function. You can notice something like run with elevated privileges. It's my own function. Frankly speaking, I cannot even compile the solution, so I'm not going to obviously deploy and test in the browser in this demonstration. But just want to prove the point that certain namespaces cannot be used in sandbox solutions, and one of them is the SP security, wherein you can, which is actually normally allowed in the case of a form solution, so that you can actually run code with some additional privileges. So right now my intention is pretty clear. I'm actually trying to get a handle of my website and trying to access a products list, trying to add a blank record, trying to set its title and cost, updating. So normally when you are trying to do updations to your SharePoint lists over HTTP GET method, yes, we normally make this to true. Once the updations are over, we make this to false. But because as the person who is actually trying to run this web part may not have enough privileges, so in the case of farm solutions, as developers, you can ensure this code will run with some elevated privileges. But the same thing cannot be done in the case of sandbox solutions. So, okay, first of all, what I want to show you here, I'm actually getting an error with SP security. So probably I do not have any assembly or using directory statement here. Also, if I expand my references, I don't see anything related to the SP security. So what I can do, I can actually click on add reference and go to the browse button, and you can see under 15 ISAPI, I'm actually going to select Microsoft.SharePoint.security, which is pretty much there for me. I say OK. So interestingly, I have now taken the Microsoft.SharePoint.security assembly. Well, I'm pretty sure the SP security class is coming from here. But in spite of that, we still have a build error. Okay, so for example, even if I say here Microsoft.SharePoint.security, in spite of the using directory statement has been taken, the SP security is still throwing me an error. So that's very interesting, because sandbox solutions doesn't allow you to access full classes of a specific assembly. One of them is obviously SP security from this assembly. Interestingly, if I go to the properties of my solution, and when I make this to a farm solution, and then you can notice the error has gone. So the problem is not definitely because of my assembly or my using directory statement or something else. Just because it's a sandbox solution, it's not allowing me to use the SP security class with the run with elevated privileges. So this is what I want to prove. Now, so how all these things is managed? The most important statement, I've just pasted for your understanding. This is basically called as solution restrictions, what I'm actually currently teaching in the last 3 examples. To understand the solution restrictions, you need to understand the point that when we are actually using sandbox solutions, to a subset of SharePoint namespaces only you have access, and to the other areas you don't have. So by default, sandbox solutions have a restriction to use any such namespaces which can actually could destabilize your form behavior. So one of them is obviously your SP security. So how this is happening, or how Microsoft is doing this for us? When Sandbox Solutions makes calls to the SharePoint object model, the calls are routed through a subset proxy, which in turn makes calls to the full object model. So how is this happening? Now let me take you to my SharePoint root folder. So you can notice I have some link shortcut here to take me to the SharePoint root. You can now see I'm inside my SharePoint Hive folder. Let me take you to a folder called as user code. Already I have shown you Sandbox Solutions runs in a different worker process, unlike Farm Solutions, which runs under the w3wp.exe. So the SPUC worker process, which we have used while debugging, is pretty much can be seen in the user code folder. Now, the most important thing here is there is a proxy application as well. Now, the next thing, interestingly, under the assemblies folder, I'm seeing Microsoft.SharePoint.dll just around 2 MB, and Microsoft.SharePoint.subset proxy, Microsoft.SharePoint.usercode.dll. So these 3 are assemblies are pretty much used for the sandbox solutions. So whenever you're actually trying to run a sandbox solution, like in this case, for example, we have actually access only to these assemblies. Now you might say, in the Solution Explorer under References, I do have Microsoft.SharePoint here. But interestingly, First of all, let me verify. This is the sandbox solution for sure. Now mine is a sandbox solution, so our error is back again. And where is this Microsoft.SharePoint assembly coming from? Obviously, it's coming from the 15 ISAPI folder. So if I take you to my 15 ISAPI folder, and if you look here, there is a Microsoft.SharePoint.dll, which is almost like 26 MB. And the assembly that we have just seen in the user code is just around 2 MB. So that's where the filtering is taking place. So that's where your calls will be routed from the one proxy to the actual object model. So that is what this point is all about. Whenever a sandbox solution makes calls to the object model, the calls are routed through a subset proxy, which is around the 2 MB file, and which in turn makes calls to the actual full object model. So the purpose of this demonstration is to prove that sandbox solutions doesn't allow you to run any code with some elevated privileges. In this demonstration, I'll try to create another sandbox solution that actually tries to access something of a different site collection, and you'll be blocked again. You can see here I'm actually working in a site collection, the top level site on the port number 25,000. What I did as a SharePoint administrator, I have created another site collection called as Belfast under the sites managed path. So obviously you can now see the site/Belfast is also running. Now I'm actually going to develop a sandbox solution which I will try to use in this site collection, but I'll try to access the Belfast site collection and then see what happens. So let's go back to the project, and I'm actually going to create a new web part again, something like test sp site demo, and I click on OK, and I'm actually going to use the render method, and then we are basically trying to access the Belfast site. So normally we know sandbox solutions will only access the content what is available in the current site collection, but intentionally I'm trying to pass to the sp site constructor a URL of a different site. Normally when you're working in sandbox solutions, it is always like spcontext.current.site to access the current site collection, but you're passing a URL of a different site collection, and then you're trying to access the web handle of the root site of this Belfast site collection. So anyway, for us, even here we simply get an error because we are actually trying to access the title property of a website of a different site collection. So I'm simply going ahead. Before that, let me verify mine is a sandbox solution. Yes. So simply go ahead and try to deploy the solution. Of course, I'm still getting that error from my previous example, so I can actually press Ctrl+K+C to comment this and try to deploy this one more time. So now let's see what actually happens when we try to access our sandbox solution in the browser. Solution has been deployed successfully. Let's go back to your site and try to create a new site page to test it. I'm going to call this as test sp site example, and try to put a new web path. It's going to be test sp site demo from the sandbox solution example. Say OK, and pretty quickly we should get an error because our sandbox solution is trying to access a different site collection. So we have a problem here. In fact, let me save this page, and you can see some unhandled exception was thrown, an unexpected error. Yes, again you can take the correlation ID, copy it, go back to the SharePoint log viewer, try to open the very recent log file, which is this one, and try to paste the correlation ID, keep the filter as correlation and click on search, and you should be able to see some message here. So as we inspect the log entries, you can notice a lot of errors it has logged for me. So yes, we can actually figure out what's the actual message by going through this bit carefully. But as again, the answer is pretty simple. Just because you try to access a different site collection than the current site collection, you're actually having this problem. So this is how, when we are actually working with the sandbox solutions, obviously we don't explicitly pass any URL. It always works for the current site, in fact. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can work with sandbox solutions. First of all, before I give you a quick demonstration by developing a simple sandbox solution, I would like to show you what needs to be done as an administrator in the central administration in order for developers to develop sandbox solutions. So you can now see I'm inside my SharePoint central administration. So the first thing that I'm actually going to do under service applications, there is something like manage services on server. So when I click on manage services on server, you have to ensure the Microsoft SharePoint Foundation sandbox code service is actually running. On my system currently, yes, it's actually running. And it's the same service that you can normally see inside your Windows services as well. For example, if I take you to my Windows services, and when I type sh, and you can see on my system currently SharePoint administration service and SharePoint timer service, and then the SharePoint user code host, which is what the service what Sandbox Solutions actually uses. So when we actually start the service in the SharePoint Central Administration, the Sandbox Code service, it's actually going to run this service for you, the SharePoint user code host. And of course, timer service also you have to ensure it's actually running, because at some regular intervals of time it keeps checking how the sandbox solutions are actually behaving. So that is the main thing that we need to check in the SharePoint Central Administration. The sandbox code service is running. So now let's actually go back to Visual Studio and try to create a new project. And I'm actually going to call this as Sandbox Solution Demo. And I'm going to call my project as Sandbox Solution Example. And you can notice it's an empty SharePoint project, and simply click on OK. So please ensure now that we actually deploy the upcoming solution as a sandbox solution. So again, I'm going to use my same site collection, in fact. You can also see some explanation here. Clicking this option causes the solution to be deployed as a sandbox solution, and sandbox solutions can be deployed by the site collection owner rather than form solutions, which are actually deployed by the SharePoint administrators. And they run in a secure, monitored process that has limited resource access. So unlike the form solutions, which we consider them as fully trusted applications, sandbox solutions are partially trusted applications, because certain things we obviously cannot do using sandbox solutions, and its code is actually monitored. So now simply go ahead and try to click on finish. So let me take you to the Solution Explorer. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to create a simple web path. So we've seen how to work with web parts and all in the server object model, especially when we were deploying our solutions as form solutions. But anyway, we can have these web parts also as part of your sandbox solutions. One thing you need to consider here, whenever you're trying to add any project templates, if you see something like form solution only, so like user controls, site definitions, application pages, your BDC, your workflows, for all of them, there's an indication form solution only. So obviously, if you create your solution as a sandbox solution, and that solution cannot contain such items. Okay, I'm going to call my web path as sandboxed web path demo, and then I click on OK. So obviously, to prove that sandbox solutions works a bit differently than the form solutions, I will be creating such implementation or such functionality in this web path, which will definitely consume more resources of your SharePoint server. So obviously, when your solution is consuming too many resources than the allocated one, then the solution will be blocked automatically by the SharePoint. So to prove that point, I will be writing some functionality which will take up more resources of my system, and at some stage your sandbox solution should stop working. So for that purpose, let me actually get ready with a couple of class level variables, and we'll implement the create child controls method. So first of all, inside my class, I'm actually going to take three different controls. So as you can see, I've got my label control, and then I've got a text box with me, and then I have a button here. So inside the create child controls method, I'm actually going to create these controls and add them to the controls collection. So what's my plan here? I will actually ask the user to enter some value in terms of seconds, means how long he would like to run some for loop. So basically, we are planning to develop some kind of bad solution, and when our solution is behaving badly, then that solution should be blocked from further running. So that's the whole idea. So obviously, if you enter the duration as 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, it doesn't mind. But if you obviously enter like 15 seconds or 25 seconds and a minute's time, so obviously that's where it realizes this solution is not actually working perfectly and consuming too much of resources, and accordingly it takes an action. So let me have the code inside the create child controls method. So you can now see I'm ready with my code inside the create child controls method. So where you can see for my button, I'm actually giving some caption like get me all the lists that I have in my SharePoint site. And we are also attaching an event handler for this button, so that's going to be your btn iterate underscore click event handler. This is where we will be writing some functionality that needs to be executed when we click on this button. So obviously the label has been created here, the text box has been created, the button has been created, and my label, my text box, my button all have been added to the controls collection. So it's now time for us to implement the code for this functionality. Let's do that. So you can now see inside my event handler, I'm actually having some code that's going to take some time. So first of all, if you can notice here, I have an object of my datetime class where I'm trying to store the current time. And then we are actually having some kind of do while loop here. So inside this loop, we are trying to have a web collection, and we're also having a list collection. So first of all, I'm trying to find out spcontext.current.site.allwebs. So whatever number of subsites I have in my current site collection, they all will come into my webs collection. Then we will iterate one website from the webs collection into the web object, and then I'm trying to find out what lists do I have in that website. And then we are having another for loop that will iterate us through the list collection, and for each list we are trying to access the title and then the ID properties. So the list title and then the list ID, we are actually trying to store it into our label. So overall you can see there's a do loop here, there's a for each loop here, there's another for each loop here. So this whole stuff will go on for the number of seconds that you enter inside this text box. So that's why the while condition is from the current time dot add seconds to the txt duration dot text. Imagine I have entered the value for the text box as 10. So from the current time we are adding 10 seconds, and then imagine the time is now 3 o'clock, so this is going to be 3 hours 10 seconds, and then I'm going to compare that 3 hours 10 seconds to the current time, which is 3 o'clock. So obviously 3 hours 10 seconds, when we try to compare with 3 hours, it's not above the current time. Sorry, it is above the current time. So basically we want this 3 hours 10 seconds, we are trying to compare it with the current time until it is above 0. I mean, the compared to returns obviously 0 if the 3 hours 10 seconds is lesser than the current time. Imagine while it is running the loop for this loop for 10 seconds, then the current time reaches to 3 hours 12 seconds. So 3 hours 10 seconds is lesser than 3 hours 12 seconds. So that's the time we come out of the loop. So this is how we are actually trying to have some functionality that will definitely take up some time. So it uses more of the system's resources, and obviously that's where SharePoint will get into action and try to block the solution. So we will see now how this solution behaves. So simply go ahead and try to build a solution, and we are also actually trying to deploy our solution. You can simply go back to the output window and you can see our solution is now getting deployed, and as we know, these solutions now get deployed to the specific site collection. Unlike form solutions, which are actually deployed to the SharePoint server, Sandbox solutions doesn't get deployed to the SharePoint server. So you can notice here, once my solution is now being successful, so if I take you to my site collection, and if I click on site settings, and if I click on solutions, you can see our Sandbox solution is here. So normally if I take you to my SharePoint Central Administration, and you can notice under system settings, under form management, you have something like manage form solutions and manage user solutions. Normally if you ever deploy your solutions as form solutions, so you will see all the form solutions here. So in all my previous demonstrations, when I was actually developing the forms, when I was actually deploying the solutions as form solutions, so the WSP files can be seen pretty much here. Whereas when I click on the manage user solutions, obviously this is not the place to see the list of solutions that we are getting, that we are actually trying to deploy, because the solutions are actually getting deployed at a site level. This screen is only meant for blocking a specific sandbox solution. So as a SharePoint administrator, if I believe that any specific sandbox solution is using more resources and you want to block it further, so you can actually upload that sandbox solution as a SharePoint administrator and you can block that solution. So whenever somebody tries to access a sandbox solution which is in the blocked list, they actually see the message what I type here. So that is how we have to ensure whenever you deploy a solution, a sandbox solution, you actually deploy it to the specific site collection rather than to the actual SharePoint server. So obviously the solutions are deployed to the specific site collection by the site collection owner. Imagine a developer has actually developed a sandbox solution on a specific computer, and that's his WSP file. Now you take it to another computer, and obviously you have to say upload solution and upload the WSP file and click on OK. So that's how you move your solution from one system to another system by using the upload solution. You can see the sandbox solution is now coming up here, and its status is activated and its resource usage is 0. So what is resource usage means? Let's go back to the SharePoint Central Administration and let's click on the application management and click on configure quotas and locks, and then ensure you are actually working in the correct site collection. So you can see now I have selected my site collection that's running on the port number 25,000. So obviously you have two different things under the site quota information. One is like current quota template. There's nothing in fact. Imagine you want to actually ensure that specific site collection doesn't take more than 100 MB of space. So you can specify limit site storage to a maximum of 100 MB and send warning email when the site storage reaches to 80 MB, for example. Of course, this has got nothing to do with my sandbox solution, but I'm just trying to show you. For me, the most important point, the area, is this area. You can see there is something like sandbox solutions resource quota. So the maximum usage per day is by default set to 300 points in fact. So as and when people are actually trying to access the sandbox solutions and then they're working with the sandbox solution, these points will be recalculated on a timely basis, and this might reach at some stage to 150, 180, 200, 250, and then at some stage the warning email will be sent, and then even if that exceeds, then the solution becomes not accessible. That's the whole idea. That's the default values like 300 and 100. Anyway, for me, because I want to demonstrate that my solution exceeds the allocated resource point, I will intentionally give this to something a very lesser value 1. Obviously that's not recommended, so I have to set also the points for the send warning email also at 1 point. So you might say 5 and 2, 4 and 3, whatever it is. So this is important for me. Only for the sake of demonstration I have reduced this point to such a low value and click on OK. So obviously this quota template now applies to this site collection, and simply click on OK. Now let's come back to your home page and try to create a new site page to test your sandbox solution. So let me create a new page and let's call this as test sandbox page and click on OK. And try to put our web path. So this is my sandbox solution and I click on OK. So as soon as the web path is loaded, I can see there is a text box and there is a button. Imagine I'm entering a value like 1 and I click on show all lists. So the loop will run for a second's time and it is showing me my list's name along with the list's GUIDs, in fact, the list IDs. So this is fine with me. Then I make this to 3, for example, 3 seconds. So now the application will try to execute that for loop continuously for 3 seconds. Fair enough. Then we go up to 5. And this is obviously taking more time. And at some stage we get the data. So now what you have to understand, as I keep accessing or using the sandbox solution, and as the sandbox solution is taking more and more resources, behind the scenes these points are automatically being calculated. So might be now it might be 0 0.3, 0 0.5, 0 0.8, and then by the time it reaches 1, it won't actually allow us to use our sandbox solution. Okay, let me make this to 10 now, and I click on show all lists, and definitely we had a problem now. So now people understand that they're not actually able to access their sandbox solution. So as a site collection owner, I can go into the site settings, I can go into solutions, and I can see what's the resource usage. I know the allocated resource usage is 1, but when I see the value as 0, so you might be wondering, okay, we haven't yet used the allocated resource. But that's not the case. The resource usage is actually calculated on a timely basis, probably for every 5 minutes by the SharePoint server. So that's not yet been done, and that's why I'm seeing the resource usage as 0. So how do I ensure the resource usage is calculated pretty quickly rather than I wait for the scheduled job executes? So in that case, I have to be inside my SharePoint Central Administration and click on Monitoring, click on Review Job Definitions, and you have to run as an administrator 2 special jobs for your web application. So that is Solution Resource Usage Log Processing for your application. I need to run this job. Ideally, this is running for every 5 minutes. Probably, if I don't run this job, I may have to wait for 5 minutes for this job to be executed. So I click on Run Now. Then we also have to run another job, Solution Resource Usage Update for your web application. And I click here, and then this job is running every 15 minutes. But now I'm running it pretty quickly. So now you have actually ran both the scheduled jobs. Now if I go back to my solutions, we should be able to see the resource usage gets calculated. So anyway, there are so many jobs running behind the scenes on a priority basis. So fortunately, now I can see my resource usage has been calculated as 0.5. And I can see the indicator as well. So obviously at this point of time it hasn't reached the allocated resource point, which is 1. So now if I go back to my site pages one more time, you can now see, because it's only 0.5, I'm still able to see the UI, and probably I'll go for 3 seconds now. And after 3 seconds, you actually get the output. Now obviously the consumption should be increased from 0.5. So just because the earlier we had an error when I tried to access my sandbox solution, that was obviously not because you have actually exceeded the allocated resource points. It's actually because the system is taking more time, so it found that code is a bit time consuming or maybe a bit harmful. So that's why it stopped me from executing that application. But now I'm able to use it for some more time. So okay, we had a problem now. So obviously I go to site settings, solutions. Yes, I'm still seeing it as 0.5. So I'm going to quickly run these jobs one more time. Solution resource usage log processing. Run this job, and also run solution resource usage update for your web application. Run again. Let's go back to solutions now and keep refreshing until you actually see a value like now 0.93 now. So by now it should be pretty clear for you. Like we have a sandbox solutions that's a bit of time, it's taking so much time to get executed. So and then as a SharePoint administrator, he allocates certain resources for a specific day. By default, it is 300, and we have intentionally changed it to 1. Now almost our resource usage has now come to 0.93. So as I keep using this sandbox solution until it reaches 1 in fact, and after that your sandbox solution is not usable anymore in fact. So let's actually do that. So obviously if I go back to my site pages and try to access my page one more time, I'm still seeing the UI. So as long as your web part UI is visible to you, that means it hasn't actually restricted that sandbox solution from further execution. So maybe now I'm trying to run this for 3 more seconds again, and probably another 5 seconds now. So that's how the resource usage should be now recalculated. So we got the output in fact. Let me try this one more time as 5 seconds. Okay, we have a problem now. So quickly go back to job definitions and run the log processing job and run the solution resource usage update one more time. Come back to your site collection, to the site settings, and then to the solutions. Okay, it is still 0.93. Let me refresh this, and pretty soon we should see slightly a higher value. So probably let me actually run that job one more time. That's the first job, and the second job is this one. Okay, and then try to refresh your page. Okay, now you can see the resource usage now is almost like 1.37. It has definitely exceeded more than what we have actually given. So now if we go back to your site pages, so I'm now inside my site contents, and then when I click on my site pages and try to access the same page, which is actually having that sandbox solution web part, so it's telling me now a clearer message. The site collection containing the sandbox solution has exceeded its daily resource usage quota, and of course there is a correlation ID here. So this clearly indicates your solution is definitely taking more resources than what have been allocated for this for that site collection for that specific day in fact. So this is the major difference between farm solutions and sandbox solutions. For sandbox solutions, it's because they run under a monitored process, and SharePoint server does allocate some kind of points based on certain factors, and the sandbox solution is consuming more than that, then your sandbox solution becomes unusable. Obviously, now as a SharePoint administrator, if I go back to application management, configure quotas and logs, and if I actually increase the maximum usage, you can now see the current usage here as well, which is what I'm seeing in my SharePoint site collection. I'm actually increasing this to 10, for example, and this might be to 3. And then if I click on OK as a SharePoint administrator, and interestingly, if I refresh this page now, my solution is now usable again because the limit has been now increased to 10. So that's how we have looked at how sandbox solutions works when in comparison with the form solutions.
In this demonstration, we'll have a quick overview on the RESTful services and OData standards. SharePoint 2013 has introduced a REST service, which we call it as representational state transfer. which can be easily compared to the existing other SharePoint client object models like your managed client-side object model, which we have already seen, and also the JavaScript client-side object model, and then the Silverlight client object model. REST actually exposes all your SharePoint entities with the help of some endpoints, or what we call them as URIs. So how does that endpoint looks like? I'll just explain to you. You can also find out here the REST service is actually implemented inside the client.svc WCF service. This SVC file we can actually find inside the _vt_bin folder of your SharePoint web application. If you don't want to access the client.svc with this _vt_bin, we can as well use an alias called as _API when we are actually writing or constructing our endpoint to access a specific SharePoint entities. Here, SharePoint entities means lists, for example. You can also see here how does actually client.svc will help us to process our HTTP requests. The client.svc WCF service, which actually handles our HTTP request coming from the client application, and it actually serves that request and provides a proper response back to a client application in the form of JSON. Obviously, that JSON format is passed again by the corresponding client application. We can also perform the CRUN operations using the RESTful services, and we will be using the OData standards while we are consuming the RESTful services. For example, let's say you have a list called as some employees. You want to access that list using the RESTful URL, RESTful endpoint. Then I can say http://server name, if it is a secondary site collection, _API is basically that _VTA_bin/client.svc. And then you're accessing the lists collection, and then you're actually accessing a specific list by calling the get by title. So this is how the endpoint looks like. So initially we can try out these endpoints directly in the browser, as I'll be doing in the next demonstrations. Otherwise, we can actually use this in a program, so wherein you can actually invoke this URL from jQuery or from JavaScript. So this is how REST actually works internally, which I have already explained in my previous slide. So the client application makes the HTTP requests, and which will then be received by the client.svc on the SharePoint server, and this actually speaks to the SOM API, which speaks to the content database and provides the response in the form of JSON. And this JSON will be again passed to the understandable format of your client application. So this process almost looks pretty similar to our existing client-side object models like managed client object model, Silverlight client object model, or JavaScript client object model. The basic difference I'm seeing here we're actually using the HTTP OData standards protocol instead of the normal HTTP XML requests in this case. Also, we now should be able to use those RESTful endpoints by using the REST interface. So before we actually construct those endpoints, it's actually recommended to understand the different HTTP verbs that we use while we are constructing those endpoints. So we have the HTTP verbs like get, that's your HTTP method. We use this especially if you wish to read some resources. We actually use the post HTTP verb in case if you wish to create, means maybe you want to insert some data. If you want to delete, yes, you can use the HTTP method as delete. And put or merge both can be used for updation. So in case if you want to read some data, make some changes and send those changes back to the SharePoint server. In the case of put, it actually update all fields and use default values for any undefined fields. Unlike in the case of merge, it only updates only those fields that are specified and changed from the current version. So you might be providing some existing values to the client, and the client might make actually changes to only a couple of values. In that case, we would be we would be preferring using the merge as the HTTP method. And these predefined HTTP webs I'll be using in my subsequent demonstrations. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can work with REST and OData. So you can now see I'm actually working in the same site collection. So REST is another way of talking to SharePoint. So the most important file that we should know while learning RESTful services is, you will see a very special WCF service called as client.svc in a folder called as VTA bin under your web application. Now, using this client.svc, you will be able to make RESTful calls. So first of all, one can actually talk to a SharePoint site using the RESTful URLs, either by trying them in the browser directly, or we can actually use them in our code. In my first demonstration, I'll actually show you how I can use these URLs inside a browser. So basically you'll be using browser as a client or browser as a consumer. And once we are happy with the in the process of understanding the outputs, then the same URL we can actually use in our programs. So for example, let's say this site collection has got a title called as SPS 2013 training. So obviously when I go to site settings and title and description, you can see the title, description, all this stuff. Now basically what I would like to do, I want to read this site title or maybe site description using my RESTful calls. So I'm actually going to show you a series of URLs pretty quickly, and then some of them I'll actually show you how we can use them in our program. So how do we actually make calls to that client.svc? Let's see the first URL. So you can notice here I'm typing http colon, let me explain you here otherwise. I'm typing http colon / name of my SharePoint server on the port number 25000 underscore VTA bin client.svc. Now you're actually interested in accessing the title property of this website. Now simply copy this URL and paste it as I did here and press enter. Now you're actually making a call to that client.svc, and we got the result as SPS 2013 training. So you can notice the response is in the format of JSON. Also you can see there is an object like d colon title. Of course, at this point of time we are actually having this output within the browser, but we can as well create a nice looking client application that can actually read this title, and we can show it in a nice way. That I'll do in the next demonstration. Okay, what if I would like to access the lists that we have in our SharePoint site? Now before I show you the second example, let me show you a different variation. Instead of typing VTA bin / client.svc every time, you can actually replace the word VTA bin / client svc by simply using underscore API. In fact, so instead of typing this piece of URL every time, you can simply use this map folder underscore API. In fact, if I try the second URL, and I should be able to see the same output. Nice. So from now onwards, I'll be simply using underscore API instead of using VTA bin / client svc. Okay, for example, I want to find out the various lists that I have in my SharePoint site. So simply I can say underscore API / web / lists. Let me paste the URL and press enter, and now we should be able to see the list of lists of your SharePoint site. Let me copy this one more time, paste it, and press enter. Now you can notice here I'm actually trying to say underscore API / web / lists, and obviously because it's a RESTful feed, and you can always look at the view source to see its response. So when I say views and source, and here you can actually see, you should be seeing your lists. For example, let's say, let me show you what lists I have. I have a list called as trainers. I also have a list called as training courses, for example. So let me actually look for the word trainers. I can see there. And then I have training courses. Yes, we have. So basically this is your simple JSON response, and this is the actual raw code what you're looking at, but the same information you can grab through our own client application. Okay, so that is actually giving me the list of lists in a specific SharePoint site. Also, you could have noticed in the previous example, let me show you the view source one more time, and let me look for training courses. Where is training courses? It's pretty much here. So for this training courses, you can see there is a GUID. So if you want to access a specific list, you can as well access that list based on either the list name or by the list GUID as well, so which you can simply copy and paste it in the next example. Anyway, I have already pasted it here. So in the next demonstration, I'm actually trying to get a handle to a specific list which has a GUID with this. So obviously, if I use this syntax, now we should be able to see only the information of that specific list, in fact. So let me correct that. Okay, so for some reason IE is not showing me that. So what I'm trying to do, I'm actually trying to have the same URL inside my Google Chrome, and now you can see we're only typing the GUID of a specific list. So obviously this is the information about our training list or training courses. So if I look for the word training courses, I can see that. So here you're only trying to access a specific list, in fact. Okay, so let's now try a few other queries here. So what if, for example, you don't want to access a specific list based on its GUID but you would like to access it by its name? So then I can say web/lists get by title and then the name of the list. So let me copy this URL and paste it in the browser. So now you can see we're getting the same information what we got earlier. So we have the training codes. So basically it is trying to show you the different properties and its values of this list. So always you can paste this JSON stuff into any kind of editor, and then you can inspect the different values. But again, if I type training courses, that's fine. And if I type something like description, obviously description for this list is empty. When this list was actually created, so you can access different properties here. Okay, let me show you another URL. What if I wish to access only the fields of a specific list? So then I can say get by title training courses / fields here. So now press enter, and this time we should be able to see the fields of this training courses. I know that my training courses basically has got a title and course fee. So let me go back to Google Chrome and look for the word course fee. So I can see course fee there, and I can see my title as well. So this is only trying to give you a collection of the fields, in fact. Okay, what if you like if you would like to access the records of that list? So this time I should say instead of fields as items, and press enter. So you can see get by title of training courses / items. Okay, what records do I have in the training courses? So we've got ASP.NET, Java, JSP, all that stuff. So if I come back here, look for the word JSP, yes, I can see that. Maybe Cold Fusion, I can see ASP.NET, and I can see my SharePoint, all these records. So this is how we're now able to retrieve the records of a specific list using the RESTful URL. Okay, what if you don't like to get all the records but likes to retrieve only a specific record, in fact, based on its ID? So you can notice here I'm trying to say get by title, training courses slash get item by ID of 1. So what is my very first record is ASP.NET based on the ID, in fact. So I'm pretty sure you know what's ID. That's what SharePoint actually maintains by default for every record, a unique ID. So let me modify the view and let me get ID onto the screen, and then I say OK, and now you can see the ID for ASP.NET is 1. So obviously when I'm typing 1, then it is showing me that ASP.NET record information. Okay, and let's try another URL. What if you don't like to, if you like to retrieve only the values of specific properties? So by default in the previous scenarios, when we were accessing all the records or a specific record, SharePoint is obviously giving to me the information of all the properties. But what if you wish to retrieve only the values of a selective properties? Then you can say get by title training courses slash items question mark $select. This is like a filtering for you, and you're actually selecting only, let's say, title and ID. So now if I copy this URL and try to paste it here, so this is only going to give me the information about my title and ID. Interestingly, if I type course fee, I don't see that, but I can see my course title like Java, SharePoint, JSP, all those things. So this is how, by putting a question mark, $select is a keyword, and then you can specify a list of properties there. Okay, nice. In my next query, I'm going to show you how we can use order by clause. So I can say get by title training courses slash items question mark $order by is a keyword, and you wish to basically sort on the column title in the ascending order. So let me copy this URL and paste it here. Now this should be in ascending order, so obviously SharePoint, what I have, should be coming at the bottom of the list. And if I say the same query, in fact, instead of ascending, I'm going to have it as descending, in fact. So obviously now SharePoint should be coming at the top of the list, and ASP.NET should be coming somewhere at the bottom of the screen. Okay, so now we know how we can sort out information as well. So what if you want to find out who are the users who have access to this site? So I can say a different URL like APA/web/site users. So if I can show you, this site is actually been shared with the local administrator, and also you can see there is a member, Boucher is one of the member, and I have owner as administrator. So obviously if I see the result of this URL, if I type Boucher, yes, I can see him. Of course I can see my administrator as well. So this is actually trying to give you the list of the different users who have access to this site. So let's have a look at few more queries. What if, for example, we would like to find out what are the different groups we have in this SharePoint site? So instead of site users, I can say site groups, in fact. So what are the groups we have in our SharePoint site? Obviously we can see the groups like members, viewers, visitors, and owners. So if I look for the word visitors, yes I have, and viewers, yes we have, members, that's fine, training members in fact, and owners, yes. So this is how it is actually trying to give you the list of groups that your SharePoint site is containing. Okay, in the next scenario, so basically you would like to do some kind of filtering for the rows in fact. For example, let's say I wish to actually select only those records where the title equals to PHP. So these are all as per the OData standards. We have to use these operators. So $filter is obviously a keyword here. So let me copy this URL and let me paste this here. So obviously it is going to give me the information of only the record PHP in fact. So obviously if I type something else, I don't see them here. So that's how you can use $filter in fact. Okay, for example, I'm trying to give you a different condition. $filter where course fee is greater than or equals to 2000. So I'm using an operator there, GE, for the greater than or equals to. So obviously if you see in my actual data for the training courses, ASP.NET is only 1000. So if I type 1000, I don't see any records, but 2000 is fine for Java, and 3000 you can see, 4000 is there. Obviously we have 5000 and 6000. So that's actually working. So we are now trying to use the filter clause in fact there. Okay, what if for example I'm trying to say you can combine basically select and filter together. For example, you can see here $select title. You need only title, but the condition is and $filter equals to title equals to PHP. So you're basically trying to retrieve only the title property where the title is actually PHP. So this is how you can combine $select and $filter together. And also, for example, you can use something like $top. For example, I'm trying to say item slash dollar order by. Order by is a keyword. You wish to do sorting on the ID column and in descending order, and $top equals to 2. So obviously you should get the first 2 records here. So 6000 is the highest value. So I can see 6000. I can see 5000 in fact for SharePoint, but when I see 4000 I don't see that because you're only trying to extract the top 2 records in fact. So this is how I have shown you how we can use different queries or RESTful URLs you can give to work with the lists. At this point of time I'm only using browser as a testing platform, but the same URLs will work for you if you have them in a program, which I'll be showing you in the next demonstration. Not only for the lists, you can also use it for the document libraries. What if, for example, I want to find out what are the different documents or files I have in a document library called as shared documents. By using API/web get folder by server related URL shared documents. So I know that in my shared documents at this point of time, I only have one file called as rest.txt. So if I actually copy this URL and put it in my browser, and it's going to give me the files of my shared documents library, so I can see rest.txt there. Okay, what if, obviously it will give you the list of all files, but what if you wish to get a handle of a specific file itself? So then you can actually specify files of that rest.txt. So this is only going to give me information about the rest.txt file. Also, if you wish to access the content of a specific file, then you can say the file name /$value. Now, when I actually use $value this time, the content of this file will be downloaded onto your local system, which you can actually open and see. So that is how, so far in this demonstration, I have shown you how we can make calls to that client.svc and talk to your SharePoint. Remember one thing, the most important point, though I'm actually able to use these URLs and access different information, the credentials with which I'm actually currently logged in, those credentials are definitely being used while accessing these URLs. So obviously the browser has stored my credentials, so that's why every time when I try to run a different URL, it's not asking for the credentials. So you need to be an authorized user, obviously, for security reasons, in order to talk to SharePoint in this fashion. In this demonstration, I'll show you how I can consume those RESTful URLs in my application page of a SharePoint project. So to get this done, let me create a new project, and let me put my files into a specific folder. So I'm going to say 15_RESTful demos, and I'm going to call this as RESTful service examples, and I click on OK. So again, I'm going to deploy this maybe as a form solution, and we're going to use the same site collection for debugging, and I click on finish. So as soon as it is done, we're actually going to create a simple application page, so wherein we will be consuming those RESTful URLs what we have seen earlier. So the first thing that I'm trying to do inside this project, I'm actually trying to create a new item, and it's going to be my application page, and I'm going to call this as get web properties. So in the previous demonstration, we have seen how we can read the title, description, properties of a website using a specific RESTful URL. The same URL, I'm actually going to use it in my program right now. So we're actually going to consume these RESTful URLs using jQuery syntax. So obviously, to do this, you need jQuery.js file with you. So you can notice when I have created an application page, it has created for me a folder under layouts. So what I'm going to do, let me go to my desktop, copy my jQuery files, and I'm going to put my jQuery files here. Now this jQuery file, what we have just downloaded, you can actually take it into the references. So I can say script type equals to text/JavaScript. Okay, so now you can notice there is a main placeholder, and there is your page head placeholder. So inside my main placeholder, I'm going to design the UI for this page. So you can notice inside my main placeholder, I'm actually trying to have a button and a couple of divs with me. So I said input type equals to button. On click of this button, I'm going to call a function called as get web properties, and the value of the button is get web properties, and you can see I got 3 different divs with different IDs in fact. So this function of get web properties, I'm actually going to write inside my page head placeholder. So inside my page head placeholder, I'm actually pasting this code, and you can notice here what I did. I've taken a script section. Inside a script section, I've got 3 different properties. What is my first function that I have is the get web properties, which I'm writing here. So you remember when I was teaching you JavaScript with SharePoint, yes, the calls are a bit asynchronous, so obviously there will be callback functions like on success and on failure, which applies even for the RESTful calls. So inside my get web properties, I'm actually trying to use my jQuery's Ajax function. So by saying $.ajax, and you have to specify a couple of properties here. First of all, what is the URL that you wish to access? This is your RESTful URL. So whatever URL I have used in the past, underscore API slash web slash title or web slash lists. So that URL you can actually substitute here. Because we're actually accessing this URL for retrieving the information, the method is get, in fact. And then you also have to supply the headers as per the OData standards. So I'm saying yes, we are actually uh, expecting the data in the form of JSON, and the OData has to be verbose in terms of its communication. So you basically are expecting all the possible information by specifying OData as verbose. Now success means you're actually calling this on success function. Of course, the function name can be anything of your choice. If something goes wrong, we're actually calling the on failure function. So obviously here the URL is the most important thing for us to understand. Because I'm saying underscore API slash web, it actually works for the current site where this page is going to be deployed, and this is going to retrieve me all the properties of this website. So when I open the onSuccess function, you can notice the onSuccess function is having a receiving parameter called as data. In fact, that data is a predefined parameter as per the OData standards. And if you remember, while we were trying to practice various URLs, we were getting the response in the form of JSON as d:\title, d.title. So that's why we're using the same syntax here. So I'm saying $#result1, which is my first div ID, .text, data.d.title. So you're basically trying to access the title of this website, and you're also trying to access the description, and you're also trying to access when this site was created. If something goes wrong, we simply see that error message. So at this point of time, your first example is ready. Simply go ahead and try to deploy the solution, and we will try to open this application page in the browser, and then when we click on the button in these three div tags, we are expected to see the site title, description, and also the time when this site was actually created. So at this point of time, we're actually trying to get all the properties of this website, in fact. So if you don't like to get all the properties, you can as well specify individual properties as well. So let's go back to the SharePoint site, and let me change the URL. So in the meanwhile, let's verify what's our folder name. It is RESTful Service Examples. I'm going to say RESTful Service Example slash get web properties.aspx. So now you can see we have our page, and when I click on the get web properties, I can see the site's title, site description, and also when this site was created. So this is how I've shown you in my very first example how we can consume those RESTful URLs inside your application pages. In this demonstration, I'll try to create another application page which should actually show me the various lists I have in my SharePoint site using one of the URL that we have already seen. So we know that API/web/lists actually gives me all the lists of my SharePoint site. So in the last example, I have given the query until here to retrieve the various properties of a website, else you can actually access a specific property as well. So literally our next example is going to be based on this URL. So let's go back to your website, your solution, and try to create a new application page. And I'm going to call this as get list of lists.aspx. And first of all, in my page main placeholder, I'm going to have my user interface. So it's pretty simple. You can notice I have an input type as button. On click, I'm calling a function called as get all lists, and its caption is get all lists. And you basically have a UL tag here for a bulleted list whose ID is result. And also in the meanwhile, let's take into references your jQuery file. So now I'm actually going to have a script section, so wherein you will be actually writing these functions. So I have to implement my get all lists method here, also on success and on failure methods. So I'm now ready with my code inside my script section. Let me paste it here for you. So you can now notice we've got 3 different functions. We have our get all lists function, which we are calling it from here, and we also have on success and on failure. So first of all, the code what I have in the get all lists is almost similar to the previous one, except the URL is changing, nothing else. So I'm simply using this API/web/lists here, and the method is get, same headers, on success and on failure. So this is the call that you're making. So in the on success function, first of all, what I'm trying to do, I'm actually trying to access my UL ID, which is result. You can notice the ID for our UL is result. So I'm saying document dot get element by ID of result. So we have the UL tag. So once this query, once this URL gets executed, all the lists of my SharePoint site will be given to the onSuccess function into the data collection. So now I can say for I equals to 0, I is less than my data dot d dot results dot length. So that's important. So this is your OData standards. So data is predefined, d is also predefined. Earlier I was saying d dot title, d dot description, or d dot created, because I was accessing individual properties. But this time I'm actually trying to access a collection. So results is a predefined collection inside the data collection. So here results is predefined. So I should say data dot d dot results dot length I plus plus. Obviously, if you debug this code, you will come to know that browser is giving you a results collection. Then I can access data dot d dot results of I dot title. We're actually trying to access the each list title, and then I'm creating a list element li, and the list elements in the text is going to be my list title, and that element we are appending as a child to the UL tag. That's it. If anything goes wrong, yes, we show the message to the user. At this point of time, we're done with the second demonstration. So let's go ahead and try to deploy this. Once deployment is over, we'll simply go back to our SharePoint site and try to open that new page. So what's that page? So it's going to be RESTful service example / get list of lists .aspx. We're trying to access the new application page that we have just created. I'm pretty sure the file name is correct. Get list of lists.aspx. So we now have a new button called as get all lists, and we know that we have trainers, training courses, various things. So let's click on get all lists, and you can see trainers, training courses, and so many other lists what SharePoint is maintaining. So this is how in this demonstration I've shown you Whatever URLs you have almost seen the previous demonstrations when I was testing them directly in the browser, you can actually use them as part of your own client application. So you're actually using the $.ajax method of jQuery to invoke that URL. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can read records of a specific list using RESTful calls. So obviously we know if we wish to retrieve the data of a specific list, this is the URL. So we say get by title, the list name slash items. So we're actually going to use this one to retrieve the data of my training courses list, in fact, and then show the data back onto the page. So our training courses list has got a title and then a course fees, in fact. So let's go back to your solution and try to create a new application page. And I'm actually going to call this as read records of a list demo, and then I say OK. So first of all, yes, I need my jQuery, and we will also be having the script section wherein we will be writing the required functions. And first of all, in my main placeholder, I'm going to have this URL here, this piece of code here. So you can see I have input type as button. On click, you're calling a method called as get all training courses, which I'll be writing here. And this is the caption. We also have a UL tag with an ID of result, wherein I'll be showing you the results. Now let's actually come back to the script section and have the code in place. So let me show you the code here. Now as you can see, I have pasted three different functions, in fact. So we have get all training courses, on success function, and also the on failure function. So this is the on failure function. This is going to be my on success, and this is going to be the braces for my function, in fact. Nice. So we have three different functions at this stage. So when I click on the button, this is the function that we are calling it first. So as usual, the way we have seen the code earlier, I'm saying $.ajax URL is apa/web/lists get by title training courses/items. Method is get because you're reading the resources. And as far as the headers are concerned, yes, application/json or data verbose is there. Additionally, you also have to specify another header called as xhttp method, whose values can be get, post, put, and all, because we are actually trying to read. It has to be get, in fact. And then on success, you're calling this function. On failure, we're calling this function. So the records of this list will now come into data. So I'm actually trying to get a handle of my bulleted list, and then as I equals to 0, I is less than data.d.results.length I plus plus, and then when I say data.d.results of I, the very first record in my list comes into item.title and item.course fees. So obviously that's going to be ASP.NET and 1000 will now come into str title, and then I'm creating an li element, and whose title, whose inner text is going to be my ASP.NET/1000, and that element we're appending as a child to the UL tag. If anything goes wrong, you can actually get this tag trace information. So at this point of time, we're actually done with our demonstration. Let's simply go ahead and try to deploy the solution, and once the solution is deployed, we should be able to access that page. So let's go back to a SharePoint site, and this is going to be RESTful service example slash read records of a list demo.aspx, and that's my file name, read records of a list demo.aspx. So once this file is opened successfully, we should be able to see a button, and then on clicking the button we should be able to see the records of this list. You can now see my page is actually ready now, so let me click on get all training courses, and we now should be able to see the records of our list. So obviously now the response is ready, and I can see my records of my training courses list pretty much here. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how we can read records of a list using RESTful calls. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can add records to a list. To demonstrate to this example, let me add a new application page, and let's call this as add records to a list, and then I click on OK. So first of all, in my page head placeholder, I'll be taking my jQuery.js, and we'll also be having the UI inside our main placeholder. So as we know that we already have a training courses list which has got title and course fees. So what's my plan here? I wish to create an application page with two different text boxes wherein user can enter the course title, course fee, and then when he clicks on a button, then the record needs to be added to this training courses list using RESTful approach. So to get this done, so first of all, let me fix this issue by saying script type equals to text/javascript, and inside my main placeholder you can notice I have a text box whose ID is txt course title, and then I have another text box whose ID is txt course fee, and then I have an HTML button. When I click on this button, I'm going to call this function, and if the record gets successfully added, we show some message in the result div. If it fails in any way, then we can show the error message here. So now it's time for me to go inside the page head placeholder and put our three different functions. So we'll be writing three functions. So the first function is going to be add a new code, and then on success and on failure will be our callback functions. So now let me show you the code. So first of all, you can notice I've got my three different functions: add a new course, on success, and on failure. Let's understand the code inside the add a new course. So far in all my previous demonstrations, we were actually reading the resources, we were reading the information, but this is the first time we are actually trying to post some data to the SharePoint server from our page. So we'll be using post method. So if you can notice in the $.ajax method, I'm saying APA/web/lists, my training courses/items, and the method is post in fact. Now, what data would you like to post that needs to be specified as part of data? So this is a very special syntax. So I should say JSON.stringify method, wherein you're trying to concatenate all the data that you wish to post, and then you also need to specify what type of data are we posting, the metadata. So this is __ metadata. These are all keywords, URL, data, metadata, these things. So the type of data that you are posting, type : it should be sp.data, and what's my list name? Training courses. So your list name prefixed with the class name list item. So it's a predefined one, fixed one. So that's how your JavaScript actually works. So it has sp.data. Your list name followed by the list item. So basically you are trying to announce that you're going to post some data whose type is the training courses list item. means row type. Now, what data would you like to post? I know that my training courses has got title and course fee. So I'm going to say title is going to be my $txt course title.val, which is my text box, this txt course title, and comma, the course fee is txt course fee.val. Nice. So that's our URL, data, method, headers. Okay, XHTTP method, this time it has to be post, unlike we were using get while we were reading, and accept is fine. Same JSON or OData as verbose. And you also have to specify the content type, especially if you are posting, which is again JSON, and OData is again verbose. And you have the on success function, and you also have the on failure function. In the case of on success function, I'm simply trying to say my div.html, a new course has been added successfully, and on failure you can do something. Also, you can notice when I'm using the method as post, you have an additional header called as x-request digest, whose value has to be $hash underscore underscore request digest.val. So basically, because we are actually using REST and OData, which actually uses OAuth authentication. So basically, SharePoint is expecting some OAuth form digest value as an authentication value, which needs to be supplied by us when we are making such post calls. So in such scenario, just like how I'm calling my val function on a specific text box, it has got some web context information which actually gives the form digest value to it. So this X request digest needs to be submitted by you, or needs to be specified as part of the header when you are doing the post operations. So at this point of time, we're actually done. And also one important point, these are all case sensitive. So you have to be extra cautious when you're typing these headers information, and double underscore request digest, XHTTP method, all these things. Okay, so at this point of time, I'm actually ready. So let's deploy the solution. And once this is done, simply I'm going to open this page, add records to a list.aspx in the browser. So in the meanwhile, I can go back to my browser, and I'll try to access that page. It is RESTful service examples / add records to a list. Add records to a list.aspx. So the last record is WCF, you can see that. So maybe for practice, for testing purpose, I'll give it as WPF. So let's see if there's a problem typing the name. Add records to a list.aspx. RESTful service examples. So let me open that URL one more time. You can now see our new page, add records to list.aspx, is now been opened successfully. So I was actually getting an error earlier. That was because I have actually created this add records to list.aspx not inside my folder. Instead, it's actually coming up right in the layouts. In fact, unlike my other pages, which were actually created inside this folder. So that's why when I was saying the folder name / file name, I'm actually getting an error. So for the time being, what I did, I'm actually trying to access my file directly from the layouts. In fact, that's fine. Now I'm going to have a new course title as WPF, and with some course fees as 8,000. Then I click on add a new course, and pretty shortly we should be able to see a message saying a new course has been added successfully to your training courses list. And once we get the message, and if we go back to training courses, we should be able to see WPF. In fact, let's go to training courses, and I should be able to see my new record as part of my training courses list. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how we can add a new record to a list of your site using RESTful calls. So the most essential things are obviously this data piece of code and this X request digest header. XHTTP method and method have to be post in case if you're submitting data to the server. It has to be get if you have to read the resources. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can update a record using the RESTful services. So to get this done, let me actually create a new application page, and let's call this as update a record.aspx and say OK. So in the placeholder of the page head, I'm going to take my jQuery.js, and then we will be actually writing the required code for the placeholder main. So you can notice here I have a text box with me in the main placeholder where I can actually enter a new code speed for a specific record. Imagine for WCF it's actually 8000, and I might actually enter a new value for WCF code as code speeds here. And then when I click on the update codes button, the code speeds for the WCF whose ID is 11 has to be updated to the new value. Of course, in this demonstration, I'm just focusing on the record WCF whose ID we are aware of. Now, simply go back to the page head placeholder and then have the required code for the updations. So we'll be basically writing three different functions here. One is the update codes itself. The other two are your callback functions. Okay, so now I'm actually going to show you the code for this for updations. So you can notice here I've got with me three different functions. So you have an update course, on success, and on failure callback functions. In the update course function, so you have the URL for the training courses slash get item by ID of let's say 11 in our scenario, because for WCF we are considering it as 11, so that's the record we are actually trying to access. So, and then again the new data should go, so we should say for the data json.stringify underscore metadata is your training courses list item, and obviously there's only one column that you wish to update, which is course fee, and this should be updated with the new value what you will enter in that new text box. And method has to be post for updations, pretty much like when I was actually adding the records. The only difference here, in the case of updations, the XHTTP method should be merge. So accept is fine, content type is fine, and we also know what is x-request digest. And this if match star is pretty much new when we are doing basically the merge operations. So it means that whatever data that SharePoint will give it to the client, if that data undergoes any changes, it has to overwrite it. So that is what star means, basically just overwrite anything that we have it currently with the new values. So this has to be specified in the case of the merge HTTP method. Finally, on success and on failure callback functions you have. On success, I'm going to simply say the course has been updated successfully in my div tag, and if anything goes wrong, yes, you can trap the error into an object like ERR, and then you can say json.stringify of error. In fact, the same code I could have used actually in the other examples when I was writing the on failure functions. So wherein you can come to know if anything goes wrong. So at this point of time, your updations are pretty much okay. So simply deploy the solution, and once the deployment is over, we'll try to open the updated record.aspx. So obviously one thing you might be wondering, I'm actually hard coding the records ID which needs to be updated. Yes, in case if you don't want to do that, then you can actually use the syntax what I have actually used for the read records of a list. So if you want to get an ID of a specific record, then you can use this syntax of filtering. So you can use $filter, and then wherein you can say the title equals to, let's say, SharePoint, and then you can get the ID of that specific record. So basically, if you wish to update a specific record without hard coding the ID in the code, then you need to get the ID of the record that you wish to update using this syntax. Okay, so at this point of time, the deployment has been succeeded. So let's actually go ahead and try to open that page, which is RESTful service examples, and the file name is updaterecord.aspx. It's updaterecord.aspx. So for WCF, currently it is 8,000. I'm going to actually give a new value, and then we'll click on the update button. Then we'll come back to the list and see whether the value gets updated or not. So I'm going to say something like, say, 12,000. Then I click on update, and let's see, if all goes well, our div which is on the page should get some new message saying the record has been updated successfully. So now we see a message, the course has been updated successfully. Let's go back to training courses. And then you can see for the record WCF, we have the new course fee as 12,000. So this is how updation can be done. So again, I was trying to explain one more time. In case if you do not wish to hard code your ID, then you have to get the ID of your record initially by calling something like get ID of a course. So to this specific record, you can actually use this filter class. For example, if I say here in my code for the read records of a list, so here I can say /items $filter title equals to PHP. Then what happens? You are actually trying to read the records where the title is PHP. So obviously then the ID of the record is here, item.id. So that item.id, you can actually take it into a global variable, and then you can actually substitute that value here instead of hard coding it as 11. So ideally, to make that happen, you might be having the code for the read this function and this function, you might be having it on the same page, in fact. So that is how updations can be done using REST. In this demonstration, we'll see how we can delete a record using RESTful services. So let's actually create a new page, and this I'm going to call this as delete a record.aspx, and then let's take the jQuery, and then inside my main placeholder I have a simple button for deleting a course, and then there is a div tag here. And then in the page head placeholder, I'm going to write 3 different functions. One is my delete codes, on success, and on failure functions. So let me show you the code for delete. In fact, this looks pretty similar to updations, in fact. So you can notice here I have a function called as delete codes, and so which is actually trying to get the hold of the record with the ID 11. So there is data the JSON.stringify. There's only metadata. We're not supplying any data because it's simply deletion. Method is again post here, but what's important, the XHTTP method has to be deleted in the case of deletion, and your accept content type request digest if match, everything will remain same. So frankly speaking, between updations and deletions, only thing that has changed is here. Instead of merge, we are having it as delete, and there is no data here. So then you have on success and on failure functions, and we are simply showing a message to the user, the course has been deleted successfully. If anything goes wrong, we can display that message to the user. So that's it. So it's pretty simple. Let's go ahead and try to deploy this solution. And once this is done, we are actually going to test because we're trying to delete the record which has an ID 11. So let's go back to our page, and this is delete a record.aspx. You can now see the page has been opened successfully. Now I'm going to click on delete, and pretty shortly, if all goes well, we should see a message that the record has been deleted successfully. Let's go back to training courses now, and we shouldn't find WCF record which was having an ID of 11 in this case. So I don't see WCF. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how we can delete a record. In this demonstration, I'll give you an overview on Silverlight client-side object model. So first of all, this is pretty close to the managed client-side object model. In fact, where do we use Silverlight client object model is it can be used in two different contexts. First of all, maybe if you wish to have a Silverlight web app, we can use the Silverlight client-side object model, wherein our Silverlight web part might actually talk to a SharePoint server. And it can also be used within the Silverlight cross-domain data access system in case if you are trying to talk to a SharePoint server from a Silverlight web part that's not actually hosted onto a SharePoint site but onto a different site. Then you have to have the cross-domain policy in place. So as I said, most of the things are quite similar as compared to the .NET Managed Client Object Model, but the only difference here is the Silverlight does not support synchronous operations. So it has to be in an asynchronous way, pretty much like my JavaScript client-side object model. And that's the reason we have to create some kind of delegates and also the on success and then the on failure methods. So as and when you are submitting calls in an asynchronous way, if your request gets processed successfully, then it calls the on success callback method. If something goes wrong, it calls the on failure callback method. Because the code actually runs on a background thread, the user interface thread needs to get on before anything can be returned to it. That's very important. Because as I said, in the case of Silverlight client-side object model, your calls are being processed in an asynchronous way. So while it is happening, if you want your UI thread needs to be active, you need to do some additional things. So that is where your code has to be wrapped between the begin invoke method of the dispatcher object. So I'll be showing you practically how we can call a special method with the help of the begin invoke in the onSuccess function. Also, I'll just give you a process of how we can build and deploy a Silverlight web part. Whenever we want to use a Silverlight web part in our web pages, first thing is pretty simple. We can simply create a Silverlight application in our Visual Studio, and it basically creates for you a XAML file. Then you can put your code inside the XAML file, which actually prepares the user interface, or then you can actually have the code behind inside the page.xaml.cs file. So once your implementation is done, when you actually build your application, Visual Studio will actually give you a zap file. So this is the output file which needs to be taken to the SharePoint platform by us. Now, how do I move the zap file to SharePoint? Simply, you can copy the zap file to any document library in your SharePoint site. And then you can create a simple site page, and then you can insert a Silverlight web part onto that site page, which then actually refers to this zap file which is being found in the document library. So basically inside the zap file, we will be having our Silverlight user controls. I'll be showing you now practically how we can build an application using Visual Studio, how we get the zap file, how we can move the zap file to a document library, and how I can use a Silverlight web part talking to this zap file. In this demonstration, I'll show you how I can use another approach of client-side object model by using Silverlight. We know that SharePoint uses a lot of Silverlight in the web front-end user interface. So I'll now show you how I can use Silverlight to actually retrieve the list of lists that exist in a specific site using the Silverlight controls. To get this done, let me take you back to my Visual Studio and try to create a new project. And I have a folder, Silverlight demos, and you have two approaches actually to work with Silverlight talking to SharePoint. First, let me show you the manual approach, wherein I can actually select Silverlight, and then I can select my Silverlight application, and I'm going to call this as Silverlight Demo 1, and I can click on OK. So by default, when you're trying to create a Silverlight application, Visual Studio will automatically give you a test website using which you can test your Silverlight user control. So it is actually asking you, would you like to host the Silverlight application in a new website? So I say yes, and then I click on OK. So as soon as your Silverlight application solution is ready, you will have your XAML file where you will actually design the user interface, and you can write the code in the xaml.cs file. So the first and foremost important thing when you're actually planning to talk to SharePoint from Silverlight application is to take into references two essential assemblies. So you can notice there are two different projects. One is my actual Silverlight application. This is my test website. You can see Microsoft has created for us an ASPX page and then an HTML page, which will actually host our Silverlight user control for testing purpose. And you can also notice in the test website there is a client bin folder which is currently empty. So first of all, right click on the references, add reference, and then we need two special files to work with Silverlight. What that is Microsoft.SharePoint.client.silverlight and Microsoft.SharePoint.client.silverlight.runtime.dll. You can notice these two files comes from a very special folder under 15 template layouts client bin folder. So you can actually browse to that folder 15 template layouts client bin and then select those files. So once I have taken these two files into references, I click on OK, and you can see those assemblies pretty much here. Okay, first of all, you should understand what we are creating using Silverlight or user controls. It means that you don't actually open these individual files in the browser. Rather, these should be hosted onto a web part, and the web part will be hosted onto an ASPX page. So that is how on top of ASPX page you will have a web part, and that web part will actually contain your user control. So first of all, when I come to the container area of my XAML file, I'm actually going to put my user interface here. So normally if you're working in Silverlight, yes, you have the toolbox and you can pick up the different controls that we normally use. So right now I'm using a stack panel, and then I'm also using a list box, and then a button in fact. So you can notice I have a stack panel here, and then I have a button whose content is get list of lists, and that's the name. And on click of this button, this is the event handler, and then I also have a list box with me, which is this one. Now when I double click on this button, you can actually implement the event handler for the click of the button. So this is where you can actually write your code. So let me show you the code for the button event handler. So you can now see I'm inside the event handler for this button, and then I'll explain to you the code. So first of all, just like how we have used client context class with the client-side object model of managed code as well as JavaScript, even in the case of Silverlight, you have client context. So first of all, let me take into the using directive statements my Microsoft.SharePoint.client. And you can notice here when I click on this button, first of all, I'm just trying to clear all the items from my list box. Then I'm going to get the context of my current site by saying client context.current. For any reason, if this web part is used not in SharePoint context, then obviously the context will be null. Then you might actually create a context for your own site collection this way. In this scenario, obviously I'm going to run this Silverlight control in the context of SharePoint site, so obviously I will have a proper context in fact. Then with the context object, you need to get a handle of your website. So let me have an object of my web class as global variable as my class level variable. You can see I have an object web, so I'm saying web equals to context.web. So now you have the handle of the site. So what I'm trying to do, I'm actually trying to call my load method, to which I'm passing my web object, and then some object name implies w.title. So you're basically trying to retrieve the title of the website. Also, I'm preparing another request load wherein I'm trying to load the lists collection in that specific website, and then I'm actually trying to include only the title of each list. So these are the two requests that you have prepared. So just like how I have explained in JavaScript or in the client-side object model managed code, in Silverlight your calls will be made asynchronously. So that's why your requests have to be submitted to the SharePoint server by calling the execute query async function with your context object. And you have to write two different callback methods. Like one is a succeeded callback, the other one is the failed callback methods. Means if all the requests are processed successfully, then the control goes here. So let me create the succeeded callback method, and let me also try to create the failed callback method. So first of all, let me go inside my succeeded callback method and then implement the code for these two methods now. So first of all, inside my succeeded callback method, I'm actually trying to call a method called as showLists. Because in Silverlight all your calls are submitted to the SharePoint server asynchronously, you have to be careful about the UI updation. So that's why we have to use the dispatcher.begin invoke, and then there's a method that you're delegating to it. So let me actually create this method as well. So you can now see if all goes well, the succeeded callback function will be called, and from here you're actually going inside the showLists method. So now we're actually going to have some code in the show lists which will actually retrieve all the lists in your SharePoint site and add it to my list box. So the code for adding the lists to the list box is pretty simple, the way we have seen it in the earlier demonstrations in JavaScript or in the client-side object model managed code. So first of all, I'm just trying to add my website title to my list box, and then I'm trying to access my list collection, and one list goes into the list object, and the title of each list you're actually adding to the list box. So that's pretty simple. As far as the failed callback function is concerned, if anything goes wrong, you can trap the error message using the ArgS object. Let's finish that as well. So inside the failed callback method, I'm actually trying to grab the aux.exception, and then we are trying to add that error message to the list box. So at this point of time, we're actually done with the simple implementation. So overall, you can notice we have taken two special assemblies into references in order to talk to SharePoint from Silverlight user controls. And also please note that you also have to take into references another assembly compulsorily, that is system.xml.linkQ must be taken along with these assemblies. Otherwise, your Silverlight web part cannot be tested in your browsers. So you can notice I have system.xml.linkQ as well, in addition to these assemblies. Okay, and after we have taken those assemblies into references, so first of all, we were getting the client context. With the client context, we have the web handle, and then we have the access to the lists collection. So these are all requests that you are preparing basically. So all these requests will only be submitted to the SharePoint server asynchronously when you call the execute query async function. And because these calls are asynchronous, and when things are fine, it will actually call the on success function, else it will call the on failure function here. And this dispatcher.begin invoke is necessary because of that asynchronous calls. Now at this point of time, we're actually ready with our application. Also, you can notice when I'm actually trying to load these things, these two loads, what they're doing are the in place query executions, I should say. That means what happens when I say context.load of web and then title. So the website's title will be stored into the web object. Similarly, when I say context.load of web.lists and then the title of each list, so the titles of each lists will be stored into the web.lists collection. This is called as in-place query execution. So that means that after the query gets executed, the same object is going to get the result. What if, for example, you want to store the lists into a different collection, a different variable altogether? So that is called as queryable execution. So that I'll show you in the next demonstration. This is for the in-place query execution. So at this point of time, we are actually ready. Please be noted, what I have created is a Silverlight application. There is nothing related to SharePoint so far. So that's why you don't see any option like deploy solution or anything. Because after we build the solution, it's our responsibility to take the Silverlight controls to the SharePoint platform. So when I actually build my, keep an eye on the client bin folder while I'm actually building my solution. So now you can see I'm trying to build my solution. As soon as the solution is built successfully, we got a zap file. So when your Silverlight user controls are compiled, your output will be a zap file. Now let's go to the folder where these files are getting stored, and then if you can go into the bin debug, you can see your zap file. See, at the end of the day, your zap file is nothing but a compressed file. For example, if I copy the zap file and let's go to desktop, and let's try to rename the zap file to a cabinet file or zip file. And this, now when I double click on my cabinet file, okay, let me rename this to a zip file if it is not cabinet file. Okay, I have a small problem. Let me do one thing. Let me take the zap file one more time and delete this file. and put the zap file one more time and try to rename this to a zip file. So when I try to open that zip file, you can notice my sldemo1.dll, which is your actual Silverlight, is pretty much here. So inside that zip file, you can see the system.xml.linq, and then you can see the Silverlight and silverlight.runtime.assembly, and this is your actual assembly. So at this point of time, we're actually ready with our Silverlight user control, which we can test it. So for that purpose, what you have to do, let's go back to SharePoint site, and probably you can create a new document library. So that document library should contain your Silverlight control. So I'm going to create a library called as my Silverlight controls. And once the document library is ready, and where is our zap file? Okay, this is my folder. So what you can do, let's go back to your library and simply drag the zap file and drop it into the document library. So this is how you're now bringing that Silverlight control to the SharePoint platform. Now this is your zap file. Now right click on this zap file and click on copy shortcut. So that's the location of that zap file. So as I said, Silverlight controls needs to be put onto an ASPX page. So let me actually create a new site page, and let's call this as test Silverlight controls. Say OK, and now you can click on insert web part. You can notice in order to view Silverlight controls, you have to click on media and content, and you have to select Silverlight web part, click on OK, and paste that URL here. So this is the URL of that zap file. Of course, this is an absolute URL. If you want it to be bit relative, you can actually take up that localhost colon 25,000 slash. So it will just contain your document library slash file name. So at this point of time, our Silverlight web part is now ready to use our control. Simply click on save. Now your page is saved, and on top of the ASPX page, I can see my Silverlight control. So when I click on get list of lists, I can see the different lists that I have in my SharePoint site. In this demonstration, I'll show you how I can use Silverlight talking to SharePoint in a different approach. In the earlier approach, we have created a Silverlight application, and then we deploy to the SharePoint manually by taking the zap file to the SharePoint's document library or to the site assets. But fortunately, Visual Studio is providing web parts for Silverlight as your project templates. So what I'm going to do now, I'm actually going to create a new project, and I'm going to call this as Silverlight Demo 2, and this time under SharePoint Solutions, you can see SharePoint 2013 Silverlight Web Part Project Template. Simply select that. And then I'm going to deploy this as a form solution. Now it is actually asking you, would you like to create a new Silverlight project and associate with the web part? So basically what this is going to do, it will not only help us to develop the Silverlight controls, but it will also try to host that into a web part through a feature. So I say finish. So because of using this project template, the additional step of taking the zap file to the SharePoint platform manually by yourself, that need not be done in this scenario. Also, you may not have to take those assemblies into references. In fact, you can now see the Silverlight web part project has been created, and I can see my XAML file here, and there is another project that has got a web part which will host this Silverlight control in fact. And also when I expand my references, I can see my Silverlight assemblies along with the system.xml.linq. So what's my plan? In fact, I'm going to do the same thing in this demonstration as well, but slightly in a different approach. So we are actually using a different project template, and also I'm going to use a different code. So in the earlier demonstration, I was actually using in-place execution. That means you were requesting for the lists and the lists are coming to the web.lists itself. But what if you wish to retrieve that web.lists collection and then put into your own collection object so that you can use across the application? So that's the whole idea. So what I'm going to do for this, I'm going to have the same code what I have used in my previous example. So let me take my same UI and drop it here. You can see I'm in the SLDemo2 project, and then I can double click on my get list of lists, and we're going to take the same code, in fact absolutely same code. So on click of the button, this is what I'm doing, and then you're actually going to have the callback functions, exactly same code, no change so far. After the callbacks are ready, yes, I have my binding function. Everything is same. So you have the show lists method as well. In the meanwhile, let's try to take the using directive statement. So at this point of time, this is looking exactly similar to our previous example. Of course, let's have an object for the web as well as a class level variable. Okay, now what's most interesting in this example is this line of code. So when I say web.lists, it is trying to get me the lists collection and putting into the web.lists itself. And that's why in a different call and a different function, I'm still using that web.lists. So what if you want to get web.lists, but you want to store that result in a different collection so that I can iterate through that collection object in this function inside the for loop. So that's the statement I'm going to change. So let me comment out this line and put a new load statement. You can now see I have actually commented out the earlier load statement, and I'm having a load queries method here. So first of all, you can notice I have an extra lists collection, my generic list object, and this list is based on the Microsoft.SharePoint.client.list. And instead of saying load, I'm saying ctx.load query ctx.web.lists include. We're only trying to include the lists from the lists that exist in the specific website, and that too you're only going for the list title as one of the property, and you're also having a where condition where the list base type is actually generic list. So basically you're trying to retrieve all the generic lists of your website and put into this lists list. So I can actually have this as a global variable, I mean the class level variable, so I can use it in my show lists method. So what this is doing here, unlike the load statement, it is going to submit the request, and whatever response or whatever list collection that comes back to you will now go into this additional variable. So that is the difference between load and load query. Load, what it does, in place changes, whereas load query, when I use, the response can be stored into a different object. Now instead of saying web.lists, I can simply say for each var list in lists, which is our IEnumerable list. So that's the difference between load and load query. Okay, so at this point of time, we are actually ready with our second Silverlight control. So interestingly, you can notice this Silverlight project is where we have worked, and this is your SharePoint project, which is actually responsible for deploying our Silverlight control. You can notice Visual Studio has created for me a feature with a scope of site collection, and which is actually deploying my Silverlight web part 1.web part file. Now interestingly, and this is my feature name, SLDemo2 feature 1, which we will see in the web frontend pretty shortly. Interestingly, when I open my web part and go into the elements.xml file, you can notice It is creating a module for me, and it is also deploying my zap file, and your zap file will be available in the site assets sldemo2 folder, Silverlight Web Part 1, Silverlight Project 1.zap file. So this is how it is trying to host your Silverlight web part for you, and this is where you can change the title and description, height, width, URL properties of your Silverlight web part. So at this point of time, we are actually ready. Simply go ahead and try to deploy your solution. So now we don't have to worry about zap file location and trying to take the zap file to the SharePoint platform manually. And Visual Studio will do a lot of help to us, so because it's actually going to deploy our zap file through this feature, in fact. So once the deployment is succeeded, we can go back to SharePoint site. We can create a new app site page, and you can actually put this Silverlight web part onto the ASPX page. And this web part is actually hosting our Silverlight control, in fact. And all these things are happening through this feature, and by default this feature automatically gets activated because that's the default option for your project deployment configuration. You can notice the features are getting activated. Deployment has been succeeded. So let's go back to your SharePoint site, and first of all, let me take you to my site settings, site collection features. And what's your feature name? I guess it is SLDemo2 feature 1, this one. And it's already been activated. Okay, now let's go into site contents. And when I go into site assets, you can see your SLDemo2 folder. And then there is a Silverlight Web Part 1. Nice. Now simply create a site page. So I'm going to call this as test Silverlight control 2. And this time I say insert a web part. I can go directly into the custom now, and this is my SLDemo2 Silverlight web part, and I say OK. So we have the user interface now, and then I can simply click on get list of lists, and everything is nice. Of course, we are only seeing the generic lists in this scenario. This is how I have shown you two different ways of creating Silverlight controls talking to SharePoint. Frankly speaking, whatever examples I did for client-side object model managed code, the same code works everywhere. The only difference here, you take a different set of assemblies, and instead of execute query, what I have used in the client-side object model, will be using execute query async function, and there will be callback functions with Silverlight, which we haven't seen when we were working with the client-side object model. Obviously, JavaScript, when we were making calls, we were indeed using the execute query async function. Hi, welcome to the course of SharePoint 2013 Development using C# Part 2. My name is Kamashwar Sharma. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer for more than 10 years, and I'm also a Microsoft certified solution developer on SharePoint applications. In this course, I'm going to show you various concepts related to the SharePoint 2013 development. I have actually divided this course so far into 16 different sections. Now let me explain to you very quickly what I'll be covering in each section. In section 1, I'm going to talk on a specific concept called as Managed Client-Side Object Model, which is one of the new approach that was released as part of SharePoint 2010, and it is pretty much enhanced in SharePoint 2013. Earlier, we were developing applications using Server Object Model, or what we call it as SOM approach, or by using the SharePoint Web Services. Now, CSOM is pretty much a new approach that was released as part of SharePoint 2010. And in section 2, I'll also look at how we can use JavaScript client-side object model So wherein you can write some JavaScript in your ASPX pages and then you can communicate with the SharePoint. In section 3, I'll talk about how we can create custom actions and attach them to the various places in the web front end of your SharePoint sites. In section 4, I'll talk about how we can put our custom actions on the Office ribbon controls. And then in section 5, I'll show you how we can create custom dialog boxes using JavaScript. In section 6, we'll see how we can use link queue effectively to talk to SharePoint 2013. In section 7, I'll show you how programmatically we can customize the different navigational elements of your SharePoint site. And then in section 8, I'll talk about how we can access the user profile properties and then make some changes and write those changes back to the SharePoint server. In section 9, I'll show you how we can work with the site groups and permission labels through code. So here we can actually create some new groups and add some users to those groups and give to the users some specific permissions. So all these things we can normally do from the web front end, but sometimes we may have to do that through code. And that's what we're going to see in section 9. In section 10, I'm going to show you how we can use business connectivity services using Visual Studio Solutions. And using BCS, you can actually connect to some external databases. And in section 11, I'll show you how we can create some kind of timer jobs that runs in the background process. In section 12, I'll talk about how we can create site definitions. So it's a kind of custom site definition, so you will have a custom look and feel for your SharePoint sites. In section 13, I'm going to talk about how we can have custom web templates which were released as part of SharePoint 2010 in fact. And then in section 14, I'm going to talk about how we can work with the sandbox solutions. So far we have worked with the form solutions, and sandbox solutions were released as part of SharePoint 2010. And we'll see the major differences between form solutions and sandbox solutions in this specific section. In section 15, I'm going to talk about how we can use SharePoint 2013 REST service to talk to SharePoint. And in section 16, I'm going to show you how we can use Silverlight client-side object model as well. So that is how from SharePoint 2010 onwards, we have many new approaches for writing applications for SharePoint. And in this course, I'm going to show you all of them. In this demonstration, I'll explain to you the different programming models we have as developers from SharePoint 2010 onwards. So until SharePoint 2007, the only two programming models we have were Server-Side Object Model SOM and then SharePoint Web Services. We know that when I develop an application using SOM approach, basically we run that application directly on the SharePoint server, and it's considered as a fully trusted application. Then in SharePoint 2007, what if we have to talk to SharePoint server from a client application? Then Microsoft has given us the SharePoint Web Services. So those were the only two programming models we had until SharePoint 2007. Now from SharePoint 2010 onwards, Microsoft has given to us three different additional approaches. These different approaches, what were released as part of SharePoint 2010, were pretty much enhanced in SharePoint 2013 in fact. So if you have to get or make some changes to the SharePoint data, we have three different APIs. I can use my .NET managed client-side object model approach, so wherein you can write your application in a language that you're comfortable with, like maybe C# or VB.NET. So that's your .NET managed client-side object model. So this is going to be a client application. So you will develop a client application, maybe like a Windows-based application or a console-based application, which actually uses some special assemblies that will take care of the submitting the requests and getting the response from the SharePoint server. In case if you wish to write some code in the form of JavaScript in your web pages, which actually talks to the SharePoint server, Then you have another approach called as ECMAScript client-side object model. Then we also have a Silverlight client-side object model. So wherein you can actually develop some Silverlight web parts, which in turn speaks to the SharePoint content. So obviously, Microsoft has used Silverlight to a greater extent in its own UI, especially from the SharePoint 2010 onwards. So in this course, I'm going to concentrate on how we can use .NET Managed Client-Side Object Model, or how we can use JavaScript Client-Side Object Model, and how we can use Silverlight Client-Side Object Model. So as far as prerequisites for this course are concerned, please visit this URL where we have the SharePoint 2013 development using C# Part 1 course. So please visit this URL and look at the different topics that I have covered in the Part 1 of this course. And if you have already done that course, that's well and good. But if you haven't, but still you visit this URL, and if you know all those topics what I have actually listed out in the Part 1 course, it's actually well and good, and go ahead with your Part 2 course. In this demonstration, I'll give you an overview on Silverlight client-side object model. So first of all, this is pretty close to the managed client-side object model. In fact, where do we use Silverlight client object model is it can be used in two different contexts. First of all, maybe if you wish to have a Silverlight web app, we can use the Silverlight client-side object model, wherein our Silverlight web part might actually talk to a SharePoint server. And it can also be used within the Silverlight cross-domain data access system in case if you are trying to talk to a SharePoint server from a Silverlight web part that's not actually hosted onto a SharePoint site, but onto a different site. Then you have to have the cross-domain policy in place. So as I said, most of the things are quite similar as compared to the .NET Managed Client Object Model, but the only difference here is the Silverlight does not support synchronous operations. So it has to be in an asynchronous way, pretty much like my JavaScript client-side object model. And that's the reason we have to create some kind of delegates, and also the on success and then the on failure methods. So as and when you are submitting calls in an asynchronous way, if your request gets processed successfully, then it calls the on success callback method. If something goes wrong, it calls the on failure callback method. Because the code actually runs on a background thread, the user interface thread needs to get on before anything can be written to it. That's very important. Because as I said, in the case of Silverlight client-side object model, your calls are being processed in an asynchronous way. So while it is happening, if you want your UI thread needs to be active, you need to do some additional things. So that is where your code has to be wrapped between the begin invoke method of the dispatcher object. So I'll be showing you practically how we can call a special method with the help of the begin invoke in the onSuccess function. Also, I'll just give you a process of how we can build and deploy a Silverlight web part. Whenever we want to use a Silverlight web part in our web pages, first thing is pretty simple. We can simply create a Silverlight application in our Visual Studio, and it basically creates for you a XAML file. Then you can put your code inside the XAML file, which actually prepares the user interface, or then you can actually have the code behind inside the page.xaml.cs file. So once your implementation is done, when you actually build your application, your Visual Studio will actually give you a ZAP file. So this is the output file which needs to be taken to the SharePoint platform by us. Now, how do I move the ZAP file to SharePoint? Simply, you can copy the ZAP file to any document library in your SharePoint site. And then you can create a simple site page, and then you can insert a Silverlight web part onto that site page, which then actually refers to this zap file which is being found in the document library. So basically inside the zap file we will be having our Silverlight user controls. I'll be showing you now practically how we can build an application using Visual Studio, how we get the zap file, how we can move the zap file to a document library, and how I can use a Silverlight web part talking to this zap file. In this very first demonstration, I'm going to show you how we can use client-side object model approach to talk to SharePoint using your C# code. You can now see I'm actually currently working in a site collection that's running on the port number 25,000, and it's a very simple site collection that's just having some title, description, and a couple of lists. So in the first demonstration, I'm going to show you how I can read this value of this title, maybe this description, and also the site logo URL using the client-side object model approach. By default, you know that when you click on the your site and your brand option, yes, I can see the site title here, I can see the description, and I can also see the URL of this image. Now we would like to write a very simple console-based application to read the title, description, and then the image URL values through our code. To get this done, let's go back to Visual Studio and try to create a simple console-based application that actually uses the client-side object model approach. So let's go ahead and try to create a simple console-based application. I'm clicking on File, New Project, and I'm selecting C#, and it's a simple console-based application. And I can leave my .NET framework as 4.5.2. And also you can see I'm going to save all these files in a folder like CSOM under this folder. So let's call this solution as read properties of a site using the client-side object model, and simply click on OK. Please be noted, when we were actually developing applications using the server-side object model, there was a constraint that it has to be a 64-bit application, because when we develop an application using server-side object model, we actually run it on the SharePoint server. But in the case of client-side object model, as this program is going to run on a client workstation talking to a remote SharePoint server, this need not be obviously a 64-bit, so there's no such constraint here. So simply go ahead and try to click on OK. So as soon as we have an empty solution, the first thing that you have to do to implement the client-side object model is to take the corresponding assemblies into references. So we're now ready with this empty solution. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to right click on references and try to click on add reference. In order to work with the client-side object model, we need two special assemblies to be taken into the references. One is Microsoft.SharePoint.client.dll. The other one is the Microsoft.SharePoint.client.runtime.dll. Both these files you can find inside the SharePoint Hive folder. In case you don't see them here, so you can actually click on Browse, and then you can notice I'm actually inside the SharePoint Hive folder, Web Server Extensions, under 15, under ISAPI, I can see these files, Microsoft.SharePoint.client and Microsoft.SharePoint.client.runtime. For me, I have these two files already in the recent section, so I can simply select and I can click on OK. So now you can see those two assemblies are coming under the references list. The next step is to obviously take into references Microsoft.SharePoint.client namespace. So this is what is important in every application where you would like to use the client-side object model. So I'm now inside the main function. So let's actually see how we can actually talk to this site using this approach. So as we know that our site collection is actually running on the port number 25,000. So let me actually create a simple string variable to store the URL of my site collection, which is 25,000. Now, when I'm actually using the client-side object model, you need to actually create an object of a very special class called as client context. You can see I'm just trying to create a client context object by passing the URL of the site with which you would like to communicate with. The client context object is responsible for talking to your remote SharePoint server by submitting the requests that you will make in your program and getting the responses back from the SharePoint server and give it to your client application. This is really very essential object that we will be using throughout these sessions. So once we have the client context, now we wish to actually get a handle for our website. So I can say web and some object name as web, and I can say ctx.web. Now you actually have the handle of this website inside the object called as web. Please be noted, when we were actually working with the server-side object model, it used to be like sp web, sp site, sp list, like that. In client-side object model, we don't use the term sp. Instead of sp web, it's simply web. Instead of sp list, it's going to be list, like that. So this object actually represents our website. Okay, so what's my plan? I want to read the website's title, maybe the website's description, and then the URL. In client-side object model, you always have to submit requests to your SharePoint server or make requests. You can notice here I'm actually calling a very special function called as load with the context object. Context.load, and you would like to read the information about the object web. Here you're actually making a request or preparing a request to the SharePoint server. Get me some information about the object web. Once this is done, then for example, if I'm trying to say console.writeLine, the site title is so and so, and maybe description is so and so, and also the site logo URL is so and so. So this is how you're actually trying to read the information. I'm going to say web.title, web.description, and also I can say web.site logo URL. So finally, I'm going to simply end this program by saying console.readKey. So this is where you're actually preparing a request to the SharePoint server that give me some information about the object web so that I can actually read the title, the description, and then the site logo URL. Interestingly, when I build a solution, obviously the build should be successful, and let's actually run this application and see whether we will be able to see the information or not. You can see the build has been succeeded. Let's click on start and let's see what actually happens. And please be noted, when we are actually running this application is running on a client computer that doesn't have SharePoint in real time, I mean to say. Obviously on this system I have SharePoint running, but technically speaking we actually use client-side object model applications. You run it on a computer that doesn't have SharePoint installed. Interestingly, I'm actually getting an error saying the property or field title hasn't been initialized, so I can't actually read title, description, and the site logo URL values. So this program is not working. So why it is not working? That's because load is a very special function that we always use in client-side object model, which actually prepares a request. So your application needs some information about the web object like title, description, and site logo URL. Though I'm successful in preparing the request, but this request was never submitted to the SharePoint server.
You should do that by calling a very special method called as execute query. So this is where you're preparing a request, and this is where you're submitting the request to the SharePoint server. Unless you submit the requests to the SharePoint server, nothing obviously comes back to the client from the SharePoint server. So normally, one execute query is sufficient for any number of loads. You might be making a lot of requests. It's not necessary that every load should be followed by an execute query call. You may have hundreds of loads. At the end of the program, you may have one execute query which actually submits all the above 100 requests in queue one by one to the SharePoint server, and then it gets the response for you. Now let's actually go ahead and try to run this application. Now we should be able to see the site title and then the site description, and I can also see the site logo URL. So this is how, in this very first example, I've shown you how I can use a client-side object model approach. For that, you need to have these two assemblies, and you need to have this special using directive statement, and you need to have the client context object to speak to the corresponding site, and then you can get the handle of the website, and whatever you needed from the SharePoint server, you have to prepare requests, and all those requests you submit to the SharePoint server by calling the execute query method. This is how one execute query is actually sufficient for submitting any number of requests to the SharePoint server. For simplicity, I have just read some information about the title property, the description property, and site logo URL. As such, you can read the information of the other properties as well. So far I've shown you by reading the three different properties values of my website. Let me actually comment out this line, and let me have a new line wherein I'm actually able to read a few other properties information. So you can see I'm reading the title, I'm reading the description, the site logo URL, just like how I did in the previous line. But in addition, I'm actually trying to read the site ID and then the site URL, whether the tree view has been enabled by me in the site, and what's the relative URL of this site, and also what's the root folder of this site, whether quick launch has been enabled on this website or not, and then what's the master URL of this site collection, and also who is the user who is currently logged in, and also I would like to know when this site was created. And I can see the title has been read properly, the description, web.site logo URL. The new things are obviously web.id, that actually gives me the GUID for my website, and then the URL of my website, and also whether the tree view has been enabled or not, and what's the server relative URL, and what's the web.rootfolder.server relative URL. That's important. I'll explain to you in a second. And also I can see whether the quick launch has been enabled or not. We get true or false. And also what's the master URL, and web.currentuser.title, the name of the user who is currently logged in, and also when this was created. So why am I showing you this line of code is because I'm reading few other informations, especially my focus is on these two properties, web.currentuser.title, that's a nested property, web.rootfolder.server relative URL. So let's actually see whether this program works or not. What's important here, when I'm making a request to the SharePoint server, get me the values of the different properties of this web object. So obviously we're not asking SharePoint the values for specific properties. We're just asking SharePoint, give me values of all the properties what this web object represents. Interestingly, when I run this application, we might see a couple of errors. One of the error I'm actually getting, especially in the case of the web.rootfolder.server relative URL. So we're only getting this error, especially when you have a nested properties. I would have got this error even for the web.currentuser.title if I can fix this issue. So now let's actually see how I can fix this issue. If there are nested properties or nested collections, then you have to make a special request to that as well. So I'm going to say web.root folder. Now you're asking the SharePoint server, I need some information about the root folder as well. And also I'm going to say web.currentUser. So what's important to understand here, whenever you pass any object to the load function, don't expect that you get all the values of all the properties what this object represents. If it has nested properties or if it has nested collections, those requests are to be made separately. You can now see we have 3 load functions consecutively, so obviously these 3 are 3 different requests, and one execute query is actually sufficient to submit all these 3 requests one by one to the SharePoint server, and then we get the response back to our application. This time let's run this application, and we now should be able to see all the properties. So I can see the site ID, that's the GUID here, and then the actual URL is this. Tree view is not enabled. The relative URL is in the root, and the root folder is also root. Quick launch is true, and that's the master page URL. And yes, the current user is the administrator, that's a system account, and when this was created and at what time. So this is how, in my very first demonstration, I've shown you how to use client-side object model to read properties of a specific site. So the bottom line here is, whenever you pass any object to the load function, SharePoint doesn't give you the values of all the properties that this object represents. If it has got any collections or nested properties, then you have to actually load them separately by using the load function. In this new demonstration, I'm going to show you how I can retrieve the list of lists that we have in a specific site collection using our client-side object model approach. For this, let's actually create a new console-based application, and let's actually call this as get list of lists, and simply click on OK. So as we did in the previous demonstration, I'm going to quickly take into references the SharePoint.client.runtime.dll and then the SharePoint.client.dll and say OK. Also, you can write the using directive statements like Microsoft.SharePoint.client. Now, the first thing, like we did in the previous demonstration, we always have to create an object of the client context by passing the URL of the site collection of the site that you wish to work with. So in my case, it's actually running on the port number 25,000. Also, I'm actually trying to have an object of the web by saying ctx.web. Now you now have the handle of the URL of the website in this object. So what's my plan here? I wish to actually get the list of all the lists that I have in my SharePoint site. Can see I've got some lists like codes categories, Belfast trainers, new trainers, and so many other lists that SharePoint by default has got. So we want to actually read them. So I can say for each, and I can actually have a variable like var list in web.lists. This is the collection that we have under the object web. So that's your list collection. So now I can simply say console.writeLine, the list title is my list.title. So we're now simply able to read the title of each list that I have in this site. Interestingly, when I run this application, you can notice here
you have created the context object, you have created the web object. Obviously, as I have explained to you in the last example, you always have to prepare requests and submit requests to the SharePoint server. So I'm going to say ctx.load, and then I'm asking SharePoint, get me some information about the web object. And we're actually going to submit this request to the SharePoint server before you actually try to read the response. Please be noted, lists is a collection under the web. So that's why when I actually run this application, you will have the problem that the list collection not initialized exception. That's because you have only asked SharePoint server, get me some information about the object web. But obviously, SharePoint doesn't give you all the properties information back to you when you ask like this. So that's why I have to have web.lists. So you are making a different request to the SharePoint server that you need some information about the web.lists. Yes, obviously this one load is sufficient. This is not really required for me because we're not actually reading any other properties that falls right under the web. So simply go ahead and try to run this application. So now I can see these are the different lists that I have in the SharePoint site. So maybe at the end of the program I can also say total lists found, lists count is, I can say web.lists.count. So let's give it a try again. So we can see there are totally 23 lists we have. I can see the Belfast trainers, the new trainers, and also the trainers list. These are the different custom lists that I have, and some of the lists were based on some content types. And of course, SharePoint treats many other things as lists by default. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how I can read the list of lists that exist under a specific site. The important thing here is you have a separate request for the SharePoint server that get me all the lists, the list of lists that is actually that have actually been created in this site. Only after this request has been made, this for loop is actually working for us. So what if, for example, you don't want to read the list of all the lists that are actually available in this site, but I want to read only specific lists based on some condition. For example, if I take you to my site, I have certain lists that have got a couple of records. Like if I show you the records of the trainers, this list doesn't have any data, whereas new trainers list is having one record. Belfast trainers is also having one record, and maybe course categories is having some bunch of records. So what's my plan here? I want to retrieve only those list titles which have got some records at least. So maybe one record or more than one record like that. So in such cases, what I can do, instead of reading all the lists, I can actually have a filter clause here this way. So I'm trying to say this time ctx.load, we want to read some information about the object web, and I'm actually having some condition using the lambda expression. So this is what your implies operator followed by a variable. Now I'm trying to say wc.lists.where clause where the item count is, let's say, greater than or equals to 1. So this time when I actually test my application, we're expected to see only the list of those lists which have got at least more than one record. So I can see the Belfast trainers, but I can also see the new trainers, and I can see the course categories, but I'm not seeing trainers here. Like last time we got 23, and this time we got only 12 out of them. So this is how I've shown you how we can actually do filtering as well at the time of preparing the request to the SharePoint server. Yes, we are actually applying some kind of filters using the lambda expressions or the link use syntax. So far I have shown you how we can apply a filter based on the row count of the lists. But let's actually see how I can do filtering in a different way. Let me comment out this line, and you can notice here this time I'm actually trying to retrieve the collection of the lists whose base template is 105. I know actually 105 is for the contacts. You can notice I've got a new trainers list which is actually based on the contacts content type, and also trainers is based on the contacts content type. So obviously when I say the list.base template is 105, it is actually going to show me the list of lists whose base template is 105, which is contacts. So that's why I see the total list of counts as 2. So this is how you can do filtering on the item count, or you can do it on the base template as well. So instead of base template, what if, for example, you want to retrieve all those lists which are basically lists but not document libraries, all that stuff? So in that case, I can actually comment out this line, and let's have a new filtering. You can see now I'm actually putting a new condition on the base type here. So where the base type has to be, in my case, a generic list. You might as well select it as a document libraries or discussion boards, surveys, like that. So because the base type I'm looking for is a generic list, so this time you're expected to see only the lists but not the document libraries and so on. So this is how in this entire demonstration I have shown you how we can retrieve the list of lists. First time I'm actually asking for all the lists. Second time we were only asking for the lists which have got at least one record. Third time we were only retrieving the lists whose content type is contacts. And of course in the last scenario we're actually trying to have a condition on the base type as generic list. In this demonstration we'll see how we can retrieve the list of lists using link queue queries rather than using the lambda expressions the way I did in my previous demonstration. To get this done, let's create a new console based application. I'm going to call this as something like load query demonstration, and I say OK, and simply go back to the Solution Explorer and try to take into the references those two special assemblies, and also let's have the using directive statement as Microsoft.SharePoint.client. We're now familiar with the steps, so I can actually show you the code. So just like how I did in my previous two demonstrations, first of all I'm trying to create a client context object speaking to my 25,000 site collection, and this is where I'm trying to get the handle for my website, and this is where we are preparing the request to the SharePoint server that give me the list collection back to my client application. Of course in the last demonstration I was actually able to show you successfully only the list of only the titles of the lists which have got at least one record. But that time we actually use lambda expression. Instead I can use a query as well. You can see here I'm using a link queue query from some variable name in web.lists where list.itemCount is greater than or equals to 1 and select those lists. Now all those lists which have got at least one record will go into the object query. Now because you have a proper query, I cannot obviously submit this request to the SharePoint server using the traditional load function. This time I should say ctx.loadQuery of query. So this query will be executed. Obviously it's just a request that you're preparing for the SharePoint server, and then when I call the execute query function, then these requests will be processed and the response will come back to the lists object. Now I can read one list from the lists collection back to the LST object, and I can print the title. Yes, obviously in this demonstration this is not really required, because in this scenario you're actually going to get all the lists. And we've seen how to do some kind of filtering in the previous demonstration using lambda expression, and this time we're actually doing filtering based on the link you select query. So simply go ahead and try to run this application, and let's see, we have a small problem here. So let me take this additional braces and try to rerun the application, and now I can see the different lists here. So this time I'm only seeing new trainers, and I'm seeing course categories, and the other lists that have got at least one record, including the Belfast trainers. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you when we actually use load query instead of load. If you wish to do some kind of filtering, instead of using lambda expressions, if you wish to use the traditional link use select statement, in that case that query needs to be submitted to the SharePoint server using the load query. In any case, execute query has to be called whether we use load or whether we use load query. So just like how we did in the previous demonstration, we were actually able to retrieve only those lists which are based on the contacts content type, or which are basically generic lists. So what if I wish to do the same kind of filtering using this load query syntax? So for that purpose, let me actually comment out this statement, and let me have the new code here. So you can see what I'm trying this time. I'm using ctx.loadQuery of web.lists, where list.baseType equals to baseType.generic_list. And load query obviously returns you an IEnumerable list. So we are now retrieving only those lists whose base type is generic list. So all those lists will come into the lists IEnumerable type, and I'm actually reading one from the lists into the LST object, and we are printing the title. So in this demonstration, we've seen in two different ways the load query. So I can use load query if I wish to use some link queue queries in this fashion, or I can combine lambda expressions with the load query as well, especially if you're trying to do some kind of filtering. In this demonstration, I'll explain to you how we can read the data of a list through our code. So for that, let's actually create a new console-based application, and I'm going to call this as read records of a list, and simply click on OK. So just like how I did in the previous demonstrations, let me quickly take into references these two special assemblies, and also the using directive statement like Microsoft.SharePoint.client for the client-side object model. So I'm actually going to paste the code, and I'm going to explain this. So the steps are pretty simple, quite similar to what we did in the previous demonstrations. We always require a client context object, which is responsible for submitting the requests and getting the responses back from the SharePoint server to the client. And then we have a handle for our website. In the previous demonstrations, we were actually working with the web.lists collection. But what if you wish to work with an individual list, then I can create an object of the list class. So I should say web.lists.getByTitle and my trainers list. You can notice I have a trainers list with me, and that has got some couple of records here. So I wish to read the last name of all the trainers through my code. So that's why we now have a list object. Now the most essential thing in the client-side object model, if you wish to read records of a list, you actually call a special method called as getItems. So with this LST object, I should say lst.getItems, but getItems actually expects a camel query object. Though in this demonstration you're not doing any kind of filtering, and because the getItems expects a camel query object as a parameter, we need to actually create an object of the camel query class. And then that query object, you need to pass it to the getItems method of your list. So by saying lst.getItems of our camel query, the getItems actually returns for you a list item collection, so which actually comes into this LIC object. Now this request needs to be prepared, so I should say ctx.load of my list item collection. Please be noted, to the load function you can pass an object of any type whose information you wish to retrieve it from the SharePoint server. Like in my previous examples, I was using here web, or I was using web.list, but this time we were using an object of the list item collection. So now this is the request that you're preparing for the SharePoint server. Finally, I should say ctx.execute query, and now the request will be submitted to the SharePoint server, and you will see all the lists, all the records of the TriNets list will be inside LIC. So I'm reading one record from LIC into the item object, and I'm printing each TriNets name as item of title. So the title is actually obviously your last name in this demonstration. So because that list was actually based on the contacts content type. So simply go ahead and try to run this application. I can see all my TriNet names here. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how we can read records of a list. So what is important here, when I say ctx.load of LIC, you're actually trying to get all the records of the TriNets list, and of course all the columns. Of course right now I do not have a lot of data for the other columns, but if the data is available, SharePoint would have actually given the information of all the fields. So what if, for example, the list is obviously having hundreds of columns, but you don't need actually the information of all the 100 columns, but you just need only information of 1 or 2 columns. So obviously it's a performance issue if you're getting so much from the SharePoint server and using pretty little information. So in that case, you can actually make a request to the SharePoint server, give me only title and first name, but nothing else. So imagine right now I only have titles, I don't have any first names. So I've just quickly filled in the first names for all these TriNets like this. So now our TriNets list is having a proper last name and a first name. Now I wish to read the information of the last name and first name only. We do not like to make a request to the SharePoint server to give the information about the other columns. So in such scenarios, we have to use slightly a different load syntax. So let me actually comment out the first statement that we have seen in the previous demo, ctx.load of LIC. Instead, I'm actually trying to use a new syntax. I'm trying to say ctx.load to my list item collection, and I'm trying to say items implies items.include. So first time we're only asking the SharePoint server that I need only a couple of columns of data. So in such case, we should say item. This can be any name of your choice, and the same name obviously you have to put after that implies operator. So I'm asking only for item of title, which is my last name, and item of my first name. So in this scenario, you're only trying to get the information of the title and then the first name. So maybe somewhere here I can say first name is so and so. So I can say item of title, comma, item of first name. So this is a very handy feature. If you do not like to ask SharePoint server too much of information for no reason, and then using only a couple of columns of information in your program. So for performance improvement, obviously this is the best syntax that we should stick to. So we can just include as part of a request what information we would like it from the SharePoint server. So simply go ahead and try to run the application Now we should be able to see the each trainer's first name and the last name. Of course, this is the last name, which is the title for me, and this is the data coming from the first name. So that's how in this demonstration I've shown you how we can read records of a list. In this demonstration, I'll explain to you how we can delete records of a list in a bulk manner. Currently, if you can see, my trainers list is having a couple of records, and we wish to actually delete all of the records of this list, because I might actually use this list sometime later. So let me actually delete some records from a different list like codes categories. So the codes categories list is having almost some 27 records. So I wish to actually delete all of them in one go. So for that, let's actually create a new project and call this as delete records of a list in a bulk manner, and click on OK. So simply take those two assemblies into references, and let me have the code in place, and also have that using Microsoft.SharePoint.client using directory statement pretty much here. Okay, this is something pretty new, so that's the main significance. That's why I'm actually trying to show you this example. So you can notice here I'm having the client context as we did in the previous demonstrations. I have my web object, and you can see I'm actually trying to connect to the codes categories list. So this is codes categories. So once we are ready with the handle of the list, as we know, in order to call the get items, you need to actually have a camel query object in place. So though this is empty for the time being, we're just trying to create a query object of the camel query class, and that query object you're passing as a parameter to the get items method of the list. Now all those records will come into the LIC, the list item collection, and simply you're preparing a request by calling the load function by passing the list item collection, and your request will be submitted and processed when you call the execute query method. So normally this is the same code that we have actually used when I was trying to read the information. So in my previous demonstrations, I was actually trying to say for each list item in LIC, and I'm actually able to read the each LI's different columns. Like codes categories has got a couple of columns, so I can read the title and I can read the codes category ID in the code, in fact, here. So this loop would have worked perfectly for me if I'm actually trying to read the data. But obviously we have a problem here. If I run this code, it will not actually delete the records for me successfully. Let's see why. So at this point of time, when the get items method actually executes my query, it's an empty query, obviously all the records will be inside LIC, and you're reading one record from LIC into LI, and in order to delete a record you have to actually call the delete object method. So li.delete object is actually going to delete that record that you have just iterated, and this loop will go on and each record will be deleted. And once we come out of the for loop, obviously you have to call the ctx.execute query so that all the deletions will be committed. Please be noted, execute query is not just meant for load or something, because in all my previous demonstrations we were actually using the execute query after the loads. Anything, whether you're trying to read some information from the SharePoint server or you're actually trying to make some changes in the way of deleting the records, even then execute query has to be called. So after that I'm going to say all records have been deleted successfully. And then finally, I'm going to have a simple console.read key here. So at this point of time, let's actually go ahead and simply run the code and see what actually happens. So it's actually trying to tell me the collection was modified, enumeration operation may not execute. So what's obviously happening here, you're actually trying to delete records while you're actually trying to iterate through the collection, which is not actually allowed. So because that's where the index of each record will be affected when you're actually trying to delete them. So in such scenarios, if you wish to do records deletion in a bulk manner, while you're actually trying to iterate, you must call the toList method. Only then the iteration will take place. Now simply go ahead and try to run the application one more time. So this time we should be able to see the message that all the records have been deleted successfully, and when we go back to our SharePoint site, we shouldn't see the records. So now after toList has been added to my iteration, this program has actually got executed successfully and we can see the message. So let's close the application and go back to the SharePoint site and try to refresh the browser. Now I don't see any records in the codes categories list. So this is how, whenever you wanted to delete all the records of a list, or maybe in some kind of iteration, please ensure you have to call the toList method on that collection. Otherwise the iteration doesn't actually happen, and thus you actually get some indexing error. Obviously the current node should not be deleted, so that's why the toList method has to be called with the collection, especially if you're trying to delete those records. In this demonstration, I'll explain to you how you can load selective properties. To get this done, let's have a new project, and I'm going to call this demo as load selective properties demo, and I click on OK. So from the Solution Explorer, I take into references those two special assemblies, and let me show you the code. So first of all, you can notice most of the code is pretty similar to my previous demonstration, except there's a slight change in the load syntax. So we now have the Microsoft.SharePoint.client using directory statement, and we have created a new object of the client context speaking towards site collection, and we now have the handle for website as well. So basically we wish to actually read information about our web object. So earlier I used to say ctx.load of web, and then I can read the web's title, website, site logo, URL, and then the description, everything. Now basically in this scenario, what actually happens if I actually have this statement in place, you will actually get a lot of information of different properties of the web object from the SharePoint server, though we're only interested in the title, the site logo, URL, and description. It's like getting too much from SharePoint server and utilizing very few information among that. So obviously when I run this application, we should be able to see the site's title, the site's description, and then the site URL, site logo URL as well. So though this program is working perfectly, yes, we will have some kind of performance issues. For betterment, actually we should actually stick to this load syntax. In this scenario, I'm going to say ctx.load, and you're actually asking the SharePoint, get me some information about this web object. And using the lambda expression, you're only asking for the website's title, the website site logo URL, and then the description. So this is obviously much better than the actual default load. So in this scenario, the program works again perfect. So this is how you can see how we can load selective properties. Obviously, if I comment this second property, so that means you're only trying to read the title and description. So you have requested SharePoint server for title and description, and then you have submitted your query. So when the response comes back to you in the form of title and description, so this is fine and this is fine, but when you're actually trying to access the site logo URL, you actually get an error because that information is not available with the client because the server hasn't sent that to the client. So this is how we can see how we can read information of selective properties by using this load syntax. So for performance reasons, yes, this is what is being recommended. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can add records to a list through the client-side object model API, and also how we can retrieve those records by applying paging. Notice in my SharePoint site collection, I have a list with me called as codes categories. It's a custom list, and that's just having a title and a category ID and no records, obviously. Because I wish to demonstrate paging in this demonstration, I wish to have more records. So dynamically I'm going to add some 26 records from A to Z to this codes categories list. So obviously if you have a large list which is having so much amount of data, and trying to retrieve all those 10,000 records in one go will have some performance issues. In such scenarios, you might actually retrieve the information from the SharePoint server by applying the paging, so that maybe in each request or each round trip you might actually get 10 records at a time. So let's see how we can apply paging for retrieving the data from this list. So let's actually try to create a new console based application, and I'm going to call this as paging demo, and I say OK. And pretty quickly try to take into references these two essential assemblies. And let me show you the code first to add those 26 records, and then later I'll show you how I can do paging for this. So first of all, let's take into the using directive statement microsoft.sharepoint.client, and also have this code in place. And at the end I'm going to simply have a read key. So let's see the code for adding records to the list dynamically. So as we did in the previous demonstrations, yes, first of all I need a client context object, and I also need my website handle, and then you have a handle for the list that you wish to work with. So I'm saying web.lists.getByTitle of codes categories. Now you should actually have the handle for your codes categories list into the LST object. Then I'm simply calling the execute query method, and that's the time you actually get the handle for the list, you get the handle for the website. Now I know that we are seeing first time how to add records to the list using the client-side object model. So in the client-side object model, first of all, whenever you wanted to add a new item to a list, you must create an object of the list item creation information. So I have an object here called as list item creation information, and I'm actually trying to run a for loop from 65 to 90. So this is going to be from capital A to capital Z, and you should say lst dot add item of this list item creation information object. Now you will have a blank record in the item. LST is obviously your codes categories. So inside this item you will have the title, and you will have the category ID like title and category ID. So I'm going to simply convert the integer I 65 to character, so then I will see as capital A, and category ID itself is I itself for me. So after add item you must call the update method to commit those changes. So at this point of time, this loop will run for 26 times, and I should see the message that the records have been added successfully, and then finally we'll be waiting here. So let's simply go ahead and try to run this demonstration up to this. So it is trying to tell me the records have been added pretty quickly. So but when I go back to my SharePoint site, you can see I'm not seeing the records. So that's because, just like how I have shown you in my previous demonstration of deleting records in a bulk manner, after the records were being deleted in a for loop, I was actually calling the execute query method, which I didn't do this time. So after all the 26 records have been added, then you must commit them. So as I said, these are all requests that you're preparing for the SharePoint server. When I say add item, that's a request. When I say update, that's a request. Just like load. So all these requests will be submitted to the SharePoint server when you call the execute query method. So that's why this is really very important. So I'll actually put that here to make sense. And finally, try to run the application one more time. So this time it is going to add all those 26 records to my codes categories list. So let's close the application, go back to the SharePoint site and refresh, and I now can see 26 records in my codes categories list. So the first step is over. Now we wish to read these 26 records by applying paging. So because I've got only 26 records, so I'm actually going to take the page size as 2. So that means all these 26 records should come back to me in 13 pages. So let's see how to apply paging for retrieving the data from the list. So as we were now successful in adding those 26 records to the codes categories list, next time when I run this application, I do not want these records to be added again, so I can actually comment these for loop for some time. Okay, now I have the code in place for paging support. Let's try to understand this code one by one. First of all, whenever you wanted to actually apply paging or implement paging for retrieving the data from a list, you must create an object of the list item collection position. So you can notice here I have an object called as LICP of the list item collection position, which has been initialized to null. And I obviously have a camel query object as well. So this time I need to actually do something with the query object. So I'm going to specify the view XML property of my camel query object, where I'm going to specify the row limit. So for that I have to have my code in between view and /view tags. This is your view XML property. Of course I'm having the @ sign because I'm using these escape sequence characters. Of course this view fields is actually optional, so if you specify you're only asking the SharePoint server, I need only titles from this list, but you don't need anything else when you actually pass this query. Imagine the list has got so many columns, but you still want only a couple of columns, then you can have as many field refs. Here you may have category ID as well. Most important piece of code is this, where I'm restricting the row limit to 2. So this is how you have the camel query object. Now I'm going to have some while loop which actually runs continuously as long as the conditions are true. At some stage when we know, you will not have any more records to fetch, then we have to come out of this while loop. So what you have to do now, for this query, I have to specify the list item collection position property as this LICP. So I know that at this point of time, when I say query dot list item collection position is actually null. So that's fine with me first time, because we are yet to retrieve the first 2 records. So initially the query.listItemCollection position is null. We don't mind. Now the next step is my LST object, which is pretty much here. LST.getItems of query. Now the query knows it needs only 2 records at a time. So the first 2 records will come into the list item collection. Obviously, nothing really happens unless you call the execute query. So finally, I should say ctx.load of LIC. So that's where you're preparing the request. And nothing really happens unless you call the execute query. So when I call the execute query method, the first 2 records will come into the LIC. Now I'm actually trying to find out LIC.listItemCollection position one more time. So this time, obviously, we have finished reading the records from the first page, and so the list item collection position is end of first page and beginning of the second page. So LICP is no more null in this case. If LICP is null, we actually come out. I know LICP will actually be null after we finish reading the 13th page information. We have 26 records, 13 choose 26. So this if condition will be satisfied after we read the last 2 records from the 13th page, and then while it attempts to read the 14th page information, we simply come out of the while loop. That's fine. Now I'm trying to say for each list item li in my LIC, I'm actually trying to read the first 2 records from the first page. So it prints the titles of the first 2 categories. And for our understanding, I'm also trying to print the paging number on the screen. I'm going to say my LICP dot paging info. I'm trying to display for my reference as the page ID. So simply go ahead and try to run this application. So what happens here? So obviously it prints the first 2 records, and I will see the page ID as 1, and then it goes again up. Then this time the list item collection position will be 2, and then I get the second page records into the LIC, which I'm going to print again. So that will go on continuously. After printing each page ID, I'm also having some kind of underline just to separate the content of each page. So let's actually go ahead and try to run the application by clicking the start button. So now you can see pretty quickly I'm actually trying to get information from 2 records per page. You can see codes name A and B, and the page ID is slightly bit unique. It's trying to tell me paged is true and PID is 29, and then you got 31, C and D, EF for 33, 35, 37, 9. So these page IDs are obviously been generated for us randomly by SharePoint. So obviously these page IDs are a bit unique. So I can see right from 29 to 51 all my 13 pages, and we're actually trying to get 2 records per page. So obviously if I go back here and try to change this to 3 and then give it a try one more time. So this time I can see 3 records in the page 30, and then you have another 3 in the page 33, another, like this it goes on until it goes up to, so we can see we got up to V, W and X obviously. And we are left with actually 2 more records. That's where you can actually tweak the code a little bit. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how we can use the list item collection position property of your camel queries, and also how you can use it for the list item collection in order to retrieve the records in a paging manner. So I've just made a couple of changes to this code to fix that issue. Like when I was actually having this as 3 earlier, we weren't actually getting the records of the last page, So that was because my if condition was actually here. So instead, I moved this LICP is null to the end of the logic. So if LICP is null, we actually break out of the loop, else we're actually going to print the paging info. So I wasn't actually getting the last records or the remaining records on the last page because I had this if condition before I was printing this information. So let's actually try now. So you can now see we're actually having 3 records per page, and on the last page I can see the 2 records, which wasn't happening earlier when I had the if condition at a different place. Of course, if I change the row limit to 4 now, and then if I give it a try again, I can see now 4 records per page, and on the last page we have those 2 records. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how to apply paging while retrieving the data from lists. In this demonstration, I'll explain to you how you can write something back to SharePoint server. So far in my previous demonstrations, we were actually using the load. So that means you're actually retrieving or reading some information from the SharePoint server back to your client application. But we will now see how we can send some data from your client application to the SharePoint server. For this, let's create a new project, and I'm going to call this as something like write to SharePoint server. And simply click on OK. Or some kind of making changes. That's the whole idea for this demonstration. So first let's take into references these 2 assemblies, and let me show you the code here. So first of all, let me have this using directive statement of Microsoft.SharePoint.client. And you can notice here, first I'm getting ready with my context object, which is really very important. And then you have the web handle as well. And this is where I'm actually calling the load function by passing the web object. And I'm also submitting this request to the SharePoint server. Why am I doing that somewhere in the middle of the example or code is because I wish to show you the old title and then the old description on the screen. So as you can see, the current title is SPS 2013 Development Training, and that's my description. So obviously the old title, it should show me as SPS 2013 and SPS 2013 here. Now I wish to actually change them. So here we have seen how to read information. So whatever values that SharePoint has given to me in the form of web.title and web.description, I'm changing here. I'm changing, or I'm overwriting the value of the web.title to SharePoint 2013 development, and also description as similar. Now, just like load for reading, update is for writing. Then I must call the update method on the object whose properties you have changed. Again, please be noted, web.update is not really going to commit your changes to the SharePoint server permanently because it's just you're preparing the request. Just like for load, execute query is required. Similarly, even when you're updating something, execute query should follow. So then only your changes will be committed. So after the new title and the new description have been updated, I'm going to print the new title and new description again in this demonstration. So let's run this one more time. And you can see the old title is SPS 2013, old description. And the new title is this, and the new description is this. Simply close your application, go back to the SharePoint site and refresh your page. And you can see the SharePoint 2013 development. Of course, when I click on the your site and your brand, you can see the new title, and you can also see the new description. So this is how in this demonstration I have shown you usage of the update method if you wish to make some changes and then commit back to the SharePoint server, we actually use the update method on the corresponding object, and then you must submit those updations to the SharePoint server by calling the execute query. So execute query needs to be there whether we use load for reading or whether we use update for writing. In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how we can create a brand new site using client-side object model approach. To get this done, let's create a new console-based application, and I'm going to call this as create a subsite. And simply click on OK. So let's go back to Solution Explorer and take those two essential assemblies into references. And now let me show you the code. So first of all, let me take my using directive statement Microsoft.SharePoint.client. As you can see, it's been pretty much here. Okay, now let's try to understand the code. I've created a couple of local variables here. This is the URL under which I wish to create a new subsite, and I want my site description to be something like this. Created this new site using client-side object model approach, and we're going to use the US English, so the language, the number is, I'm giving it as 1033, and this is going to be the title of my new site, and this is going to be the site URL, the new site. And the site permissions means whether you would like to use unique permissions or would you like to inherit permissions from the parent site. So I'm actually happy by keeping the use unique permissions as false. And the site template is a predefined code, your SharePoint team site sts-0. So you have to use the standard codes for the different site templates. Okay, first you need to get ready with your client context object by passing the URL with which you wish to work with and get a handle of the website. Now under this website you wish to create a new subsite. The client-side object model actually gives you a very special class called as web creation information in case if you wish to create a new website. Already in the earlier demonstrations we've seen list creation information as well. Now for this WCI object, I'm going to set its description to this variable, and the language is going to be this, and this is going to be the title, this is going to be the URL, and use same permissions as parent site. So that's where the site permissions will actually come here. So because it's use same permissions as parent site, let it be as true because we do not like to use any unique permissions for this site in this demonstrations. So I'm leaving the site permissions value as true itself. And then the wci.web template is going to be sts-0. That's it. Now finally, under this website we need a new website for the webs collection. So I should say web dot your web collection webs dot add this web creation information class object. So this will actually create for you a new site, and the new site handle goes to the object new web. So at this point of time the site actually gets created. But as we know, in client-side object model approach, all are basically requests. You're preparing a request which needs to be submitted to the SharePoint server by calling the execute query function. So frankly speaking, for example, this code is actually in the line 33. So by the time we cross 33 and enter into the next statement, we know that the site hasn't been created yet, because that's just a request that you have prepared for it. So as soon as the new site is created, I'm actually trying to call the load function again, and I wish to get some properties of this new website. So I'm interested in reading only title and description but not any other properties. Of course, I could have actually terminated my statement like this. Then it actually gives you the values of different properties So instead of that, we are actually very selective here. So we're trying to retrieve only the title and description of this new site. Obviously, this is the new title, this is the new description for the new site. So this is one request, this is another request. Now a batch of requests we are submitting to the SharePoint server by calling the execute query method. Now your requests will be submitted to the SharePoint server one by one. So first the site will be created, and then you're actually trying to read the new site's title and description. So after the execute query, now I can read my new site's title and then the new site's description. So let's actually go ahead and try to run this application, and this is going to create for me a new site. So obviously, currently, if you can notice in my site collection, I do not have any subsites so far, but this new site is just coming up, and you can see the site has been created through the client-side object model approach. So that means our site has been created. Now if I click on this new site now, we're actually now inside the new site. That's the URL, that's the title, and obviously when I click on this your site and your brand option, I can see my site title, I can see my description as well, and that's your site URL, new site. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how to create a new subsite under your existing site collection using client-side object model approach. Please be noted, unlike server-side object model, where we were actually creating web applications and we were creating site collections using server-side object model, all those things are not possible in the case of client-side object model. In the case of client-side object model, you cannot access the top-level objects or classes like web applications and site collections. Anything that you wish to do with the client-side object model is inside a specific site, not the higher level of this site. In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how we can create a brand new list using client-side object model and how we can add records to that list programmatically. To get this done, create a new project, and I'm going to call this as create a list and add records, and click on OK. Let's go back to the Solution Explorer and take those two assemblies into references. And now let me explain the code which I have with me. So first of all, let's go back and try to take it into references the using directory statement, Microsoft.SharePoint.client. So I have a couple of local variables here where I'm storing my site collection URL, and then I'm creating my client context object, and then you have the handle of the website. So whenever you wanted to create a brand new list using the client-side object model, you have to create an object of the list creation information, just like how we did when I was actually trying to create a brand new website. We were using web creation information. Here it's called as list creation information. And I want the title of this new list as IT Academy courses. And the list template type for this list is going to be generic list in my case, and you can actually change that to any other type of your choice. And also I'm setting the description for my list as IT Academy courses. And now we're actually trying to create our brand new list. So to create a list, the statement is pretty simple. You should say web.lists, which is your list collection. Last time when I was trying to create a brand new website, here it was webs collection. Now this is a lists collection. So I now say web.lists.add this list creation information object. At this point of time, you will have your brand new list, and because this is a custom list, it will just have one column called as title, nothing else. but I wish to have few more columns added to this list. So we can actually add new fields to the existing list using the declarative approach like this. So I can create an object like code's name, and I also have something like, say, trainer name, and then you have the duration here. So I'm going to say my list dot fields dot add field as example, and the field type I'm going to set this to text. The display name is the code's name, and it's actually a required column. The second parameter is actually add to default view, sorry. So that means these columns will be available to you by default when you are looking at the list in the browser. And of course the last parameter is add field options dot default value, means you're actually trying to add these columns to the default content type what SharePoint uses. So at this point of time we have three different columns like code's name, trainer name, and duration. But you can notice the type is text for the first two columns, and for duration I'm leaving the type as number. Of course I wanted to have one more column as code's category, and that should be a choice column. So slightly you have to have more code here. That's why I'm taking this entire declarative code into a string variable. Like I've got a variable like category choice where the field type is choice here, like number, text, you have boolean, different data types. Display name, I want this to be appearing like a drop down list, and there's a default value as web development, and these are the different choices like web development and web designing. So these are all obviously keywords. So this is how the field tag has been closed here. So now I can say list.fields.add field as example, my category choices. You're adding this to the default value and adding to the default content type. So at this point of time you have a brand new list with 4 extra columns here. Now it's time for us to add some records to this newly created list. In order to add records to the list, you have to actually create an object for the list item creation information. For creating lists, it is list creation information. For adding records, it's list item creation information. So I have the list creation information object as LIC. Then I can say my list dot add item of LIC. So you will now have a blank record added to our list, and that is inside the list item object. Now I can specify my code's name, the trainer name, duration, and then the category, and then the title also as some SPS 2013, and whatever changes that you have made here, you're now updating them back to the SharePoint server. So at this point of time our list has got one record. Then I'm creating another blank record and trying to set the values for the different columns, and then you're updating again. So obviously nothing really happens in this entire program if I don't write execute query, because all these adds, updates, all these fields adding, everything are requests. So these requests you need to submit to the SharePoint server by calling the execute query method. Finally, I'm displaying a message to the user: the list has been created successfully, and then the records have been added. Let's actually go ahead and try to run this application. So if all goes well, it should tell me the list has been created successfully and then the records have been added successfully. Let's close the application. Let's go back to the SharePoint site and refresh. I should see something like IT Academy courses. So if I click on the IT Academy courses, I can see SPS 2013 record and SPS 2010 record. And interestingly, if I'm actually trying to create a new record, you can see the category is coming like a drop down with these two choices because of that choice column here. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how you can create a brand new list and add records to the list at runtime. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can retrieve the list of subsites of a given parent site. To get this done, let's create a new project, and I'm going to call this as get list of subsites, and then say OK. So if I can show you what we have in the SharePoint sites. So as you know that I'm currently working inside the site collection called as, which is running on the port number 25,000. And if I click on the site contents, you can see this has got a subsite called as new site. And it also has got another subsite called as new site 2. If I click under new site 2, and then if I go to the site contents, that has got new site 3. So this is how we've got some subsites. So what's my plan now? I want to read all these sites and then show it on the program. So under the top level site, you've got new site and then new site 2. We got 2 child sites under the top level site, and new site 2 has got 1 more child site. So to get this done, let's go back to our application and then take into references these 2 assemblies, and let me explain the code I have. And as you know, if I have to read this information continuously, it has to be a bit recursive, and that's the reason I've got a small function which I'll be calling in a recursive way to get the list of subsites of each child. So if you notice here, I've got a static variable here called as parent site path, which is my 25,000. In the main function, I'm actually calling this get list of subsites function by passing this URL. So this localhost colon 25,000 will actually come to my URL parameter. Now, our plan is to read the subsites not just under the parent, but also under any child. So that's the reason I'm creating the client context object for every URL. So first of all, this URL is going to be 25,000, and then I'm trying to get a handle of my website, and I'm trying to read some information about my web object. Especially, I need the subsites under this, the web collection. So as we know already, if I just say ctx.load of web, you don't get the webs collection. The webs collection has to be retrieved as a special request. Just like how we were retrieving the list of lists by saying web.lists, it has to be your web.webs collection. Also, in addition to the webs collection, I need the each website's title as well. So this is the load that you have to make to the SharePoint server. It's a kind of request. Finally, you submit that request by using the execute query method. So at this point of time, the web.webs is now ready. So I'm picking up one website into the child web object, and then you have to construct the complete URL by saying your parent site path, which is 25,000 / child web dot server relative URL, will actually give me that new site. And now I have to find out, is there any subsite under new site? So that child website path, I'm going to pass it back to the get list of subsites in a recursive way. Now it will actually go and try to find out if there is any subsite under new web. Sorry, the new site, in fact. So as such, I know that under new site we don't have any subsites, so it will simply go ahead and try to print the new site for us. and then in the subsequent iterations it is actually going to show me the new site 2 and new site 3. So let's go ahead and try to run this application. We have a small problem. Let's see what's the issue there, and simply run the application. So now you can see under my 25,000 I've got a site called as new site, and after that it went into new site 2, but then it found out in a recursive way there's a subsite under new site 2, so that's why it's printing new site 3 first for me, and then obviously the new site 2, which is under the new site, is getting printed here. So this is how in client-side object model we can retrieve the list of subsites for any URL that you may pass to this function. So as I have already explained in my previous demonstrations, obviously client-side object model has got some restrictions unlike server-side object model. You cannot access anything that we normally do inside the SharePoint central administration, like trying to create a web application or getting the list of web applications, or trying to get the list of site collections. So all that stuff is not possible if you're actually working with the client-side object model. In the case of server-side object model, because we consider them as fully trusted applications, we can normally do anything, because at the end of the day the server-side object model code runs on the server. But that's not the case here. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can retrieve the list of fields of a specific list. For example, I do have a list with me called as trinets. So when I click on the trinets list, you can see we got so many columns here. So I would like to write a simple program using console based project template, and we'll be using the client-side object model approach to retrieve all these fields. Also, I will show you how we can make a couple of changes to any of the properties of any field and how we can commit those changes. So to get this done, let's go back to Visual Studio and try to create a new project. And I'm actually going to call this as get list or get fields of a list, and say OK. Now first of all, let's go to the Solution Explorer and try to take it into references, these two essential assemblies. And now let me show you the code. So just like how I did in my previous examples, we will be connecting to the site collection, which I have it running on the port number 25,000. So that's going to be my site URL. And we have to first get ready with the client context object, and then you have a handle for the website, and then I'm trying to say site.lists.get by title of the trinets list. So important thing here, how do you get access to the list of fields of a specific list? So you can simply say the list name, which is this is my object here, dot fields. So all the fields will go into the field collection. Now, for example, at this point of time, all the fields of the trinets list is pretty much inside this object. Now, among those fields, I would like to access one of the field called as work phone. You can notice here, I've got last name, first name, company, and business phone. But when you actually go into the list settings and try to have a look at the list of fields, I know that this is business phone. But when I click on the business phone, the column name is actually business space phone. But whereas if I see in the URL, you can notice here the field ID is work phone. So that's the internal name of the fields. So SharePoint obviously maintains an internal name as well. So for example, you don't know like what's the actual internal name or the title, but in such scenarios I can simply use a method called as get by internal name or title. So wherever this is applicable, so you actually get the handle of that field. So in this scenario, I know that the internal name for the business phone is work phone because I have just seen it in the URL bar. So I'm trying to access this column. By default, we know that it's not a required column. You can see business phone is an optional column. So if you wish to make some changes to any field, you can do that, because once you have the handle of the field, then you can access any of its properties and make changes. In this demonstration, we're just trying to say required as true, so this field becomes mandatory for us. Because you have made some changes, you must call the update function. So now it's time for us to prepare the requests. So first of all, when I say my trainer list dot fields, so that's actually one request for me. So I should say client context dot load of this one. Then you get the list of all columns. Then you say client context dot load of this work phone. Finally, I say execute query. And that's the time all your requests will be submitted to the SharePoint server. So in addition to making changes to one of the column, I'm also trying to have a small for loop here, which actually shows me the list of all the columns of this list. So I'm going to say for each var some variable f in my field collection, and I can print each field's internal name as well as title. So let's run this application, and we now should be able to see all the fields of this trainers list. So you can see there should be something like work phone or business phone. That's going to be the internal name, and there will be a title. So in some cases, obviously the field name and then the field title and the internal name might be same, but here you can see the internal name is work phone, but the title is actually business phone here. This is home phone, this is home space phone, cell phone, and this is mobile number. So it's obviously recommended that you try to put your conditions based on the internal name instead of the field title. So at this point of time, if I go back to my site and I refresh the page, you should be able to see business phone as required. So if I click on the business phone, you can see required that this column contains information is now set to S, because that's what we did by setting dot required as true. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how you can access the fields of a specific list and retrieve their information, or how you can make some changes to it and how you can update. And so you can notice here execute query. One execute query is sufficient for both these loads as well as for this update call. In this demonstration, I'll give you an overview of JavaScript object model, which is again another client-side object model which Microsoft has released from SharePoint 2010 onwards. So how different is JavaScript object model from the managed client-side object model? So again, basically JavaScript object model is intended for accessing or manipulating your SharePoint objects by using JavaScript as a code language in an asynchronous fashion. So what's very important here, your JavaScript object model only supports asynchronous calls to the SharePoint server from your client page. And basically, in order to use JavaScript in our web pages to talk to SharePoint, we don't actually require a very complex setup. In fact, we just need a couple of JS files. So that's how the JSON is actually made up of from a set of JavaScript files, which can be simply injected into any current web page or a web part. And one important thing here, we cannot use server-side URLs in the client context constructor. So the classes are pretty similar between the client-side object model and then the JavaScript client-side object model. When I use the client context constructor, we don't actually pass an explicit URL because it expects to work for the current site where the page is actually using this JavaScript code. Also, another important point here, the JavaScript object model doesn't support the link use syntax. And we have some special files like sp.js, sp.co.js, sp.runtime.js, which you will find on the SharePoint server's Hive folder under 15 template layouts. And these are the files that we need to take it into references whenever we want to use the JavaScript object model to talk to SharePoint. So by default, all your web pages of your SharePoint site are, because they are basically created out of the default SharePoint's master page. So explicitly, we may not have to take these files into references because the master page already has got references. But for any reason, if you are using a custom master page, then you have to ensure these files are taken into references on your client-side page. Now, I'll just show you how the class names looks like in the case of the JavaScript model, or what we call it as ECMAScript object model, in fact. So already we know in SOM we have SP context. Here I'll be using it as SP dot client context. So we use that prefix of SP dot in the case of JavaScript. SP site will be calling it as SP dot site, SP dot web, SP dot list, SP dot list item, SP dot field. So I'll be showing you many web pages using all these classes in the further demonstrations. As far as in understanding how does the JavaScript object model works internally, it's pretty similar to the concepts that I have already explained for the client-side object model. So you have a web page that's actually using the JavaScript client-side object model. So as it tries to process the requests and submit the requests, it constructs a proxy object, and all your requests will be sent in the form of XML to the client.svc of your SharePoint server, which then uses SOM internally, which may talk to the SharePoint content database to get the response for you. And that response will be given by the WCF service in the form of JSON to the SharePoint client-side object model. Then the SharePoint client-side object model parses this JSON response in a format that's understandable to the JavaScript. In this demonstration, we'll see how we can use JavaScript to talk to SharePoint. So, if you can notice here, I'm currently working in a site collection which is running on the port number 25,000. So most of my demonstrations for JavaScript will be pretty similar to the examples that we did on the client-side object model using C#. So first of all, I would like to show you a simple program using JavaScript that actually helps us to retrieve the site title and site description. So this example will explain to you how we can read a website properties using JavaScript. So first of all, let's go back to Visual Studio and try to create a new project. And it's going to be a SharePoint 2013 empty project. And I'm actually going to call this as JavaScript demos. And I click on OK. And we're going to use the same site collection for debugging. And I'm actually going to deploy this as a form solution because all my solutions are going to have application pages, so where I'll be using JavaScript. So I'm going to deploy this as a form solution and click on finish. So once your project is ready, what we will do is we'll try to create a simple application page, and we'll be writing the JavaScript code in that page. So let's go back to Solution Explorer and try to create an application page. So I click on Add New Item, and we'll be selecting the application page project template, and I'm going to call this as Read Website Properties and click on OK. So once your ASPX page is ready, we'll be writing the JavaScript code which actually communicates with our website and helps us to retrieve the site properties like title, description, and so on. Notice this is just a simple ASPX page that has got a couple of content placeholders like a page head, and we also have a placeholder main. So the first thing that I'm going to do in this ASPX page, inside the placeholder additional page head, I'm actually going to take into references two special JS files. So we have something like sp.js and sp.runtime.js, and obviously these two files needs to be taken into references in case if you wish to talk to SharePoint using JavaScript. So obviously, where do we have these files? Let me actually take you to the SharePoint root folder, so which is my program files, common files, Microsoft Shared, Web Store extensions. Under 15 templates, layouts, you will see your Java files like your JS files like sp.js, and also you will be seeing the file for the sp.runtime.js. So these files we need to take it into references, sp.runtime.js and sp.js. So let's go back to our code stuff. So we now are pretty clear that we have taken these two files into the references. Now we have to actually write our JavaScript code in between the script section. So as far as the main placeholder is concerned, so this is where we can do our user interface part. So first of all, let me get ready with my user interface part. So if you can notice here inside my main placeholder, I'm actually going to have some code. So this is a very simple demonstration where I'm having two different HTML text boxes. So both of them are type text, and this is txt title and this is txt description. And we also have an HTML button with a caption of read web properties. On click, we're actually going to call a function called as read web properties. Now this function I'm actually going to write inside the script section. So now let me show you the code for the read web properties function inside the script section. Most of this code looks pretty similar to what we have seen in the client-side object model for the managed code using C#. So first of all, in JavaScript, if you wish to talk to SharePoint, you need to have a context object. So which you can do that by saying sp.clientContext.getCurrent. So we know that this ASPX page will be running inside one of the SharePoint site to which we are actually trying to talk to. So obviously we are not passing any other site URL to get its client context, because it is actually trying to work in the current context of the SharePoint site which we are trying to access, or where this page is going to be used in fact. So now once you have the client context object, we have to get the handle of our website. So I can do that by saying ctx.getWeb. This is your JavaScript functions. Now you have a handle for the website. Notice here I'm trying to say this.web because I'm actually trying to have this variable stored as part of this page so that this object can be used in the other functions as well in this page. If you don't like this approach, you might as well create this web object as a global variable so that that variable can be used across many functions in this page. The other option is obviously to store that as part of the current object by using this.object. This name can be anything of your choice. At this point of time, you have the website's handle. Now, just like how we did in C# using the client-side object model, even here you have to prepare requests and you have to submit requests. So I'm trying to say my client context object dot load. So you wish to actually load the properties of which object? This.web. Actually, we can terminate our statement here. So thus you actually get the values of different properties. But if you don't like that, you can actually supply the list of properties whose values you like to get it from the SharePoint server. So in this scenario, I'm actually happy in trying to retrieve the title and description. Please be noted these property names are case sensitive. So this is like loading selective properties. So just like how we did in the client-side object model, at this point of time, nothing really happens because you're just preparing the request. But this request needs to be submitted to the SharePoint server by calling a very special function called as execute query async function. In client-side object model managed code approach, we were actually calling a function called as execute query after the loads. But in JavaScript, we'll be using the execute query async function, which you have to call along with the context object. Now, what is really very important here, the execute query async function expects two parameters, or basically two callback function names. So if all the requests are processed successfully, then it is going to call a callback function called as onSuccess, which we have to write down below. If something goes wrong, then the control goes to onFailure function. These function names can be anything of your choice. So now I have to write the code for the onSuccess function, and we have to write the code for the onFailure function. Now let me paste the code for the onSuccess and onFailure. So this function is now over. So now we are writing our first callback function called as onSuccess, which can have two parameters like sender and arguments, which will receive some values. And also there is an onFailure function. So here I'm trying to say my txt title document.getElementById of txt title dot value is. So obviously when we were calling the load function, we were using the object this.web. So inside this.web we were only interested in title and description. So the way we access the values of the properties in JavaScript is slightly bit different. So you have to say this.web, which is my object name. So if I need title value, then I should call the function getTitle. That's important. It's case sensitive. If I need the value of the description property, then I have to call the function getDescription. So that's it. So in case if something goes wrong, then it calls the onFailure callback function, where I can display what's the actual error message along with some stack trace information. So obviously this read web properties function we're actually calling when we click on this button. So at this point of time, we're done with our very first example. So just to give you a quick recap, whenever you wanted to talk to SharePoint using JavaScript, we take help of two special files like sp.js and sp.runtime.js. It's actually a wise option to include these script files before your actual script starts, so that by the time your code actually is ready to use those sp object methods, these files have already been taken into references. And these files were pretty much present inside the SharePoint root folder. So first of all, you need to have your client context object. Then you have to call the load functions, and then you have to submit your requests using the execute query async function, which has got two callback functions. The first function will be called in case if everything goes well. If something goes wrong, the second function will be called. These function names can be a bit different from what we have taken it. So let's get ready and try to deploy our solution, and we'll be testing our page pretty shortly. So you can now see the deployment has been succeeded. So let's go back to a SharePoint site and try to open that application page. So we know that's an application page that's under layout. So what's my project name? JavaScript demos slash, and the file name is read site properties.aspx. Just to verify, the folder name is JavaScript demos and read site properties.aspx. Everything is nice, and press enter. So now we're actually trying to open our application page that we have just created. So we can see we got those two text boxes, what we have taken it in the main placeholder, and we also can see the button what we have taken in the main content placeholder. So the moment I click on the read web properties, that function has been called, and I can see my site title and then the site description. Obviously, if you go to the site settings and if you click on the title description, you can see that's our site title and then the description. So that's actually working. So in this way, from SharePoint 2010 onwards, Microsoft has obviously given us another approach for us to talk to SharePoint. Until SharePoint 2007, yes, we were only having server-side object model and SharePoint web services. But from SharePoint 2010 onwards, we have client-side object model through managed code and also through JavaScript. So that's how in this first demonstration I gave you a detailed explanation of how we can use JavaScript to talk to SharePoint. And we'll be doing more examples using JavaScript in the subsequent lectures. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can change the site properties. In the earlier demonstration, we've seen how we can read the site properties, but now we'll see how we can update a couple of properties of the web object. To get this done, let's create a new application page. So I'm actually going to call this as update site properties and click on OK. So we now have a new application page called as update site properties.aspx. So simply inside the content placeholder page head, I'm going to have my code in place. So as I explained in the earlier demonstration, we always take it into references, these two special files like sp.js and sp.runtime.js, and we write all our code inside the script section. So you can notice here I have three functions. In fact, one is like update properties, and there are two callback functions like on success and on failure. So let's try to understand the code what I have written in the update properties. So just like how we did in the previous demonstration, we always need a context object. So I can say sp.clientContext.getCurrent, because this page we are actually trying to access while being in a special SharePoint site. Obviously, you are trying to get the context of that SharePoint site into this CTX object. And then with that context object, we are trying to get a handle of our website using a very special function called as get_web. Now, I'm actually trying to store the handle of my website in a local object like web. This name can be anything of your choice, but I'm actually trying to store that as part of my current page object. So we're saying this.web so that I can use this variable in the subsequent functions as well. Yes, normally you know that if I don't write this, then it becomes a local variable and you cannot access this in the functions like on success and on failure. Okay, so we have seen in the previous demonstration for reading we were using get title, get description, but in order to write something back to SharePoint server, we'll be using set functions like set title, that's my new title, set_description, that's going to be the new description. If you look it into my current site, it looks like my site current title is already new title and new description. So I'm actually going to change this to something a bit different. Maybe something like, say, brand new title and brand new description. So we're just trying to call the set title method and then the set description method. Whenever you make some changes to any of the properties, yes, you have to call the update method on the object whose properties you have changed. Nothing really happens unless you call the execute query async function. After this update call, we can actually call the execute query async function with the context object. But between that, I'm also trying to call the load method by passing the web object, and we're trying to read the new title and then the new description that you have given for this website. This is optional step in this demonstration, but I'm just trying to show you how we can load the properties of the website after the changes have been made. So the execute query async function expects the callback functions like onSuccess and onFailure. So in onSuccess, I'm simply trying to access the new title and then the new description. On failure, we are simply trying to show the actual error message along with some stack trace information. So at this point of time, we're actually done with our code. But I want to call this update properties function when I click on a button from the placeholder main. So let's do that. So you can see inside my placeholder main, I'm just trying to have a button called as update site properties. When I click on this button, I'm going to call this function update properties. At this point of time, we're done with this demonstration. Let's simply deploy the solution and go back to a SharePoint site and try to open that application page. So we have our application page inside the JavaScript demos, and this is going to be update site properties.aspx. So you can notice here the deployment has been succeeded. So I can simply press enter. Now we're trying to load the page that we have just created, the update site properties.aspx application page. So once the page is opened successfully, we're going to click on the button that we have created, which is update site properties, and which is supposed to change the site title and then the site description. So let's click on update site properties. So as soon as the updation is over, we got actually an alert from the onSuccess function saying this is the new title and this is the new description. So obviously, if I take you to the site settings and then the title description, we should be able to see the updated title and then the updated description. So that is how in this demonstration I have shown you how we can use set methods to change the values of the properties. We use get title and get description. We have used it in the earlier demonstration, but now we are using set title and set description. In this demonstration, I'll be developing an application page which will actually retrieve me all the lists that we have in the SharePoint site. To get this done, let's create a new application page and let's call this as get list of lists.aspx and say OK. So again, I'm back to my placeholder additional page head area, and I'm going to have my code in place. So let's try to understand this code one by one. So first of all, you know that we have to take it into references the sp.js and then the sp.runtime.js. And then you have to put all your JavaScript code inside the script section. So this is the main function which will be called when I click on a button from the body of the page. So if this function gets executed successfully, then there's a callback function for on success, and there is another callback for on failure. We'll talk about these functions a bit later, but let's try to have the code what we have written in the getAllLists method. So all these steps are pretty common in every program. First, I'm getting ready with my context object, then I'm getting ready with my web object, then I'm saying web.getLists. So I'm trying to get all the lists that I have in this site into this lists collection. Obviously, this is just an object which I'm trying to store it into the scope of the current page object. So I'm using this dot lists so that I can use this lists in the onSuccess function. So at this point of time, nothing really happens because we have to call the load method. So when I say context.load, I'm trying to load all the lists into the lists variable or lists collection. But you can notice here, I'm only asking the SharePoint server, I just need the title of each list and then the ID of each list. Using some special syntax of include title comma ID. So this is slightly much better syntax. If you wish to load some selective properties, you can write all the properties in just one pair of braces, parentheses, by using the include syntax. So thus you're asking the SharePoint server, get me the title and ID of each list. Again, we know that this load is just a request that you're preparing, but this request needs to be submitted to the SharePoint server by calling the execute query async function, which has got an onSuccess callback and on failure callback. So what's my plan in the onSuccess function? I want to actually print the title of each list like a bullet point in the main body of this page. So for that, we are actually going to have some kind of UL tag in the main placeholder. Let me show you that. You can notice I'm just moving to the placeholder main and I'm actually having my user interface here. So first of all, I have a button called as getAllLists with the caption on click you're calling the function getAllLists, which is this one. And also you can notice I'm actually having a UL tag whose ID is something like all lists. This is an empty UL tag, and I'm actually going to add the title of each list as one list item under this UL at runtime using JavaScript. So that's why in the onSuccess function, we're actually trying to get a handle of the handle of a bulleted list, which is all lists, which is this one. So once you have the handle inside the UL object, I have a local variable string which is initialized to nothing. So you know that all the lists we have loaded into this dot lists. So I should say here this dot lists, and here also this dot lists dot get enumerator. Because this is a collection, we're calling the get enumerator function or method to iterate through that collection. So at this point of time, all the lists will be inside the lists enum. Now I can say val lists enum dot move next. So we keep on moving to the next item in this enumerator collection. And simply I'm trying to grab the current list title, current list in that collection. So a specific list will come into the list object, and then I'm trying to say list dot get title. We're trying to access the title of the list. So by calling the get title method, and then by calling get ID, you're trying to get the ID of that list as well. So you're basically storing the title and the ID of each list as one string inside the str variable. So now I can create a new list element, document dot create element of li, which I'm storing it into a variable called as element, and I say element.innerText is going to be this string. Finally, this new element I'm going to append as a child to my UL tag. So that's how all your lists should be coming as list items in that bulleted list. If anything goes wrong, we simply show that message back to the user. So at this point of time, our code is ready. So simply deploy the solution and go back to the browser and try to access our new page, which is getAllLists.aspx. Okay, before I press enter, let me go back to Visual Studio and see whether the deployment has been succeeded. Yes, that's nice. So let's come here and press enter. So now we should be able to see a new button called as Get All Lists, and when we click on the Get All Lists, all the lists that we have in this page should be shown. So probably my file name is incorrect. Let me see what's the problem. It's Get List of Lists. So let's correct that. Get list of lists .aspx. That should be fine. So the main placeholder, as we know that it's just having one button, upon clicking the button we're actually calling that method where we did the main JavaScript code. So we have the get all lists, so try to click on the get all lists, and I can see my Belfast trainers list, my IT Academy courses, IT Academy trainers. So we can see the titles of each list along with the list GUID here, the global unique identifier. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how we can get the list of lists that are of a specific website. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can create a brand new subsite using JavaScript. To get this done, let's have a new application page, and let's call this as create a site.aspx and say OK. So we're now inside the create a site.aspx, and let me show you the code that I'm going to have it inside the page head. So as usual, we will be trying to take it into references, both sp.js and then the sp.runtime.js. And you can see I'm just getting ready with the code. So you can see I have these two essential JS files, and then I have written 3 functions just like how I did in my previous demonstrations. And this is the function I'm going to call when the user actually clicks on a button. And if all goes well with this function, then we call the callback on success, or it calls on failure. So let's understand the code what we have in the create team site function. So I've got a couple of variables like description. That's my description for the new site, and we're actually using the US English as 1033, which is constant, and that's going to be my title, the new URL of the new site, and permissions I'm leaving it as false because we don't want to use any unique permissions, and the template is a fixed code sts-0, which is your SharePoint team site. Now, so just like how we had in the previous demos, simply first of all call sp.clientContext.getCurrent to get the context of the current, and then with that context offset try to get the handle of your website under which you wish to create a new website. Most of these functions looks pretty similar to what we have seen in the client-side object model. So in order to create a new website, you have to create an object of the web creation information prefixing with sp.webCreationInformation. So at this point of time you have a web creation information object, and then you have to set the values for the various properties of this web creation information object. Especially we have set description method, which we are setting this to this description, set language, set title, set URL, Use same permissions as parent site. I'm going to say true actually. And the web template is going to be the STS-0. That's it. Finally, we say this dot web dot get webs, which is the webs collection, dot add, and then this web creation information object. So at this point of time, a new website will get added to our webs collection, and its handle goes to my new web object. I'm also calling the load method with the context object by passing this new website, and I'm trying to access only the title and description of this new website, which is new child site and new child site. Finally, we call the execute query async function, which is obviously very essential, and this is going to submit all of our requests to the SharePoint server, and if all requests get processed successfully, it calls on success, else it calls on failure. In the on success function, we're not really doing anything. We're just simply trying to give a JavaScript alert saying this is the title of the new website that just got created, and this is the description of that new site. If anything goes wrong, we just simply show that message to the user. So this is how we're ready with the code inside the script section. Now simply go back to the placeholder main and get ready with the user interface. So in the placeholder main, I'm simply having a button whose value is create a new team site. On click, I'm calling a function called as create team site, and this is the name of the function what we have used here. So everything is nice. Simply deploy the solution. While it deploys, let me get ready with the URL of the page, which is JavaScript demos. Create a site .aspx. So let's go back to Visual Studio and see the deployment has been succeeded, and simply press enter. So we're now inside the create a site.aspx pretty shortly, and the moment we click on that button, a new child site should get created under this site collection, under this root level site of this site collection. And you can obviously see the list of subsites by clicking on the site contents. So you can see there's a create a new team site button. So simply click on this button, and pretty shortly we should be seeing an alert saying the site has been created, and that's the new site's title and then the new site's description. To verify, we can actually go back to the site contents, and then we can see the list of subsites that exist under this top level site. So finally, we got a message saying this is the new child site, and this is the new child site is the description. So obviously, if I click on the site contents, I can see there's a new child site that just got created a minute ago, and obviously if I click on the new child site, we should be actually entering into the new child site. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how we can create subsites using JavaScript. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can create a brand new list using JavaScript. So let's actually go ahead and try to have a new application page, and let's call this as create a list and say OK. So first of all, in the page head content placeholder, I'm actually having my code. So obviously we have to take those two special files into references like sp.js and sp.runtime.js. So the whole idea is whatever function I'm actually going to have in the page head placeholder, we're going to call that function when I click on a button, which I'm going to place it inside the placeholder main. So now you can see I've got these two files in my references, and then I have a function called as create a list. Obviously, we have on success callback function and on failure. So what's my plan? We want to create a brand new custom list. So first of all, I'm trying to get the context of I'm trying to get the client context. We can also have the special if condition in order to avoid any errors in case if the context is undefined, or if it is null, you might get an error. So it's actually good practice to say if context is not equals to undefined and context is not equals to null, then you can actually go ahead and do the rest of the things. So here I'm trying to get the context of my current site. So just like how we have used web creation information, we now have to create an object of the list creation information in order to create a list. So I can say my LCA object dot set title. I'm going to call my new list as IT Academy Trainers, and set template type is sp dot list template type dot generic list. This is a reserved word. I want to have it as a custom list. Then finally you can say your web object dot get lists of add of this new list. So at this point of time, a new list gets created and the handle of the new list will be inside this list object. We're calling the load function by passing the newly created list object so that I can see its title when I do some code in the callback function on success. Finally, you have to submit your requests by calling the execute query async function, which has got an on success and on failure. Inside the on success function, we're simply trying to say the new custom list, which is this dot list. That's correct. This dot list dot get title has been created successfully. So it should tell me IT Academy Trainers list has been created successfully, and we're simply showing it as a JavaScript alert. If anything goes wrong, we simply show that error message. So at this point of time, we did the code, and simply we have to have a button inside the main placeholder. So you can see inside the placeholder main, I'm actually having a new button. And when I click on this button, we're calling the function create list, which is what we have written it here. So everything is nice. Simply deploy the solution, go back to your SharePoint site, and we're going to call JavaScript demos / create a list dot spx. And let's see, the deployment has been succeeded. That's nice. And simply press enter. Now we are actually trying to access the page that we have created, and we know that this is an application page, and simply click on create a new list. So now it tells me IT Academy Trainers has been created successfully. So if I can just click on my home page, and we now should be able to see a new list called as IT Academy Trainers. And yes, this is a simple generic list or custom list, so that just has got title, nothing else. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how we can create a brand new list using JavaScript talking to SharePoint. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can add records to the list. So already in my previous demonstration, we have created a new list called as IT Academy Trainers, but that list is not having any data so far. So we're now going to write a simple application page that will actually add a couple of records to that list. So for that, let's create an application page. So let's call this as add records to a list .aspx and say OK. So simply inside the page head content placeholder, let's have the code in place. So you can notice I'm getting ready with my JS files, and I have a simple function called as add records on success and on failure. Those are the three functions I have. So let's understand what we did inside add records function. So pretty simple. First you need to get ready with the context object. Then I should say ctx dot get web, get lists, get by title of IT Academy trainers, the list that we have just created in fact. So now you have the trainers list handle here. Now if you wish to add records, then you need to create an object of the sp.list item creation information. We've seen in the previous demonstration list creation information, that's for the lists. For adding records, it has to be list item creation information. Now I can simply say my trainer list dot add item of LCI. So this is my first record. Then I'm having list item 1, another blank record, list item 2, another blank record, list item 3, another blank record. So overall I'm actually trying to add 4 different records to this list. So for the first object, list item, set item, so we're trying to call title and then the value of the title. You can also use this new syntax of set item. Instead of saying set title or set description, you can say set item and then the actual property and its value. Then we are calling the update function. This is for my second record, list item 1, then list item 2, then list item 3. So obviously we've got so many requests, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. So almost like 8 different records, 8 different requests you're actually submitting to the SharePoint server by calling the execute query async function. So on success, yes, we're simply saying all the trainers were added successfully. If anything goes wrong in the on failure, we can show the actual error message. So with this, we have actually completed the code that is required to add records to that list. Only thing is we need to have a button in the main placeholder which actually calls the add records function. So let's go back to the main placeholder and let's have a button here. So we have a new button, add new trainers, and when I click on this button, you're calling the add records function. Everything is nice. Simply deploy the solution and let's actually open that page. So it has to be JavaScript demos / add records to a list .aspx and say OK. So you can notice the deployment has been succeeded, and this page we are just trying to access in the browser, add records to a list .aspx. So as soon as we click on the add new trainers, it should add those 4 different records to my IT Academy trainers list. So I simply click on OK and go to the IT Academy trainers list, and we should be able to see all those 4 names like Andrew, Anderson, Butcher. So these are the names that we have given in the code. So this is how in this demonstration I've shown you how we can add records to an existing list using JavaScript. In this demonstration I'll show you how we can retrieve the fields of a specific list. To get this done, let's create a new application page and let's actually call this as get fields of a list and say OK. So in the page head placeholder, I'm going to get ready with my code. So just like how I've been doing in all my previous demonstrations, we have taken those files into references, and I have written three different functions here. One is called as get list of fields, and we have two callback functions like on success and on failure. Let's try to see the code what we have in the get list of fields method. So first you need to get ready with the context object, then context dot get web. That's where you're trying to get a handle of the website. In that website, get the lists, and among those lists we are actually interested in a list called as new trinets. I already have a list called as new trinets in my site, so that's the list whose handle we are trying to store it into an object called as new trinets list. And because the new trinets list is actually based on the contacts content type, it's having so many columns. So among these columns, I'm more interested in the business phone. So you can see we have one of the field as business phone, which is actually the display name. But when I see in the URL, its internal name is work phone, and it's not actually a mandatory column, but I'm actually going to make it as mandatory using the code. So what I'm trying to show you here, I'm saying this dot field work phone equals to my field collection dot get by internal name or title of work phone. So you're basically trying to access one of the field called as work phone, and then you are simply trying to say the work phone dot set required as true. So please be noted, I need to make a small correction here. I'm actually going to load my list of fields of that list from here by saying new trinets list dot get fields. So this will actually give me all the fields of my list and puts it into this fields collection. So among this fields collection, you're trying to access the work phone, and you're saying set required as true because we want to actually make this column as mandatory, which is not right now. And then you have to call the update function. That's fine. And finally, for all these fields, I'm saying this dot fields context dot load this dot fields. We're only interested in retrieving the title of each field as well as the internal name of each field. Finally, we call the execute query async function, and which is having the on success callback and on failure. In the on success function, I'm actually going to have some code which is actually going to display me all the fields of that list as bullets. So in the on success function, I'm actually trying to get a handle to one of my bulleted UL tag called as all fields, which I'm going to have it in the main placeholder pretty shortly. And I have a string variable which is initialized to nothing, and then you can say this dot fields dot get enumerator. What is this dot fields? This one. So at this point of time, all the fields will be inside the fields enum. Now you can simply iterate through this field enum by saying while fields enum dot move next, and we're trying to say fields enum dot get current dot get title. That will actually get me the title of my very first field in that iteration. And also we're trying to access the get internal name of that list of that field. And simply you can create a list element, and the list element dot inner text is going to be this string, and then that element you need to append as a child to this UL tag. So that's what we have in the on success. On failure, yes, we simply show the message to the user. So we're only left with the code inside the placeholder main. Let me show you that. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can read records of a list using JavaScript. To get this done, let's create a new application page, and let's call this as read records of a list, and click on OK. So first of all, inside my placeholder additional page head, I'm going to have my script section. So wherein we will be taking those two essential JS files into references, and we'll be implementing the callback functions and a main function as well. So you can now see I've got my sp.js and sp.runtime.js, and inside my script section I have written three different functions. The first function is read records, which is actually going to read the records from a list, and the on success and on failure are your callback functions. So first let's try to understand the code what we have in the read records method. So just like how we did in the previous demonstrations, yes, I'm getting ready with my client context, and then I'm trying to get a handle of my website, trying to get the lists collection, and we're trying to access a list called as IT Academy trainers. So we know that in the IT Academy trainers we've got 4 different trainers. So obviously my plan is to read these 4 trainer names and display in my page. So the handle for the IT Academy trainers list is pretty much in this object. Now, just like how we did in the client-side object model, in order to retrieve the records from a list, you need to have a camel query object. And then optionally you can specify a view XML for your camel query. It's not mandatory that you have to specify the view XML for the camel query. If you don't specify the view XML, you're actually going to get everything of that list. Maybe in this demonstration, I'm actually trying to have a view XML where begins with field ref name is title, and its data type is text, and the value is actually M. The value type is text, and we would like to retrieve all the trainer names whose name starts with the letter M. So we actually have 2 people here whose name is starting with the letter M. And then you can finally close all the tags. Now we should say our trainers list dot get items is the method which we need to call to get the items of the list by passing the camel query object. At this point of time, all the records of the trainers list whose name starts with the letter M will be inside the all trainers collection. And I'm also passing this all trainers to my load method so that I can get some information about this all trainers collection. Finally, we call the execute query async function by specifying the on success callback and on failure callback functions. So what am I doing in the on success function? We're actually going to display all the trainer names as bullet points inside a UL tag, how I did it like in my previous demonstrations. So first of all, I'm trying to get a handle of my UL ID, which I'm going to have pretty shortly inside my placeholder main. We have a local variable string initialized to blank spaces, and simply you can say this dot all trainers dot get enumerator. This is all trainers dot get enumerator. So all the trainer records whose name starts with the letter M will be inside this enumerator now. Now you can simply apply a while loop against that collection by using the move next and get the first record in that collection into this object. And I'm trying to get the list item dot get item of title, so you get the name of the trainer along with that row ID. So that is what we are actually going to have inside the str variable. Now you can simply create an element of li list item, and that element's inner text is going to be this string, and finally add this element as a child to the UL tag. If anything goes wrong, you can simply trap that message. So at this point of time, we're actually done with the code inside the script section. We're now going to have a button in the placeholder main. Upon clicking the button, we're actually going to call the read records method. So simply go to the placeholder main and then have this code in place. So you can see I've got a button with me whose caption is get trainers list. On click, we're calling a function called as read records. And then I have a UL tag whose ID is all trainers, which is what I have accessed inside my onSuccess callback method. At this point of time, we're done with the code. Simply deploy the solution, and the name of the file is read records of a list. So I'm going to say JavaScript demos / read records of a list .aspx and press enter. In the meanwhile, let's go back to Visual Studio just to verify the deployment has been succeeded. And once the page comes up and once we click on the button, we should be able to see all those trainer names which starts with the letter M. So that's the whole idea of this demonstration. So I'm going to simply click on the get trainers list, and we should be expecting those trainer names which are starting with the letter M. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how we can retrieve the records of a list. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can use JavaScript in a web part page. So ideally, we can use JavaScript either in an application page, the way we did in all the previous demonstrations, or even in a web part page. So what is the basic difference? If you can see these examples, we have created some ASPX pages which are application pages, and that's where we did all the code. What if you wish to actually load this page through a web part? So that's where we can see the second approach as well. So what's the big difference here? First of all, to get this done, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a module, and let's call the module as something like, say, my JScript module, and I click on OK. So basically what Visual Studio will do, it will create a folder for you, something like my JScript module with some camel scripting, and there is a dummy sample.txt which I don't need, so let's delete that. So now what I'm going to do, inside this module, I'm actually going to add a JavaScript file. So let's call this as something like, say, myscript.js, or basically you might even call it with any name of the file, maybe something like, say, read records of a list. The only difference here, in the previous demonstrations of mine, I was doing actually the JavaScript code directly inside the ASPX page. But this time I want you to put the JavaScript code in a separate JS file and load this JS file into an ASPX page at runtime dynamically. That's the difference. Anyway, I'm going to leave this name as myscript.js, and I click on OK. So at this point of time, you can see in the my JScript module, I've got myscript.js, which is empty. Okay, I can take any of the example that I did so far. So maybe I'll pick up the very recent one that I have just demonstrated, read records of a list. So what I want you to do, simply copy this code, your actual JavaScript code, without the script section, and put it here. That's it. So at this point of time, you have a separate JS file that has the actual code. So what I'm going to do now, I'm actually going to create a web part now, and that web part will have the user interface. What do I mean by user interface? It will be like my button, and the web part also contains the UL tag. So when I click on that button inside the web part, then I'm actually going to call this function. So that's the whole difference so far you have seen. So what I did first of all to demonstrate this, you have created a module separately and then a JS file separately, and you have taken the actual JavaScript code without the script section and we have put that into the JS file. Now simply go ahead and try to create a new web part. It's going to be a code only web part, a visual web part, that's up to you. So I'm going to call this as, let's say, get Trinitsless, and click on OK. So now you can see we have a new code only web part and we already have the create child controls function. So what I'm going to do in this code only web part, we're going to attach this JS file to our web part at runtime. Let's do the code. So first of all, inside my create child controls function, I'm actually trying to load my sp.js file at runtime. So that's why we're actually trying to create a script link through C#. The script link ID is something of your choice and the name is sp.js. So this script link we're actually attaching to the existing controls of this web part. Normally in SharePoint, all your pages, because they're actually created out of the master page, the master page already has a reference to sp.js, but still it's actually a wise option, like you refer to sp.js just to ensure that things will go perfectly. So now the sp.js has been added to my controls collection of this web part. Then I'm actually trying to get the context of my website. Obviously you can notice spcontext.current.web will actually give me the context of my current website, and please be noted I'm using server-side object model because I'm actually inside a web part. We're not using that client-side stuff, which is not allowed here. So spcontext is obviously my server-side object model. So I get the context of my current website. Then I can say web.url. What's going to be web.url? My localhost colon 25,000 slash, because this is a module, my JScript module slash myscript.js. That's my name of my JS file. So you're basically constructing the URL of your JS file, the location of the JS file, into this variable. Now I use my traditional ASP.NET syntax of this dot page dot client script dot register client script include, and then my resolve client URL of this URL, which is my JS file. Of course, this is nothing but a key name that it expects, and this can be anything. For example, if I'm calling this as load trainers, this is just a key name. Normally, why this is useful, imagine if I have this line of code intentionally 3 times. So does that mean I'm going to add this JS file to my existing ASPX page 3 times? No. In this scenario, in spite of I have this 3 times, my JS file will be added to my ASPX page at the end only for once, because the key name is same everywhere. For some reason, if I give the key names bit different, yes, then it is going to add my JS file to my ASPX page references 3 times. So that's the whole idea of having a key here. Anyway, I don't need these two. So at this point of time, your web part now has access to the myscript.js. The next step is to simply construct the user interface. Let's do that. So I'm actually going to have my render contents method, which is actually having my HTML text writer as a writer object, and you can see writer.writeLine. I'm actually preparing my user interface, what I actually had it here in my previous demonstration. So you have a button, type as button, value is get Trinets. On click, I'm calling a function called as read records. But where is read records? Then it will look into this myscript.js and then it will call this function. And after a couple of breaks, then I'm also having a ULID as all trainers. This all trainers is pretty much being used by me here. So that is how a JS file you're actually adding to your ASPX page, inside which you're actually going to put this web part. At this point of time, I'm actually done with my demonstration. Simply go ahead and try to deploy the solution. So once the solution is deployed successfully to the SharePoint server, I'm actually going to create a site page upon which I'm actually going to put this new web part. So let's go back to your SharePoint site and create a new site page. So we're going to create a new ASPX page from the web frontend. On that ASPX page, we're actually going to embed our web part. So it's like 3 layers we have. First, a site page. Then on top of the site page, you have a web part. Inside web part, we're speaking to JavaScript. That's the whole idea. So let's create a new page and let's call this as test JavaScript and say OK, and simply click on insert web part custom JavaScript demos get trainers and say OK. Now simply save your page. So now if I click on get trainers, it is supposed to get me the name of the trainers, which starts with M, because that is what we did inside the view XML. Yes, obviously if you go into the view source and if I press Ctrl F, and what's my file? myscript.js. You can see that there. So you can see myscript.js from the myjscript module under the site URL has been added to my ASPX page at runtime. This has happened because of that page.register client script include. Register client script include. This is the function which has actually given me the reference to this file inside my ASPX page. So that is how in this demonstration we are calling our JavaScript methods from a code-only web part. So unlike in my previous demonstrations where your entire ASPX page is actually responsible for that JavaScript functionality. So instead you may have one page with so many web parts, and wherein each web part will do different things. So that's how we can actually use JavaScript talking to SharePoint either from a complete application page or from a web part page like this. In this demonstration, I'll explain to you how we can create custom actions. To get this done, let's actually create a new SharePoint 2013 empty project. And I'm actually going to put the files in a folder like custom action demos, and I'm going to call my project as custom action examples, and then I click on OK. I'm going to deploy this as a form solution, and also my site collection will remain same, and I say finish. So once we are ready with our empty SharePoint project, the first thing that I'm going to do to create custom action is I'm going to create a module. So let's go back to Solution Explorer and try to create a new module, and let's call the module as custom action module and click on OK. So basically, as you are aware, a module is nothing but a folder that contains a bunch of files that you wish to upload. So by default, when a module is created, it automatically creates for you a feature, and also there is some dummy sample.txt which I don't need, so let me delete this. And now inside this elements.xml file you actually write the code. So let me show you the code what I have with me. So first of all, inside this elements.xml file you get the IntelliSense report from the editor, so you can see custom action, all that stuff here. So I'm actually trying to create a new custom action with the title of show trainers list and some description. The important things are the location and then the group ID. So basically, where would you like to have this new custom action menu? I want to have this under Microsoft.SharePoint.Standard menu. That's the namespace. And the group ID is site actions. Basically, this is what we call it as the site actions group. So I wish to actually have my new menu inside the site actions group. So let's actually see. This is what it is actually going to put the menu for me under the site actions. The most important thing is the URL action here. So if you click on that menu, where would you like to go? So you can actually provide an URL. At this point of time, I'm actually giving an URL which actually takes me to one of my application page that I have used in my previous demonstrations. So this is how you can actually create custom actions. Simply go ahead and try to deploy the solution, and this is automatically going to deploy my solution along with activating this feature. So once this feature is activated, we should be able to see the menu show trainers list in my site actions menu. Of course, I already have it because probably I have run this example before, so that's why. So that shouldn't be a concern for me. Also, it is trying to tell me a package on the SharePoint server was found with the same name. So do you want to overwrite? I say yes. So it is actually trying to retract the solution and add the solution again. And once the solution is added, so it's actually going to activate my feature. Now the deployment has been succeeded. So obviously, if I refresh my site, and when I come here, I can see my show trainers list along with that description of tooltip. So obviously, if I click on the show trainers list, we should get redirected to that page, and this page should work the way it used to work. So that is how, in this demonstration, I have shown you how we can add our own custom action to one of the predefined or inbuilt menu of SharePoint. So of course, in this demonstration, we have taken site actions as an example, so where we are actually trying to add our own menus. You have to rely too much on MSDN for getting the different location names as well as the group ID names. So you can simply search custom action in MSDN and you get the possible locations and then the possible group IDs as well. So that's how in this demonstration I've shown you how to create a simple custom action and add it to the site actions menu. In this demonstration, I'm going to create another custom action. In fact, I'm working in the same project which I have used in my earlier demonstration, and I'm going to type my new code also in the same elements.xml file. Again, if you wish, you might actually create a new elements.xml file or a new module and a new feature as well. So first of all, let me show you the code. So you can notice here I have a new custom action as show trainers list. Description is also pretty similar to the earlier one. The only difference between this custom action and this custom action is right now the location I'm setting this to Microsoft.SharePoint.ListEdit, and the group ID I'm giving it as general settings. And if I click on this title, then I'll be taken to this file. So let me actually save this page, and also if you like to know where is general settings, obviously if you go to any list of your SharePoint site and if you try to go into list settings, you will find general settings. Of course, in this demonstration we are not very specific whether this option should be available in the general settings of lists or document libraries. Because we are not so specific, it will be appearing for both for libraries as well as for the lists. So right now I'm looking at the list of the records. Now if I click on list, if I click on list settings, and this is what general settings I'm talking about. So obviously this group ID is a reserved word. This location is reserved. So we are expecting our new menu will come somewhere down below here. Of course, I already have it. Probably I have run this application just a couple of seconds ago, so that's not a problem because it's actually going to overwrite this one. And similarly, if you wish to have your option somewhere under the permissions or management, yes, you can find the corresponding group ID or under communications as well. So let's actually go ahead and try to deploy our solution. And once the solution is deployed, before that it automatically activates my feature. So obviously I'm going to see a new menu called as Show Trainers List in the general settings. As I said, you will find this new menu under the general settings of your lists as well as for document libraries. If you wish to have only for lists or if you wish to have only for libraries, there is a way to do that. I'll show you that in the next example. In the meanwhile, if I go back to my SharePoint site and if I click on any of the list and if I go into the list settings and if I see inside the general settings, we should see a new option called as Show Trainers List. Obviously, when I click on that link, it takes me to the same application page. So once this is done, you might as well go into a document library and you can verify whether you see that option under the general settings of the library as well. So simply click on list, go into list settings. Under general settings, I can see Show Trainers List. So if I click here, then you are there. Similarly, go to a shared documents folder, go into library and click on the library settings. Under general settings, you will still see Show Trainers List as well. So this is how in this demonstration we have created a second custom action which is actually adding our menu to the general settings, whether it is for a library or it is for a custom list. So obviously the important thing here is the location as well as the group ID. So I'm looking at my document library, so let me click on the library settings and you can see under general settings we have the Show Trainers List. So that is how our custom action is getting displayed both in the general settings of my libraries as well as for my lists. In the next demonstration, I'll show you how we can separate that. In this demonstration, I'll be creating another custom action but by providing some kind of restrictions. So for example, in my previous two scenarios, this custom action will be visible for all the users, whoever has access to a SharePoint site. So for example, let me show you the new code here. I have a new custom action called as Show Trainers List 2. Same description. The location is also Microsoft.SharePoint.ListEdit. Group ID is also same, general settings. The only new thing I'm giving for this custom action is the rights. For the sake of demonstration, I'm giving the rights as manage alerts. So obviously it's a predefined permission level. So whoever user has this permission, only for them this menu will be shown. So obviously, how do I know what rights we can actually put in here? The simplest way is you can go into View and Object Browser and you can look for the SP based permissions and press enter. Then SharePoint will actually show you the list of all possible permissions that users may have. So you can see people who can add records, or people who can approve items, or people who can delete list items or edit list items like this. I have actually taken manage alerts on a random basis. There's no any specific reason. You might actually take any of the available permission here. I took manage alerts. So this name I have taken it from here and I have put it here. So what does that mean? People who have manage alerts permission, they will be actually able to see this option. And people who doesn't have manage alerts, for them this menu will not be available under the general settings of the list edit. Maybe to demonstrate you this properly, let me actually create a new guy in my Active Directory. So I can go into Active Directory users and computers, and let me create a new user. So I'm actually going to call this as James Anderson. So the login name, I'm giving it as Anderson, and then I say next. Password never expires, give some password. I say next again and finish. So we have a new guy called as Anderson. So what's my plan now? Let's go back to a SharePoint site and share it. So let me try this share option one more time. I know this site is currently being shared with another guy called as Boucher, but now I'm giving this to Anderson, and I say share, but he's going to be one of the members. He belongs to the group of members. So obviously, if I take you to the site settings and people and groups, and when I'm looking at the members group, the guy James Anderson, if I look at his group permissions, it's actually edit. So if I go back to the site permissions one more time, and if I select members, you can see members have got edit permission. And if I look at the permission levels, and if I select what a person can do with edit permission, you can notice a user with edit permission can manage lists, but if I really come down, he cannot manage alerts. I've verified that for the sake of demonstration. So what I'm going to do now to prove this point, I'm going to log in as Anderson, then I shouldn't see the menu. If I log in as the guy who has manage alerts permission, the menu should be available. So that's the whole idea of this exercise. Fair enough. So let's go back to Visual Studio and try to simply deploy our solution. So now we're actually trying to deploy the solution, and the feature will be automatically gets activated. Everything is nice. So first of all, let me verify this as administrator, because at this point of time you can see in this browser instance I'm actually logged in as a site collection owner or as an administrator on this site. So obviously you should be able to see the new menu, but after verifying that, I'm going to log in as Anderson, and then we'll see whether we'll see that menu or not. That's the whole idea. So that is how, when you're creating custom action, you have the extra attribute called as rights. So where you can specify a specific permission level. Okay, now this is actually ready. So let me go to the Trinets one more time, and to the list settings, and what's the name I gave here? This is show Trinets list 2, in fact. So I can see the show Trinets list 2 now because I'm administrator. That's actually working fine. So now let me copy this URL and let me sign off, and let me go to a different browser and try to access this again. Okay, it is still showing me as administrator. It's not prompting me for the credentials. Let's do that one more time. So this time I'm going to say Anderson and then his password. I say OK. So now you can see I'm actually logged in as Anderson. Now Anderson, if he clicks on the Trinets and then he goes to list, and then to the list settings, he doesn't see show trainers list 2. He's seeing show trainers list. That's because we haven't specified any rights for the show trainers list. We have only specified the rights for the show trainers list 2, and that's why show trainers list 2 is not available for Anderson. So that is how in this demonstration I have shown you the functionality of the rights attribute. In this demonstration, I'm going to create another custom action. It's like this. So this is show trainers list 3, same description, same location in fact, and same group ID, same rights, no problems. The new things are obviously registration type and registration ID. So unlike in my earlier custom actions, which are actually available both for document libraries as well as for the lists, what if you wish to have this custom action menu only for the lists? So if I actually leave it here and if I don't specify the registration ID, then you will see this custom action for all the lists, whether they are generic lists, whether they are based on any contacts content type or announcements, discussion boards, any kind of list based on any content type. But to demonstrate you the purpose of registration type and registration ID, I'm restricting that this menu should be available only for the lists that 2 of the contact content type. 105 is for contacts, 100 for your custom lists, 101 is for the document libraries, like that. So it's a registration ID that is important. If I specify 101, it is for document libraries. If I specify 100, it is actually for the custom lists. So 105 is for the contacts. So I know that I have a couple of lists actually that are actually based on the contacts content type. So the URL action will remain same. So I'll simply go ahead and try to deploy the solution. So once the solution is deployed, our feature will automatically get activated, and I'll simply open this site in the browser and test it. You can now see the site has been opened, and let me take you to the new trinets. So new trinets, you can see it's based on the contacts content type. So obviously if I go to the list and list settings, I can see it showed trinets list 3, which is what we're expecting. So I can see this for the new trinets. Whereas let me go to Belfast trinets. It's actually a custom list. It's not based on the contacts content type. So now if I click on the list settings, I don't see show trainers list 3. Codes categories is a custom list. Obviously, we shouldn't see show trainers list 3 here. Documents, library settings, even then I don't see show trainers list 3. So that is how you can actually restrict your custom actions for a specific type of list, in fact. In this demonstration, I'm going to create a new custom action. Again, I'm going to work in the same elements.xml file. Here is the new code. So I'm creating a new custom action. Of course, custom actions can be given an ID, unlike I did in the earlier custom actions. So the registration type, I'm giving it as list, and the registration ID, I'm giving it as 101. That means I want this custom action only for the document libraries. So what is the location here? I'm giving it as edit control block. Of course, the sequence can be any number of your choice. The title is show trainers list, and if I click on this option, then it should take me to so and so page. So what is actually edit control block means when you try to click on this open menu in the document library. Let me show you that pretty shortly. In the meanwhile, let's actually go ahead and try to deploy the solution. So once the solution gets deployed, let's go back to any of the document library. Let's refresh your page. So you can notice I have one document already in the shared document. So let me click on this open menu and click on the menu one more time. And can you see now show trainers list? That is what we call it as edit control block. So unlike in the previous examples, I was having somewhere under the general settings, or sometimes I was having under the site actions. This time we were able to add our own menu item in the edit control block. So that's the whole idea of using the location as edit control block here. You can notice in this scenario we haven't actually used group ID. Location itself is sufficient.
In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how we can create custom groups. In my previous demonstrations, I've shown you how we can create custom actions both in the main body of the page or maybe on the Office ribbon controls. But what are actually custom groups means normally, for example, let's say if you go to site settings, you see these are all basically called as groups, and these are all actions. Now, what's my plan here? I wish to have a new group here with a couple of options. So for example, I've got some lists like new trainers, Belfast trainers, or IT Academy trainers. So basically I would like to have a new group with 3 links, and if we actually click on those links, we should be looking at the records of these lists. So to get this done, let's go back to Visual Studio and try to have a new project, and it's going to be an empty SharePoint project, and I'm going to call this as custom groups demo and custom group example, and click on OK. It's going to be a form solution. Save finish. So let's go back to Solution Explorer and try to create a module. So I'm going to call this module as custom group module. Say OK. And inside the elements.xml file, I'm actually going to show the code. So if you actually type, you can see you have custom action, and you also have the custom action group here. So which is what we're actually going to use now. So I have my code with me. So first of all, let's try to concentrate on this code. I'm saying custom action group and some ID, any ID of your choice. Location is important. I wish to have this under the Microsoft.SharePoint.site settings. A sequence can be any higher number. Title is something like training administration, and you can also give any image of your choice. So obviously, if I test my program until now, you only see a new one, something like say training administration here. But now we're going to have few menus inside that group. So then what you have to do, you have to create the custom actions like we did in the previous demonstrations. But only thing here, we will be attaching these custom actions to this group ID. So what's my group ID here? CA underscore site settings underscore trainers, and that's what I have here. Location is site settings again. Sequence is 0, means for example this is 0, 1, 2, 3 like that. And title is IT Academy trainers, and I have a description here. And if I click on this button, I'll be redirected to /list/IT Academy trainers. Simply I have copied this, change the sequence to 1, and a different ID, same group ID obviously, same location. This actually takes me to Belfast trainers, and then you have another custom action with the same group, same location, different sequence. It takes me to the new trainers list. So that's it. It's a very simple demonstration. So let's actually go ahead and try to deployable solution. And now under the site settings, we now should be able to see a new group with 3 different menu items in it. So let's go back to the browser. So in the meanwhile, let's verify the deployment has been succeeded. So let's refresh this page. So can I see something like training administration here? Yes, I can see IT Academy trainers. And then if we go back and try to use the other options, it's actually fine. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how we can create custom groups and attach custom actions to it. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can create custom actions on the ribbon controls. To get this done, let's actually create a new project. It's going to be a SharePoint 2013 empty project, and I'm going to put files in this folder, and let's call the project as ribbon action examples, and I click on OK. And we're going to deploy this as a form solution to the same site's collection and say finish. So just like how we have created custom actions in the previous demonstrations, we're now going to create custom actions on the ribbon controls. So that's the whole idea. So obviously we'll be doing that again in the elements.xml file. So to get this done, let's actually create a new module. And I'm going to call my module as ribbon examples module. And I click on OK. So as soon as a module is created, yes, I can see there's a new feature actually got created. I don't need this file. And then we are simply inside the elements.xml file, where I will be writing some code that actually creates a custom action on the ribbon control. So obviously, if you see, like for example, when I click on page, yes, there is a ribbon control. Or when I click on some documents, when I click on some files, yes, there is again a ribbon control. So this is what we are actually trying to do. We would like to create a new item on these ribbon controls, and when we click on that, we would like to do something. So to get this done, let me actually show you the code that I have with me. So the syntax is pretty similar like we have seen in the earlier demonstrations for the custom action creation. So I'm saying custom action, give some ID, location is important. So we would like to have this on the command UI.ribbon, especially in the list view. And the registration ID, I'm giving it as 101, which is an optional specification. So that means we want this to be there only for the document libraries. So that's why the registration type is lists. And we have a title, something like say site settings 1. Now, the new thing in order to create custom actions on the ribbon control is this part. So first you have to open command UI extension, and then you can see I've closed the command UI extension here. Inside command UI extension, you have to actually open command UI definitions and then close the command UI definitions. And then inside the command UI definitions, you'll be actually creating a command UI definition. Obviously, there can be any number of command UI definitions. And inside command UI definitions, then you can actually create as many buttons as you can. So the most important thing in the command UI definition location is the ribbon.documents.share.controls._children. This is important. So basically, what's my plan here? If I take you to my site collection and if I go to my shared documents, and when I actually click on the files, you can see every ribbon control is being divided into different groups. Like there's a group called as new, There is something like open and checkout. There is something like manage. There is something like share and track, copies, workflows, tags and notes. Like this, there are different groups. So obviously we have to identify one of the group. For example, I'm actually interested in the share and track group where I would like to have a new button, something like say site settings. Don't worry, I already have it because I have tested this, but I'm going to have a new one, something like say site settings 1 pretty shortly here. In order to reach this share area, this is what is important. Ribbon.documents.share. So this share is nothing but this group name, and these are the various controls that we already have inside the share group. So we're now going to add a new child control to this collection. That's the whole idea. So obviously this location name we have to get it from the MSDN, or the other way is to get it from a very special XML file what SharePoint actually uses. If I take you to my SharePoint root folder under program files, common files, Microsoft Share, web server extensions, 15, template, global, XML. In this special folder, there's one important file called as cmdui.xml. So this is the XML file what actually SharePoint uses while rendering those controls on the ribbons. Now let me actually open this file. So now you can see I have opened the cmdui.xml and simply search for the word, let's say, documents. I already have it here, so I press enter. So you can see we're now inside the documents tab, ribbon.document. So if you notice in the ribbons we have something like new document, we got something like upload document, we've got something like new folder, and then there's a new group called as open and checkout, and that has got a couple of options. So obviously if you notice in the cmdui.xml you will see all those options. There's a new group, and as we come down you will see another group for the edit checkout, and as we still come down there's a new group called as manage, which is what is this one. So under manage there is something like view properties, so which is this one. Under manage you have view properties. So like this I can still come down, and finally I can see there's a share option here. So you have something like share item, alert me, so you can see share items. So some of the options you don't see that by default, they will come on some specific conditions. And if I still come down I can see something like manage alerts, and then you have a new group for copies and so on. So this is how you have to actually refer to this cmdui.xml to figure out the actual location where you would like to have your new one. So I'm actually interested in the under share group we would like to have a new control. So I have a new button called as btn site settings, and the command is important here. So if you click on this button, what you would like to do, I'm going to call a command called as go to ss, which I'll be writing inside my command UI handlers pretty shortly. And the description can be anything, label text. I'm going to call this as site settings 1 for our understanding, because I already have site settings there. Template alias is important. I'm actually giving it as O2. Why? Because the template alias what this cmdui.xml uses by default is itself O2. So you can notice there are two template aliases, either it is O1 or it can be O2. So normally if these images are 32 by 32 bit, we use the template alias as O2, and if these images are of size 16 by 16, then you can use the template alias as O1. And the sequence number can be anything. So and then this is the image that I would like to show it to the user. Of course, I'm trying to show one of the PNG file what I already have under the layouts 1033 images folder. So you can notice that picture is pretty much with me here. This is one of the existing image which I have taken. You can take any of the image of your choice. So at this point of time, we now have one button. So obviously you can have any number of buttons inside this command UI definition. Every time a location is different, obviously you will be taking a new command UI definition. There can be multiple command UI definition inside command UI definitions, and there can be multiple buttons inside a single command UI definition. So right now the definitions part is over. Now the next part is the command UI handlers. Means what do we like to do if you click on the button. So I'm going to say in my command UI handlers, there's a new command UI handler. The command is this one, go to site settings. So if I click on this button, I would like to take an action. So the command action is, I'm simply redirecting the user to some site settings.aspx. Normally, if you click on site settings, you go to settings.aspx, and that's what we're actually trying to do. So if you assign a URL, you will be automatically redirected to that URL if you click on that button. Of course, the URL can be anything of your choice. So this is how in this first demonstration we are successfully implemented a new button on one of the ribbon control. So let's actually go ahead and try to deploy the solution. So as soon as the solution gets deployed, yes, our feature will also be activated, and we should be able to see a new button called as Site Settings 1 under the Share group. So the deployment is still going on, and once it is done, we'll go back to our SharePoint site and we can verify whether we have that new label called as Site Settings 1 under the Share group or not. So let's go back to your SharePoint site and simply go to one of the document library. In the meanwhile, let me verify, yes, the deployment has been succeeded. So I can click on my shared documents. I can click on files, and can you see under share you have a new option called as Site Settings 1. This is mine. I gave the caption as Site Settings 1 intentionally just to differentiate the new one. So obviously if I click on this link, then you are actually redirected to the site settings page. Yes, for example, if I go to any lists, yes, that's different because we have created this new custom action on the ribbon control only for the document library, so you only see that here. So that is how in my first demonstration I've shown you how we can create a new custom action on the ribbon control.
In this demonstration, I'll show you creating another custom action on a ribbon control. You can now see I'm working in the same project that I have used in the earlier demonstration. So this is the previous custom action which we don't need anymore, so I can actually minimize this and then I can have my new custom action here. So you can notice I have a new custom action as CS settings, site settings 2, and this time I'm actually having this on command UI.ribbon.edit form for your document libraries. And last time we were actually having it on the list view, and this time we are actually having it on the edit form. So these steps are pretty simple. So we have the command UI extension, definitions. We have a new definition. Its location is ribbon.listform.edit.actions.controls and children. So obviously at this point of time, you know that how I have reached this location. You can actually open that cmdui.xml and then figure out what is the actual location. So what's my plan here? For example, I have a
document library here called a shared documents. So if I actually click on edit properties, and you can see there's an actions here. So this is what I'm actually trying to reach here. Already under actions, I have a couple of buttons like site settings. Don't worry about them. I'm going to have some new site settings option next to this. So the location is ribbon.docliblistform.edit actions dot controls underscore children. So I've got a new button and the command is go to SS. Description is go to settings. And this I'm going to call this as site settings 3. And the template alias is O2. Sequence can be any number of your choice. And again, if I this command go to SS, I'm actually giving it inside the command UI handler. So if I click on this button, then again I'm actually going to take you to the settings.aspx page. So that is how we now have a new custom action on the edit actions controls group. Simply go ahead and try to deploy our solution. So as soon as the solution gets deployed, our feature automatically gets activated, and we can come back to a SharePoint site and refresh, and we should be able to see a new control inside the actions group as site settings 3. Again, if I click on that new action, it takes me to the site settings page. As I said, that URL you can change it to any other page of your choice. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how we can bring a new custom action as part of the actions group in the edit form. So for this I have actually clicked on the shared document and tried to select the edit properties. Inside the edit properties I can see site settings 3. So if I click on the site settings 3 option, we should be able to get redirected to the site settings page. So let me actually click on this one more time. So we have a small problem. Let's see what's the issue there. So now you can see I'm actually trying to click on the site settings 3, and it's actually taking me to the site settings page. Earlier it wasn't actually happening for me. The reason was actually I left the button ID as BTN site settings because I already have a button with the same ID. It's actually conflict. So that's why I quickly changed the ID to BTN site settings 2, and then I redeployed the solution to show you that this is actually working. So that is how in this demonstration I have actually shown you how we can have a new custom action in the edit actions group of your document libraries. In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how we can create another custom action in the same area. So let me show you the code. So you can notice here I have a new custom action, something like say CA site settings 3, and we're going to have it on the ribbon.edit form again for the document libraries, and the location is also quite similar to my previous one. So I'm going to have that under the edit properties actions group. I have a new button called as BTN site settings 4, and when I click on this button, this is where I'm going to implement my code, what that button is supposed to do. Of course I have an image for 32 by 32, also another image for 16 by 16. Obviously if you want to use a different image of your choice, please ensure it's actually 32 by 32 or 16 by 16 here. So normally when you try to resize your browser's width, and that's the time it actually uses 16 by 16 so that the items will be getting displayed properly aligned. Sequence can be anything of your choice. And label text, I'm going to give it as go to site settings for, some description, and the template alias I'm giving it as O2. So how different is this custom action from my previous one is in the previous example, I'm actually giving the command action a URL. So that means by default, if you give a URL and if you click on that button, it will automatically redirect you to that URL. But what if you don't like to get redirected, but you would like to do some JavaScript code? That's what I'm actually trying to show you in this demonstration. So I have closed my command UI definitions here, and now we are into the command UI handlers. So my first command UI handler is this command, go to SS. That's important. These two names should be same. And the command action is, instead of actually giving a hard-coded URL, I might write actually some JavaScript code. For that, you should say JavaScript colon, that's important. And then I'm calling a function called as go to SS. And then the actual function implementation I did here. So this function go to SS, I'm using JavaScript window object window.location equals to settings.aspx. Of course, my intention is to tell you that you can write your own JavaScript function and have some business logic here. So obviously, if I click on this button, this again takes me to the site settings page. The only difference here in this demonstration is I've shown you how we can write your own JavaScript function, which will be actually executed when you click that custom action. So simply go back to your browser and try to refresh your page so that we now should be able to see a new custom action called as site settings for. And if you click on the site settings for, it takes you to the site settings page. So the page is actually getting loaded. And please be noted, the caption which I have given is go to site settings for, in fact. So you can see there is go to site settings for, and if I click, we're pretty much into the site settings. This time you're actually getting redirected to that site settings page using your own JavaScript instead of hard coding the URL. In fact, you can do any of the other logic that you may need in this demonstration, for your application. In this demonstration, I'm going to create another custom action. So let me show you the code. So you can notice I have a new custom action called as CA course admission. Location, I'm simply giving this time as command UI ribbon, but it should be for the lists of generic lists, 100 for the custom lists. And the command UI extensions, command UI definition, and the command UI definition location, this time I'm giving it as ribbon dot list item dot actions. So what is this one? For example, if I take you to any of the custom list, you can see Belfast Trainers is in fact a custom list. So when I go to items, can you see there's an actions here? So this is what list items dot actions. Of course, I already have course admission. Don't worry about that. So under ribbon dot list item dot actions dot controls underscore children, we want to have a new button, something like say BTN course admission 2, and the command is okay. Description is course admission 2, and you have an image. Course label text is course admission 2. Sequence number is fine. Template alias is O2. So what is the command I have given here is the course admission. So obviously in the command UI handler, I'm going to implement this course admission command here. Of course, for the time being, don't look at this code. So normally after you write the command, then you have to write the command action. The command action is pretty similar to the previous one. So wherein I'm having my own JavaScript, So wherein I'm calling a function called as go to SS, and the go to SS function has been implemented here. The only difference I want to show you this time is, normally when you try to work in your SharePoint sites, sometimes you see some of the options are actually grayed out, and they only get highlighted, they only get enabled when you select some records. When you don't select, they again get grayed out. So that's what I would like to do even for my custom action. And for that purpose, I'm actually trying to have a small function. Based on the return value of that function, I will be either enabling my button or disabling the button. So for that, I'm saying enable script equals to JavaScript colon. I have a function called as isEnabled. Of course, this function name can be anything of your choice. So what's my plan here? I'm going to use a bit of JavaScript here. sp dot list operation dot selection dot get selected items. So if I select Tim, so the get selected items is 1. So all those selected items will come into the selected courses. Then I'm going to say return of selected courses dot length equals to 1. Only if I select one course, then I want this button to be enabled. For any reason, if I select multiple courses, I want that to be disabled. So normally that's the default behavior. For example, if I select one more record using control, you can see these options are not enabled. When I deselect it, they're actually okay for me. So in the same way, if the user selects multiple courses, then we do not want this option to be enabled. And then this function is enabled, I'm calling from here. So the new thing in this demonstration is implementing the enable script property. So everything is nice. Simply go ahead and try to deploy the solution. As soon as the solution gets deployed, your feature will be automatically activated. So now you can see the deployment has been succeeded. So let's actually try to refresh this page, and we should be able to see a new item here called as course admission 2. So that course admission 2 will be disabled if you select multiple records. Obviously you have attached this only to the custom lists. You haven't attached to the document libraries because we were very specific that this should be available only for the custom lists. So when I go into items, so you can see course admissions there. So let's actually click on that. You can see that's enabled now. Let me use control and select again. That's disabled. Let me uncheck this. Click on course admission. You're actually there. So it's actually working. So the only problem I might be seeing here, I give the caption as course admission 2, I guess. So probably the sequence number I'll increase one more time. So that should be okay. Let me actually deploy the solution one more time, because I already have it in the same sequence. I might be having an issue. So I'm just trying to redeploy the solution and refresh your page. And pretty shortly we should be able to see a new item in the actions group. So overall the same process applies when you're working with the different tabs and different groups. So you can now see I have my course admissions 2 here. So obviously when I select this specific record,
and then go to the items. I can see course admissions 2 is enabled. Let me select my second record, it's disabled, and I have this back again. So when I click, I've been redirected to the site settings page. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how we can have a new custom action for your custom list under the actions group. Also, we have implemented the enable script here. In this demonstration, I'll explain to you how we can create custom dialogues using JavaScript. To get this done, let's create a new empty SharePoint project, and I'm going to call this as custom dialog demo, and the project name is custom dialog example, and I click on OK. I'm going to deploy this as a form solution, say finish. So first of all, in this demonstration, what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to create a new visual web part. So let's call this visual web part something like, say, trainers. Say OK. So what's my plan here? Inside this visual web part, I'm actually going to have a list box, and that list box should show me all these trainer names. So I will select one of the trainer name from the list box, and then when I click on the delete trainer button, then I should see some kind of confirmation dialog box, which is what we call it as a custom dialog. And then if the user says yes, he likes to delete the record, then that record has to be deleted. And if he actually clicks on cancel, then it should stay on. So that's the whole idea. So normally you do see a lot of modal dialog boxes while we're working in SharePoint, and we're actually trying to do something very similar to that. For example, if you're in the home page, and then if I click on add lists, and if I click on some custom list, and this is some kind of dialog box for you. So we're actually trying to create something very similar to this. Okay, so let's go back to Visual Studio, and now you can see I have with me a new visual web part. So we have an ACX file, acx.cs file. We also have a feature by default here. So first of all, let me get ready with my user interface. So as I said, first of all, I'm actually going to have a list box with me. So ASP colon list box, some ID, run at server, selection mode is single, 4 rows because we have only 4 trainers, I guess. So just after a couple of lines, I'm actually having an HTML button. When I click on this button, I'm going to call a function called as show dialog, and this JavaScript function I'm going to write pretty shortly here. And the caption of this button is remove selected trainer. So what's my plan here? Because as I said, we want to show some kind of dialog box. So first of all, you need to get ready with the dialog box content using a div, and initially set the div style to none so that you don't see that by default. So for example, I'm going to say div, some ID is div delete, style is display colon none. So obviously if I set this to block, and then if I can take you to my design view, we should be able to see the content of the div. Something like, are you sure of deleting this trainer? If yes, click the yes button, else click the no button. So this content you will not see by default because we're going to set the style display to none, and this is the whole content I have. So this is our S button, this is our no button. So if we click on the S button, we're going to call a function called as delete trainer. If you click on the no button, then you're going to call a function called as do cancel. So that's the whole idea. So now I need to write my show dialog function in my JavaScript. I also need to write delete trainer, and I also need to write do cancel method as well in the JavaScript, which I'll write pretty shortly. In the meanwhile, I want this list box LB trainers to be filled with all the trainer names. So obviously I need to take you to my code behind window, and then inside the page load I'm going to write some code that will actually fill that list box with the trainer names. So let me paste the code inside the page load, and now you can see, first of all, I'm trying to get the context of my website, and then trying to get a handle to the IT Academy trainers list. So because we have this list called as IT Academy trainers that has got a couple of records. So I'm going to say spcontext.current.web, splist, web.lists of IT Academy trainers. Obviously we are using server-side object model. And I say for each splist item some name in my trainer list.items. So one trainer will come into the trainer, and I'm grabbing the title of each trainer, and we're going to add each trainer's title along with the trainer ID to my LB trainers item collection. So obviously SharePoint maintains an ID for each record. If you wish to see that, you can actually modify the view and bring ID onto the page. So the data text field for my drop down list, this is what ID I'm talking about. Say OK. So the data text field is title, and the data value field is that ID 1234. So this is how, at this point of time, if you test your application, you will simply see a list box filled with all the trainer names. Perfect. Now the last step is to implement the show dialog, delete trainer, and then the do cancel methods. So let's implement the JavaScript code here. So I'm now trying to put my JavaScript code here. So let's watch this. So I dropped the script code inside my ASX file itself, and this is my script section. So first of all, this is my show dialog function, which I'm actually calling when the user clicks on this button, show dialog. So inside the show dialog, first I'm trying to say document dot get element by ID of my LB trainers dot client ID dot value. So what is obviously LB trainers is a list box. So you're trying to grab the value what the user has selected in the list box in your JavaScript. So the ID will come here. And then I'm trying to say document dot get element by ID of my div tag. What is my div tag? Div delete. You know that initially this is none. So now once I have the div handle, I'm saying div delete dot style dot display equals to block. You're changing it from none to block. Of course, I have a couple of global variables here. So I'm saying dialog confirm, and this is where you set the properties of your modal dialog box using the HTML attributes. So here I'm going to say the HTML is going to be my div delete. What is this div delete? It has the actual content, what HTML needs to be shown. The title is confirm trainer deletion, allow maximize, show close button, width, height. So this is how you have defined the properties of the dialog. Now I can simply use my JavaScript function by saying sp.ui.modal dialog dot show modal dialog of dialog confirm. Now this function will obviously bring the dialog box onto the screen. The handle of the dialog box, I'm actually trying to store it into a variable called as open dialog. Perfect. So as soon as I click on this button, this is what actually happens. But once the dialog box comes onto the screen, you have an option of saying yes or no. So like delete trainer and do cancel. So I have my delete trainer here.
So first I'm trying to find out document dot get element by id of lbtrainers.clientid.value. Imagine I selected mark voucher, it's 3. So 3 will come into the trainer ID property. So then you're trying to get the context of your SharePoint site. ctx.getWeb.getLists, get by title of IT Academy trainers. And I'm saying my trainers list dot get item by ID of this guy 3. So then the mark voucher record will be inside the trainer object. Then I can simply say trainer.delete object, and that record will be deleted. Because you know that in JavaScript you have to submit your requests by calling the execute query async function, which has got an on success and on failure callback functions. So on success I can simply say your trainer with this specific ID has been deleted. So I can actually print the trainer ID on the screen, and then I can say hide dialog. If something goes wrong in the on failure, you can actually show the alert message. And if you click on the cancel button, then I can call the hide dialog. Obviously the hide dialog function, I have written it here, so which is actually closing the dialog box. What is open dialog? This is the handle of my dialog box. You're actually closing and you're simply reloading the page. So at this point of time, we're actually done with the implementation. So simply go ahead and try to deploy the solution. So once the solution gets deployed, we'll actually test this visual web part. And because it is actually, before it actually deploys the solution, obviously you know that it's actually going to activate my feature as well. So that means your visual web part will be available for you. Now you can see the deployment has been succeeded. So now as the deployment is been over, so let's go back to the SharePoint site. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create a page, and then on that page we're actually going to put our visual web part. So I can go to my site pages and create a new page, something like say test custom dialog. So once the ASPX page is ready, you can say insert web part custom dialog example, say OK. So now our ASCX file has been loaded successfully, and you can see we have a list box that is filling all my trainer names. Obviously this list box has been filled because of the code that we have written in the page load of your ascx.cs file. Now if I select a specific record and then I click on remove selected trainer, you can see this is our custom dialog. So if I say no, yes, we stay there in the same place. After the dialog gets hidden, the page is reloaded. But if I select the record, if I say remove selected trainer and I click on OK, now the trainer should be deleted, and we got an alert from the onSuccess function. So trainer with the ID 3 has been deleted. So obviously if I go back to my IT Academy trainers now, you don't see the third record. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how we can create custom dialogues using JavaScript. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can use link queue talking to SharePoint. To demonstrate this concept, let me actually create a new project, and I'm actually going to call this folder as link queue to SharePoint, and then I'm going to name my project as link queue demo, and I click on OK. I'm again going to deploy this as a form solution, and we're going to use the same site collection for the debugging purpose and say finish. So we know that link queue is very effective in querying the underlying data sources. So normally if you have a list in SharePoint, we know that we use camel queries to retrieve the records or filter the records of a list. But instead of camel queries, we can as well use link queue. For this demonstration, I'm actually going to create a visual web part, and let's call this as visual web part courses, and I click on OK. So once this visual web part is ready, we're actually going to create the user interface. So you can now see I'm actually inside my ACX file, and then I'm actually getting the code for the user interface design. So what's my plan here? I would like to have a text box, and also I would like to have a list box in this demonstration, and then a button. So you can notice here I have a text box with me called as text box category, and I have a button BTN search. When I click on this button, I'm going to call this event handler, and this is for find codes button. Then I have a label just to show you how many records we were able to retrieve as part of the result of our link queue query. And then I also have a list box with me. So if you can see in my site collection, I'm already ready with a new custom list called as courses that has got various courses and then course category. Some of the courses categories is web development, and for some of the courses it is web designing. So what's my plan here? In this text box, I'm going to enter it as web designing, and then I click on search button. Then I need to see all the courses that belongs to the web designing or web category in my list box. So that's the whole idea of this demonstration. But we're not actually going to use camel queries in this demonstration, but we're actually going to use the link queue queries. So in order to use link queue queries in your SharePoint projects, first of all, you need to create a business process model class for your SharePoint site collection. That you can do by going to the SharePoint 2013 management shell. So let me take you to this command window where I'm actually ready with the command. You can notice I'm inside some G drive output folder. So there is a very special utility that you should use to create this process model class or business process model class. So that's called as spmetal.exe. You will actually find the spmetal.exe in your SharePoint root folder. Under 15 bin, you can see there is spmetal.exe. Because I'm actually using the SharePoint 2013 management shell command window, it has the path to the spmetal.exe by default. So what you have to do using this special utility, you have to create that business process model class by saying spmetal/web : and then the site collection URL localhost : 25,000 /code means the output file. I'm just giving the name of the file as querydemo.cs. You might as well use spmetal to generate a vb.net file. So what this command is going to do, it is actually going to inspect what this site is actually having. So what type of lists it is having, and it is going to create an output file for you that's going to contain the complete schema or the entities of this site collection. So simply press enter. So once this is done, you will be having a new file called as querydemo.cs. This is an auto-generated file. So once we are ready with this file, you can simply copy this file and paste it into your solution. So let me take you to the G drives output folder, and you can see I'm ready with my querydemo.cs file. Simply copy this file and put it into your solution. So you can see now I have the querydemo.cs file. So obviously we're not actually going to make any changes to this file, but it's actually worth that you can spend some time in understanding what type of file has actually been generated for you. You can notice because I named the file as querydemo, so it has created for me a class called as querydemo data context, which has been inherited from microsoft.sharepoint.linkqueue.datacontext class. So obviously you can see it has all my lists like Belfast trainers, my course categories, my courses, my shared documents, and IT Academy courses, IT Academy trainers, a lot new trainers, everything you can see here. Of course, you will be able to see the individual fields of each list as well. We're actually having some errors. That's because we have to actually take it into references Microsoft.SharePoint.LinkU from the extensions. So let me actually look for Microsoft.SharePoint.link and say OK. So once we have taken this file into references, reasonably we shouldn't be seeing any more errors here. Perfect. So anyway, we're not actually going to make any changes to this file. Simply you can save the file and close it. And now you have to actually create an object of this data context class to write your LinkU queries. So for that, I can go to my design view. I can double click on the find courses, and we are actually in the code behind window. Also, please ensure that you take system.linQ as part of the using directive statements. So inside my click event handler, I'm actually going to write my code. So let me show you the code what I have with me. So where I'm actually going to write the LinkU queries. So the first thing what I'm trying to do, my list box is LB courses, and we're just trying to clear all the items. And then you have to create an object of the query demo data context class, which is there in this class file, by passing the URL of your site collection. And let me also show you why I have this string writer here. Let me take the system.io namespace, and you can see after the QDC object is ready with me, I have three optional statements, but it's actually worth sometimes if you use this line. Imagine if you're actually trying to use LinkU talking to SharePoint only for reading purpose, then it's actually recommended to say object tracking enabled equals to false. So then there will not be any overhead on your application. Normally you can use LinkU for the manipulations as well, so that will be an overhead. So in case if you're very sure that you're not actually going to use for any manipulations, then you can disable object tracking enabled as false. And why am I actually using the string writer is because what's important here, though we are actually going to write LinkU queries in this demonstration, at the end of the day, at runtime, your LinkU query will be converted to a camel query, and which will be submitted to the SharePoint server, and then you get the response. So I want to show you at runtime how my LinkU query will be converted to camel query, and that's the reason I have a string writer object, and then you're saying your query demo context dot log property equals to your log. So sometimes this statement actually confuses people. Mostly people read this like you're assigning log to qdc.log, but that's not the way it actually runs. The log what the query demo data context will have, it will be dumped into this log object. So that's the other way. So during debugging, I can actually print the value of the log. So the next line is this one. So where with the help of the query demo data context QDC object, I'm saying qdc.courses. This is really very important and very handy with LinkU. Normally, when we are typing code in Visual Studio, as developers, we don't know what lists we have in SharePoint. Probably I may have to check the spelling of my list name, and then I may have to type it correctly. So we basically hard code our list names, and we basically hard code our field names in our C# code if we are not using LinkU. The advantage of LinkU is you do things in a typed manner. So when I say qdc dot, I'm actually able to get the list of all the lists that I have in my SharePoint, and then I can select my courses. So this is what we call as typing code in a typed manner. So where the underlying lists you're actually able to see while you're typing the code in the Visual Studio. Yes, normally some people says, okay, I can go into Server Explorer and then I can create a new SharePoint connection to my site collection. And let's say, for example, I'm saying add connection, and I'm actually trying to connect to my 25,000 site collection, and then I can expand this. So this is how you can create some SharePoint connection with the help of this Server Explorer. And you can go into lists, and then I can come to know there is a courses list, and then I can see what fields it has got. So you won't make any spelling mistakes if you actually use the Server Explorer, so you can type the field names properly. So that's one way. But if you don't like that approach as well, then obviously LinkU is the best option. LinkU is very effective in querying the data for you. Also, it allows you to do things in a typed manner. So at this point of time, the courses list is now inside this variable. Now I'm actually preparing my LinkU query. Of course, for the sake of demonstration, I'm actually giving you a very simple LinkU query. But if you're expert in LinkU, yes, you can do whatever queries that you would like to have in this place. So I'm saying from some variable name in my in-memory collection, which is my courses list. So one record from courses list comes into C, and then I'm trying to say C dot. Again, if you can notice here, when I say C dot, I'm able to get the list of columns of my courses list. Again, the field names are being shown for you as you're typing the code in Visual Studio. So now I say where C dot codes category contains my text box TB category dot text. So you notice this is your TB category. So finally, the query will be evaluated, and all those courses which belongs to that category goes into the courses collection. And now I read one value from the courses collection into the course object, and each course title I'm adding to my list box. And at the end of the program, I'm trying to display, okay, how many courses have we actually got. So that's the whole idea. So if you want to use LinkU with SharePoint with the help of the spmetal.exe, you need to create the data context class, and you also need to take into references microsoft.sharepoint.linQ, and also take system.linQ as part of the using directive statements, and then you can prepare your LinkU queries. At runtime, obviously this LinkU query will be converted into a camel query before it gets submitted to the SharePoint server, and then you actually get the response from the SharePoint back to your application. So that is how we can actually use LinkU with SharePoint. Now simply go ahead and try to deploy the solution, and this visual web part is going to get deployed through this feature, and we'll simply go back to a SharePoint site and try to test this visual web part. So now it's actually adding my solution, activating my feature. Deployment has been succeeded. I'll actually show you how we can debug and test it in the next session. Okay, now the deployment has been succeeded, so I would like to test this. So let me actually put a breakpoint here and try to attach the worker process. And let me select my w3wp.exe. Click on attach. The reason why I'm trying to debug is I want to show you how my LinkU query is getting converted into a camel query. So the breakpoint has been set, and also you can see I have my immediate window from the debug, so that I can print the value of the log here for you to show you the camel query. Okay, the breakpoint has been set, so let's actually go ahead and try to create one site page. So I'm going to call this as test LinkU and say OK. and simply put your visual web path here. From the custom group, this is my link you web path. Say OK, and I simply save my page. So at this point of time, I have a text box with me, I have a button, and I have my list box here. So let's say I'm actually typing web development, and I can see the breakpoint is perfectly there. So let me click on find courses. Pretty shortly it will hit the breakpoint, yes, and then simply step over each line. So basically what happens when you are actually trying to step over, so the object tracking enable is false, the string writer has been created, and there we got the handle for the courses list, and that's where your query has been constructed. And as you know, because of the link queue, which actually does the delayed execution, at this point of time, obviously the records are not in the courses. So while we are trying to iterate, and that's the time it actually gets me the data. So obviously I will have another breakpoint here, and then I'll press F5, and you can see now we are actually out of the for loop. So that means your query has been executed and you have completed iterating through the records. So now I can say print my log variable. When I press enter, you can see the camel query here. So obviously you can actually copy this entire camel query and paste it into your notepad or any other XML editor, and you can actually inspect this. So you can see where it contains codes category, value type is text, and the actual value is web development. So that is how your link queue query internally actually got converted into a camel query. Okay, so we're done with this. Finish this debugging, and you can see we've got 5 courses and all of them were actually added here. So let me remove the breakpoints. I can also stop debugging. Let's come back to the browser. So what if I say web designing and I say find courses? Yes, we got it. If I don't type anything, just web, so obviously we're expected to see everything because we used contains. So that is how in this demonstration I've shown you how we can prepare link queue queries talking to SharePoint here. That's important. So one of the advantages is you can just query your SharePoint lists the way we normally do in .NET using link queue. And second thing, you don't need to hard code your list names, neither you have to hard code your field names of the lists in your C# code. In this demonstration, I'll explain to you how we can customize the navigations through code. So by default, if you look at any site collection, yes, we do have a quick launch and there's a top link bar. In this demonstration, I'll show you how we can add some new items to the quick launch through code, or how we can remove them. Similarly, how we can add some new items to the top link bar and how we can remove them as well. We're actually going to create a new feature, and when the feature gets activated, the items will be added to the quick launch as well as to the top link bar. And when we deactivate the feature, we expect the items what are being added to the quick launch and then the top link bar to be removed. To get this done, let's go back to Visual Studio and try to create a new project. It's going to be an empty SharePoint project, and I'm going to put these files into something like, say, customizing navigation, and I'm going to call the project as navigation demo, and I click on OK. We're going to deploy this as a form solution and same site collection for debugging. So as soon as the project is ready, I'm actually going to create a new feature. So let's go back to Solution Explorer and try to create a new feature. And let's call the feature as Customize Navigation. So, or else we can leave the name of the feature as Navigation Demo Feature. And also the scope of the feature, we can leave it as web. So let's copy the title of the feature and try to rename this folder with the name. Now for this feature, I'm actually going to create an event receiver. So as soon as we create an event receiver, you can notice we have a new class that's been inherited from the SP feature receiver class. And we have a couple of methods which we can override. I'm actually interested in the feature activated as well as feature deactivating. Inside the feature activated, let me put the code for you, and then let's see what actually I'm trying to do. Let me paste it correctly. So here is a code for the feature activated. So as I said, when the feature is actually activated, we are actually going to add some new items to the quick launch, as well as we're actually going to add some new items to the top link bar. So you can notice now inside my feature activated, I'm ready with my code. So before I explain the code, let me take the proper using directive statements. Especially if you're trying to work with the navigation, you have to have Microsoft.SharePoint.navigation to be taken into the using directive statements. Okay, so first of all, as we know that the feature activated has got a parameter called as properties of the SP feature receiver properties class, and using this properties dot feature dot parent, which we can typecast it to the SP web, and you can get the context of the website inside which this feature is getting activated. Now with the web object, you can actually access its navigation. So the current web.navigation will return you an SP navigation object. Now using this web navigation, you can access the quick launch. So web navigation.quick launch will actually give you SP navigation node collection. So all the nodes that we already have on the quick launch will now go into quick launch nodes. So if you can notice on my quick launch nodes, we have something like home, documents, recent, subsites, site contents like this. So my plan is to have a new heading. So I can say SP navigation node, some quick launch node. I can say quick launch nodes, which is this one. Quick launch nodes dot add as last option. I would like to add a new SP navigation node called as my custom headings. Obviously, when you click on the my custom headings, I stay in the same page, so the URL is just root tag. So that's how this one line of code will actually create for you a new node on the quick launch, call it as my custom headings. Now under my custom headings, I would like to have 3 more items. You can notice as soon as the new SP navigation node my custom headings gets added, its handle goes to an object like QLN. Now QLN represents my custom headings. So I can say QLN dot children dot add as first new SP navigation node Belfast trainers, for example, and when I click on that, I should be getting redirected to my list / Belfast trainers page. Now you can notice QLN.children.add as first will add my Belfast trainers, and its handle will be in an object like BT. Now Again, for the QLN, I'm adding another child, this time new SP navigation node of new trainers. But I want this new trainers to be added under my next to my Belfast trainers. So that's why, of course, when I click on the new trainers, you'll be getting redirected to list/new trainers, but BT is the previous node. So if you see the syntax for the add, the third parameter is the previous node. So the previous node is Belfast trainers. So like this, you can have as many add statements as you can. Finally, for my quick launch node, I would like to have a new child called as IT Academy trainers, and that should be taking me to this URL. I haven't given any previous node because I'm using add as last option. Maybe when I'm using add as first, then the previous node need not be mentioned, because here it is going to the as the first item and here it is going as the last item. So this is how we now have a new custom heading on the quick launch with 3 different options. So that's how you can manipulate quick launch items through code. Similarly, I wish to actually add some new items on the top navigation bar. So you can say web navigation dot top navigation bar. Then you get a handle of this. So the top navigation bar goes to top link bar nodes. So here you will have all the items that we already have on the top navigation bar. So now I can say my top link bar nodes dot add as last. So we have a new option called as Belfast trainers that takes me to this page. We also have another one for the IT Academy trainers that takes me to this page. Of course, in both scenarios, I'm actually using add as last. Otherwise, you can use the same syntax the way I have actually used it here. So this is how, when the feature gets actually activated, you will see a couple of new items in the quick launch, and you will see a couple of new items in the top navigation bar. So what I would like to do now, when the user actually deactivates my feature, obviously I need to delete these 2 new items, as well as I need to remove my custom headings. So for this purpose, let's have the new code for the feature deactivating. So let me show you the code what I have for the feature deactivating. So first of all, I'm trying to get a handle of my website, and then trying to get a handle of the navigation. Then we are trying to access all the items on the quick launch, and then all the items on the top navigation bar. So first of all, whatever I have actually added when the feature actually got activated, that I need to remove. So for that, I'm saying for each SP navigation node, some object name in quick launch nodes. If the quick launch node dot title is my custom headings, which is this one, then I can say quick launch nodes dot delete of quick launch node. Okay, please be noted, when you are actually trying to remove an item from the quick launch nodes collection, don't actually try to delete by calling the delete method with the quick launch node. You cannot obviously say quick launch node dot delete. That's incorrect. You should say the main collection dot delete and the item that you wish to delete. Then indexing will be adjusted automatically once the item gets deleted. So because you're actually trying to remove the my custom headings, obviously all the items that the my custom headings will also be removed as part of this. Then I'm actually having another for loop that will actually remove my Belfast trainers and then the IT Academy trainers. So I'm saying for I equals to 0, for I equals to my top link bar nodes, which is this one, dot count -1, because we're starting from the right to the left. and I is greater than 0, I minus minus. So I'm saying top link bar nodes of I, that's obviously going to be my IT Academy trainers. So if the top link bar node dot title is either of them, then you can simply say your top link bar nodes collection dot delete of that individual node. So this is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how we can add some items to the quick launch and top navigation bar, and how we can remove the items from the quick launch or from the top navigation bar as well. So now we'll simply go ahead and try to deploy this solution, and we'll actually test this. So as you know that when the solution is getting deployed, the feature is automatically getting activated. So obviously, once the solution gets deployed successfully, if we go back to a SharePoint site, we should see some new items on the quick launch as well as on the top navigation bar. Then if I actually go ahead and try to deactivate my feature, then we shouldn't see the items on the quick launch and on the top navigation bar. So you can notice the deployment is still going on. And once this is done, we'll go back to a SharePoint site. So now you can see the deployment is now being succeeded. So let's go back to your SharePoint site and try to refresh your page, and you can see there is my custom headings, and that has got Belfast trainers, new trainers, and IT Academy trainers. And also on the top navigation bar, I can see Belfast trainers and IT Academy trainers. So because when the solution actually got deployed, the feature was automatically activated. Now what if you wish to deactivate the feature? You can go to site settings and you can click on manage site features, and what's our feature 9? I gave it as navigation demo feature. Let's look for it, and this is my navigation demo feature, and I'm actually trying to deactivate my feature, and you can now see the items in the top navigation bar have been deleted, and then the items from the quick launch were also been deleted. So obviously if I go back to site settings one more time and into the manage site features, and now let's try to activate this feature. So now the feature has been activated, you can notice, and immediately you can see the top navigation bar has got those 2 links again, and we have the my custom headings with those 3 links again. So that is how, in this demonstration, I've shown you how we can customize quick launch and top navigation bar through code.